Our story begins in the war-torn city of Radi, Iraq, a place of fire, smoke, and ruin. Through the swirling dust and chaos, a lone figure makes his way forward. He's not alone, walking with a calm purpose through the ravaged streets alongside his companions. Meanwhile, a soldier on the front lines can only curse as he faces an overwhelming enemy force. His comrades desperately call for support, their only hope a convoy that's still minutes away. The sergeant checks on his men, his expression hardening as he asks for a casualty report. A medic applies first aid, but grimly admits that at this rate, the wounded won't make it. One of the soldiers stares into the distance, realizing it's impossible to hold their position any longer. His eyes suddenly bulge in terror as he screams a warning to his sergeant. The sergeant whips around, his own gaze widening in shock at what he sees. Through his scope, the sniper spots the horrifying truth. An enemy with an RPG, aimed right at them. He curses, thinking he's too late to stop the rocket. He fires, but the bullet just sends the man flying. An impossible deflection. Elsewhere, another friendly sniper wonders if that shot was from their reinforcements. But his hope turns to dread as an enemy scope zeroes in on his own exposed position. A shot rings out, and his helmet is ripped clean off his head in a terrifying near miss. His squad now knows the grim reality they're being hunted by an enemy sniper. As enemy gunmen unleash a hailstorm of bullets, pinning them down completely. The sergeant screams at his men to fall back, ordering a desperate retreat to the next building. But under the withering fire, all they can do is run, leaving their gear behind in the dust. From a hidden perch, a new shooter finally speaks, having found the rats in their nest. Through an advanced scope, he locks onto the enemy watchtower with deadly precision. His target, the very sniper who had the soldiers completely pinned down. He pulls the trigger, unleashing a single, golden projectile of pure energy. The bullet streaks across the city faster than the eye can see. The enemy sniper, smug and secure in his position, has no idea what's coming. A flicker of shock crosses his face, a final expression before his world explodes in red. Elsewhere, a new squad of elite soldiers marches in perfect formation, escorting a man in a lab coat. In a brief flash, we see their brutal efficiency as they overwhelm a powerful white-haired combatant. His comrades can only scream in horror, rushing to their leader's now bleeding form on the ground. The elite squad mows down the charging fighters with cold, brutal efficiency. Inside their makeshift fortress, the grizzled sergeant demands a status report, the scientist huddled behind him. The answer is grim. The enemy just keeps on coming, a seemingly endless tide. A soldier fumbles for a new magazine, realizing with a jolt of panic that he's completely out. The sergeant himself is pinned down, enemy fire sparking all around his cover. The situation is critical, the squad is out of rifle ammo, and his own reserves are almost gone. Through the doorway, he sees them, another wave of enemies, their numbers swelling. It feels like the end. Gritting his teeth, he draws his sidearm, determined to take at least one more to hell with him. But before he can pull the trigger, a single ornate hairpin flashes through the air. His eyes go wide in utter shock, completely baffled by what he's just seen. It wasn't a hairpin, but an actual grenade, lobbed right into the kill zone. The blast sends one of the defenders flying back in a shower of dirt and debris. But in the blink of an eye, the battlefield is littered with the bodies of the attackers themselves. Suddenly, smoke canisters clatter across the ground, obscuring everything in a thick haze. The remaining enemies are thrown into confusion, their charge completely broken. Before they can regroup, a shadow moves, and a neck is snapped with brutal efficiency. Another fighter goes down, his throat torn open by an unseen blade. His comrades can only stare in horror at the blue blur that is tearing them apart. One of them feels a sudden rush of air, a phantom of death brushing past him. He looks up in sheer terror as his ally is lifted into the air by an invisible force. The mysterious assassin is already on his next victim, overwhelming the white-haired fighter with a tide of blue energy. Panicked, the remaining gunmen just spray their bullets wildly, screaming at each other to shoot the blur. But he's simply too fast, weaving between the rounds as another enemy combatant hits the dirt. He unleashes a flurry of attacks, his hands moving faster than the eye can see. A vortex of razor-sharp energy erupts, tearing through the last of their pathetic formation. When the dust settles, the immediate area is eerily silent. The nearby soldiers watch in stunned confusion, slowly realizing someone is actually fighting the enemy for them. But their relief is cut short as a new, darker figure appears, launching his own vicious attack. The surviving enemy fighters immediately refocus their fire, yelling for their comrades to kill this newcomer. This robed combatant, however, is just as deadly, cutting down soldiers with shadowy, brutal efficiency. The sergeant watches in disbelief, amazed at the destruction this man is causing with just a pistol. He has to be an ally, right? A flicker of recognition sparks in the soldier's mind. He's heard of someone like this. The stories described an unstoppable Asian mercenary in civilian clothes, with a bounty of $1.5 million. The remaining insurgents scream at each other to shoot, unloading their rifles at point-blank range. But Hes just too fast. A whirlwind of blue energy from a man who has never lost a fight has entered. The enemy forces are being utterly dismantled. Another combatant stomped into the dirt without a chance to fight back. As the assassin's blue aura flares, the sergeant finally puts it all together. It must be him. Suddenly, something slices through the air right past the sergeant's face. A playing card embeds itself perfectly in the throat of an enemy who was sneaking up behind him. The assassin's hand crackles with power as he coldly informs the soldiers that it's too early to relax. He's not here to deal with corpses. The sergeant's mind races. He knows that name, a title whispered in fear. Immortal Khalid. A living legend stares back, his eyes glowing with an unearthly blue light behind his shades. His men finally understand. This wasn't just some mercenary. This was Khalid from the infamous Team Zero. As he turns to leave, a dying enemy reaches out, pleading for him not to go, warning of the ambush waiting outside. But Khalid merely glances back, calmly correcting him. Hes not leaving, Hes following. The soldiers exchange looks of disbelief. Even for a monster like Khalid, there were far too many enemies out there. The sergeant, however, manages a confident smirk. If Khalid is here, he thinks, then there's no way he's alone. And he's right. Because outside, the battle is already over, the ground littered with the bodies of their enemies. A squad of elite operators stands victorious, reporting their objective is secure. This is the private military company, Team Zero. The sergeant can only stare in awe as a massive, bearded man greets Khalid, casually asking if he handled his side of the fight okay. Khalid places a hand on his teammate's shoulder, asking him to take care of the team from now on. He offers a final, simple thank you for everything they've been through together. But the sergeant rushes forward, desperate for answers, only to be stopped by the large man's firm hand. Gerald's eyes are cold. He warns the soldier not to interrupt what is, in fact, Khalid's secret retirement. He turns to the rest of the squad, his authority unquestionable as he addresses them as juniors. As Khalid walks off into the hazy sunset, the final order is given. They saw nothing here today. And just like that, the scene changes. A newspaper headline announcing the death of a powerful chairman. We're now at a serene, traditional estate, far from the chaos of the battlefield. The grounds are meticulously arranged, clearly prepared for a somber and important ceremony. Rows of funeral wreaths confirm it, the flashes of cameras capturing the high-profile mourning. But amidst the clamor of the press, a murmur of confusion spreads. Who is this person? No one recognizes him. A pair of polished dress shoes steps into frame, belonging to someone who clearly isn't concerned with permission. A man in a simple black suit walks with purpose towards the funeral hall, his back to the cameras. Inside, a large portrait of the deceased chairman looks down, his face a mask of stern authority. Standing vigil are the chief mourners, a man and a woman who radiate an cold, untouchable air. But the woman's composure suddenly cracks, her eyes wide with disbelief at the figure who just entered. She whispers to her husband, "Isn't that the youngest master?" The man's face contorts with shock, then a simmering rage. "Lee Jungwon, he's alive." Jungwon pays them no mind, his footsteps echoing as he walks steadily toward the memorial altar. Hes immediately blocked by his older brother, whose voice is tight with anger as he asks where he's been for the last 6 years. Jungwon's answer is cold and simple. "He's just been wandering, brother." Their opposing auras flare as the eldest son declares this is no place for him, not with reporters around. But Jungwon simply points toward the altar, asking if even a son gone for 6 years can't pay his respects. His brother explodes, calling him shameless and reminding him of the chaos his disappearance caused. He even tries to guilt Jungwon, claiming their mother suffered delusions after he vanished. The wife steps in, relieved her husband seems to be calming down, but she's mistaken. The eldest son is still fuming, worried that Jungwon's return will expose their family's shame. Unfazed, Jungwon clarifies he'll just act like an ordinary mourner and then leave. This calm dismissal sends his brother into a silent rage, his mind screaming that this parasite dares interrupt him. But Jungwon pays him no mind, calmly lighting the incense to honor their father. With the ritual complete, he stands stoically before the altar, his gaze unreadable. He bows deeply, offering a silent apology for the chaos he knows he's about to cause. Turning to his family, he internally declares that whatever comes next is simply their karma. His eyes land on his father's portrait, his thoughts turning to his mother's death and the life stolen from him. A dark resolve settles in his expression. He will make them all pay, even his own flesh and blood. His brother asks if he's just going to leave again, but Jungwon calmly states he's tired of wandering. The eldest son scoffs that it's easier outside the house, but Jungwon is here to get comfortable now. He announces he has the courage to resume his career, which sends his brother into a new fit of rage. His brother seethes, warning him of the scandal it will cause, how it will tarnish the family name. But Jungwon simply asks if has forgotten becoming a prosecutor was their mother's dream. The eldest son seethes, telling Jungwon he will be held responsible for this choice. Jungwon, completely unfazed, turns to his own aide and calmly gives an order. Contact the prosecution. His brother and wife watch on, whispering nervously. Could he be after their mother's shares? She notes how mysterious he's always been, while her husband fumes at the return of the new chairman. Jungwon then turns the screws on his aide, asking if there's a problem after all. They couldn't find him when he was missing, could they? The aide starts to sweat, realizing this isn't a simple question. Jungwon's accusation lands like a hammer. It's not that he couldn't be found, but that they didn't even try. Seeing this cold display of power, the eldest son grabs his own man in a panic. He demands his aide find out everything about Jungwon's missing years, who he met, what he did, down to the smallest detail. Use any means necessary, he commands, his face a mask of desperation and fury. The eldest son's aide grimaces. This is going to be troublesome. He was hoping to never contact them again. Elsewhere, Jungwon walks with an old family friend, Executive Park, who reminisces about his 6-year disappearance. Declining a hotel, Jungwon cheekily asks if he can just stay at the executive's spacious home instead. Executive Park bursts out laughing, flattered by the request and proudly agreeing to host him. They exchange phones, and Jungwon offers to pay rent, so he won't be a burden. The older man is skeptical, asking where he'd even get money, but Jungwon coolly replies he earned some abroad. With his new contacts secured and a place to stay, he hands the phone back. Park's tone turns serious, asking if Jungwon still intends to become a prosecutor. He knows full well that Jungwon is suspicious of the vice chairman and the others, but he warns him there's no evidence, a warning that Jungwon meets with a cold, knowing smirk. Park asks if this means Jungwon will finally accept his mother's death as an accident. He admits he's just worried. After all, it's been 6 long years, but Jungwon's face darkens with a chilling intensity. He endured all that time just to survive and make it back here. The executive sees it clearly now. The young man before him has changed profoundly. He sighs, realizing that if Jungwon is this determined, there's no stopping him. But he feels compelled to give one final, grave warning. This path he's chosen, it won't be easy. The memories of that time resurface, a dark shadow looming over Jungwon. He knows Park is right, just like back then. The law will never truly be on his side. With that heavy truth hanging in the air, a train carries him onward toward his destiny. Aboard the train, Jungwon's purpose crystallizes. He is the final threat to the new chairman of Daesung Group. He knows his enemy has already blocked all legal routes, pulling strings with the prosecution to stop him. If the law won't help, he'll turn to the public, dialing a number he hasn't used in a long time. A reporter named Kim Sangji answers the call, initially confused by the voice on the other end. But then recognition dawns. He can't believe it's Kalud, asking if he's actually returned to Korea. Jungwon tells him to use his real name, but the reporter is overjoyed, exclaiming he could never forget the voice of his savior. Now walking through the city, Jungwon cuts to the chase, asking if they can meet up. The reporter regrets that he's away on business but is desperate for a chance to finally repay his debt. Jungwon glances at a news report on a nearby screen, telling the man he already paid him back by not publishing a certain story. But now, he has a new, simple request. He just needs one explosive story from the social affairs desk. Jungwon's request is simple. He wants a crime story, something big. The reporter, Kim Sanggi, chuckles, sensing this is going to be dangerous, but offers up a case involving some kids. He says his gut is pointing him to a recent school violence incident that had the whole country talking. Apparently, they had suspects, but every last witness and piece of evidence was wiped clean, leaving the police helpless. Sanggi admits it might seem a bit small for the legendary Kalud, but it was the hottest story around until it went cold. A smirk plays on Jungwon's lips. He doesn't care who's guilty, only about the case's sensational value, and this one is perfect. As dusk settles, the reporter sends over the files he has on the case. Jungwon finds a quiet park bench to sit down and finally dive into the details. He immediately realizes the incident took place right in this neighborhood, the primary suspect being a third-year, named Choi Gyu-seon. The file reveals the horrific truth. This student had relentlessly assaulted a female classmate for months, even forcing her into prostitution. It turns out the main perpetrators were 4 male students from the same class. The case fell apart when the victim's alcoholic father took a cash settlement, reducing their punishment to a pathetic 12 hours of school service. In the end, the investigation was a sham, and the victim Jeon Heeman's testimony was completely ignored. Despite the national outrage, the case was buried, and she's still forced to attend the same school as her tormentors. Jungwon closes the file, a wicked smile playing on his lips. This is perfect. It's time to get moving. Over at Jungjin High School, the sun sets on another seemingly normal day. A luxury car pulls up, its passengers thinking they just need to endure a little longer until the media forgets completely. Inside, two of the bullies ride in comfort, flanked by their personal bodyguards. One of them complains about how the girl complicated things by reporting them in the first place. His friend agrees, but cautions him to stay quiet, because one wrong move could make this whole thing explode again. The first bully scoffs, already bored with the situation and suggesting they find new toys to play with. His friend smirks, mocking his disappointment, which only makes the other kid angrier. But their entitled conversation is cut short, as a figure steps directly into their path, forcing the car to a screeching halt. The bodyguards explode with rage, the driver screaming at the man to get out of the way or die. Standing before them is Lee Jungwon, who calmly introduces himself as Heemin's uncle, a chilling smile on his face. He lets out a quiet sigh, already sizing up the pathetic goon in the driver's seat. The bodyguard storms out, grabbing Jungwon by the collar and telling him to get lost while he's asking nicely. Unfazed, Jungwon easily brushes the man's hand aside, noting that a civil conversation seems to be off the table. In a flash, he whips out his phone, snapping a picture of the bodyguard's enraged face with a predatory grin. He holds up the photo, taunting the thug, who can only stare in disbelief, realizing he's not dealing with an ordinary man. Jungwon challenges the goon to repeat his lie, daring him to deny knowing Jeon Heeman one more time. The second, more level-headed bodyguard steps in, warning that this behavior isn't helping anyone. He cuts to the chase, tired of the games and asking Jungwon what he actually wants. But Jungwon just smirks, commenting on how practiced their lies sound. This clearly isn't their first rodeo. The hot-headed goon snaps, screaming that the girl's father already took their money, so why is an uncle butting in now? That smug grin on Jungwon's face only widens as he slowly raises 2 fingers. He'll walk away and keep his mouth shut, he says, for the low price of 200. The bodyguards stare in disbelief. 200? Was that all this was about? Jungwon scoffs at their reaction, mocking them for causing a scene over such a paltry sum and asking if they know who they're messing with. Before they can answer, the car door slams shut, signaling the end of their little chat. The bodyguard tells him to get in the car. They'll confirm his identity, get a written pledge, and then hell get his money. With a heavy sigh, Jungwon obliges, muttering about his hatred for cramped spaces. The car pulls away under the watchful eye of the massive bald guard. Inside, the other bodyguard gives him a cold, menacing stare. They're not alone. Either another car joins them, forming an escort. Jungwon, however, simply kicks back, hands behind his head, looking completely unbothered. Has done ambushes 1,000 times, he thinks, but he just can't get used to this kind of boring intimidation. Beside him, the bodyguard asks his master why he's even paying these bloodsuckers when he could just swat them away. In the other vehicle, the real perpetrators are bickering, reminded that the chairman ordered them to keep this quiet. But Choi Gyuseon scoffs, finding it pathetic that they're struggling against a single mosquito. The bald guard complains that this is all because one bad post online could ruin everything. His partner retorts, asking if he thinks they enjoy this, just wanting the situation to end quietly. Gyuseon continues his rant, indignant that he's being treated like a criminal after they already paid off the father. But in the other car, Jungwon's eyes glint with cold contempt at the boy's sheer arrogance. The cars finally roll to a stop in the middle of a deserted construction site at dusk. With a soft click, the door to Jungwon's car is opened for him. The bodyguard announces their arrival, stepping aside to let him out. But as Jungwon exits, he bumps the massive guard, sending him staggering back with a casual, insincere apology. He leans against the car, coolly surveying the area and asking if this is how they usually treat their guests. That's it, the bodyguard snaps, pulling a knife and lunging at him with a murderous roar. With a bored look, Jungwon sidesteps the clumsy knife thrust. He grabs the bodyguard's wrist, mocking the man for such an outdated move. The guard can only stare in disbelief, his attack completely neutralized. Jungwon effortlessly flips the huge man, wondering if this is how they greet all their guests. From inside the car, the 2 high school bullies can only clutch their heads in terror. The bodyguard hits the ground hard, his eyes rolling back into his head. His partner watches, frozen in shock at the impossible display of strength. But Jungwon's focus shifts as the crunch of gravel signals more arrivals. A whole crew of suited thugs emerges from the shadows, knives ready. He almost smiles, wryly noting their incredibly generous hospitality. With a predator's smile, Jungwon decides to be generous, offering them one chance. He looks over the entire crew of armed thugs, ready for a brawl. If they surrender now, he says, he'll let every last one of them go home safely. The thugs are stunned, silent, then infuriated by his sheer nerve. They glance at the car's dashcam, thinking he's only acting tough for the camera. A much larger man, clearly the leader, steps up to confront him directly. He scoffs at Hyman's uncle, mocking whatever pathetic scheme he thinks he's running. With eyes burning with killing intent, the leader declares today the anniversary of Jungwon's death. But Jungwon's calm expression doesn't even flicker. He says he's looking forward to it. Utterly enraged, the leader bellows at his men, ordering them to make him kneel. With a unified roar, the thugs swarm forward, knives and bats glinting under the dim light. The first man lunges with a wild swing, screaming for Jungwon to die. But his attack is met with a casual block and a brutal counter that shatters his arm. Another goon, seeing this, realizes they're not dealing with some normal guy and screams for everyone to attack at once. It's useless. Jungwon is already a phantom, weaving through them and dropping bodies. He effortlessly sidesteps a clumsy bat swing from one thug and drives a devastating palm strike directly into another's chest. The sheer force of the blow sends the man flying backwards, his eyes wide with shock and pain. One of the last men standing can only watch in horror as his colleague is sent spinning through the air. He turns, trembling, only to find Jungwon standing there, utterly calm and completely untouched. With a condescending smirk, Jungwon asks the man if he's scared. It's a massacre. Another one of the leader's top goons is sent flying. He crashes to the ground, out cold, as his boss watches in disbelief. The leader stammers, his mind refusing to accept what he's seeing. This is impossible. Sweating, he demands to know what kind of monster he's dealing with. But Jungwon's answer is chillingly simple. He's just Heeman's uncle, just as he said. That's all it takes for the leader to completely break, turning to flee for his car. Jungwon's eyes narrow with contempt, watching the pathetic display. The man screams a warning to the kids, but a fist suddenly smashes the car door right by his head. Inside, Gusion and his crony can only shriek in terror as their escape route is crushed. Jungwon looms over the unconscious thug, a terrifying silhouette against the setting sun. Inside the car, Gusion trembles, his mind reeling. Is this man even human? He scrambles for a solution, his voice cracking as he offers Jungwon a bribe of 10 million. But Jungwon's face is a mask of shadow, his voice like ice as he gives one command: get down. Gusion tries to reason with him, asking what he gets out of beating up kids, suggesting he should take the money. The only response is a low growl as Jungwon repeats his command with chilling finality. Thinking he's found a weakness, Gusion doubles the offer, boasting that he has plenty of money. That's it. Jungwon's hand shoots out, grabbing the boy by his collar and yanking him forward. He asks him a simple question. Why didn't he try resolving things with Hyman through conversation like this? As the terrified bully keeps raising his price, Jungwon's other hand quietly records everything. A cold, predatory smile spreads across Jungwon's face. This is going to be fun. Instead of a fist, he pulls out a small canister of self-defense spray. Still arrogant, Gusion thrashes and screams, demanding Jungwon die. He's convinced this psycho has messed with the wrong guy, a fatal miscalculation. With a sharp hiss, Jungwon unloads the entire canister directly into the bully's eyes. He leans in close, mockingly asking how that imported spray tastes. A sharp knee to the gut drives the air from Gusion's lungs. The bully collapses into a coughing, spluttering mess, his vision burning away. But Jungwon's not done yet, his thumb hovering over the spray button again. Sheer terror grips Gusion. He's sure he's about to die. Tears of pure agony stream from Gusion's swollen eyes, the chemicals searing his vision. He collapses to the ground, blindly clutching his head, a pathetic wreck. His friends are in a full-blown panic, urging him to get up so they can escape this monster. But through the pain, a twisted logic takes hold. Gusion knows they can't just run. He pulls a knife, reasoning that a guy that strong won't be down for long from just a little spray. His chilling proposal: they need to cut Jungwon's Achilles tendon to make sure he can't follow. Stealing their nerves, his cronies find their own weapons, ready to follow their leader's insane plan. With a vicious crunch, they bring their bats and clubs down on the incapacitated Jungwon. They wail on him relentlessly, a flurry of brutal, thudding impacts. Suddenly, Gusion stops them, a new, even more terrifying idea dawning on his face. His logic takes a dark turn. Why maim him when they can just kill him and pin it on the thugs? With a sadistic sneer, he dedicates the final blow to John Heyman. He raises the knife high, a silhouette of pure malice, ready to deliver the killing strike. The blade arcs down, aimed squarely at the helpless man on the ground. But in a flash, a hand shoots out, stopping the knife just inches from its target. Gyuxian's blood runs cold. It's Jungwon, on his feet and glaring with murderous intent. The sound of shattering bone echoes as Jungwon's grip tightens, crushing the boy's hand. His weapon clatters uselessly to the floor. Panicked and in agony, Gyuxian shrieks at his frozen cronies to attack, to do something. But Jungwon simply picks up the knife and delivers a swift, brutal counterattack of his own. Another one of the bullies lunges forward with a knife, roaring for Jungwon to die. But with a single, brutal twist, Jungwon turns the blade right back at its owner. The last remaining lackey sees this, loses his nerve completely, and makes a run for it, screaming for mercy. Forgiveness? Jungwon isn't even entertaining the thought. He smirks, remarking that the one who should be begging for their life is someone else, as a single punch sends the fleeing punk flying backwards. Gyuxian, the leader, watches in pure disbelief as his backup is dismantled in seconds, and in the next instant, Jungwon has him by the throat, noting that he's the only one left. A terrifying aura flares as he suggests they have a serious conversation, and Gyuxian's mind screams with regret. Forced to his knees, the bully can only tremble and pathetically ask why this is happening to him. With eyes glowing ominously, Jungwon asks if the bully is really so ignorant of his own sins. Panicked, Gyuxian fumbles for his phone, screaming that he's going to call the police. But Jungwon simply smiles, completely unfazed, and tells him to go right ahead. The bully freezes, utterly confused by this calm and confident reaction. Jungwon challenges him, asking who he thinks the police will believe when they arrive. His word, a mere high school student, against that of a Korean prosecutor. The realization hits Gyuxian like a truck, but Jungwon isn't finished, casually pointing towards a nearby car. He draws the bully's attention to a small, blinking red light inside, a black box. Now, he calmly explains, the situation has changed. This is now a case of kidnapping a prosecutor. Gyuxian weakly tries to argue that Jungwon started it, but his pathetic excuse is instantly shut down. He lays out his version of the events. He was kidnapped, and they attempted to murder him. Therefore, he coolly explains, everything that happened next was simply self-defense. Jungwon offers the bully a single path to a lighter sentence. Confess to everything and turn himself in. The kid's mind is just breaking, unable to process how he ended up in a confrontation with a prosecutor. With the lecture over, Jungwon reaches into the car and smoothly removes the black box memory card. Leaving the bully tied up, he gives him a final warning to think carefully about his choice. Later, the day's violent business concluded, he arrives back at a modern apartment complex. Inside, his mother is busy in the kitchen as he keys in the code to the front door. The doorbell rings, and she thinks to herself that he's back much earlier than expected. Checking the intercom screen, she hears a familiar voice on the other side announcing his arrival. But as the door opens, it's not his mother, but his aunt, who's shocked to see him. Jungwon gives her a charming smile, asking if she's been well. She can hardly believe it, reminiscing that he was just a kid following her around not long ago. He gives a playful bow, assuring her that he's as healthy as can be. She eagerly welcomes him inside to a dinner table already set for the family. A young woman at the table freezes, thinking, who is this handsome guy? She was expecting an old man. Completely flustered, she tries to excuse herself, claiming an urgent matter at the hospital. Jungwon is a little confused by her sudden panic, while another young man at the table just snickers. This young man, Tae-soo, greets him warmly, and Jungwon realizes it's his cousin, all grown up. Tae-soo just laughs and points at his sister, telling Jungwon not to worry, she just gets flustered around good-looking guys. His uncle, a stout man with a warm smile, gestures for him to sit down and eat. Jungwon is genuinely touched by the spread, admitting he's missed home-cooked meals like this. The uncle proudly announces his wife cooked everything herself, but she just laughs it off, telling him not to pressure their guest. For a moment, it's a perfect family dinner, with his aunt and uncle beaming at him. But Jungwon's expression sobers. Cutting the mood short, he has something important to tell them. He figures it's better they hear it from him now, before they're blindsided by the news. He reveals that a major article about him is going to be published tomorrow. His chopsticks pause mid-air as he explains that he's currently working on a case. His uncle is baffled, asking how that's possible when he hasn't even been assigned to a department yet. Jungwon calmly clarifies that his status as a prosecutor was never suspended, so his investigative authority is still very much active. His uncle insists he's acting recklessly, warning that this rogue investigation will only hurt his future. But Jungwon calmly poses a question. What if he was the one targeted by a crime? The uncle is completely baffled, demanding to know what could have possibly happened in just one day. Jungwon then turns to his aunt, reminding her that she once warned him about people who wouldn't want him back. With a heavy heart, his uncle confirms it. Vice Chairman Lee Jongbyum personally called him with orders to report Jungwon's every move. He warns that these corporate sharks will dig into his missing 6 years to question his very competence as a prosecutor. Jungwon knows their playbook all too well. They smeared him with fake news before and even covered up his disappearance. Yet through it all, he states with cold resolve, he has never forgotten his duty to the Republic of Korea. At that exact moment, his phone begins to ring a call from the reporter, Kim Sang-gi. Excusing himself from the tense dinner, he steps away to answer. But the reporter on the other end is far from calm, demanding to know what the hell Jungwon just did. He's in disbelief, yelling that even for the legendary Khalud, this is insane. Jungwon calmly explains that the bully must have seen an advantage in turning himself in. Sang-gi is baffled, but our hero clarifies they know he has evidence, so this is just a preemptive strike. The reporter latches onto that one word. Evidence? Oh yes, Jungwon confirms, holding a small drive. The scene shifts, and under a downpour of rain, Sang-gi makes his way to their meeting spot. He steps inside a quiet cafe, shaking off the rain. Jungwon is already there, casually waiting for him with a slight wave. Sang-gi approaches the table, remarking that it's been a while, catching himself before calling him Khalud. The reporter can't help but notice his friend is still in great shape, maybe a little too much for his own good. Jungwon slides a small memory card across the table, explaining it contains the black box footage of the crime. But Sang-gi is confused. He just called his contacts, and they said no case has even been filed yet. Our hero isn't surprised, noting that the bullies haven't said a word since they turned themselves in. They're only acknowledging the victim's statement, not confessing to any specifics of the crime. This makes it difficult to arrest them, and Jungwon realizes they're being cautious because they know about the evidence. A horrified thought dawns on Sang-gi. Are they trying to use the police station as a safe house for their son? Jungwon leans back with a knowing look. That's exactly right. Their opponent knows how to exploit the law. The scene shifts, showing a modern building with a coffee shop on a rainy day. Jungwon muses on their scheme, deducing their caution is a direct response to the evidence he possesses. The reporter's face contorts in disbelief as the full weight of the plan hits him. They're hiding their son in plain sight. And unfortunately for Sang-gi, their opponent is smart, knowing exactly how to play the system. Jungwon already suspects they're being watched, suggesting it's time for them to split up. He tells the reporter he'll be in touch, and with a silent nod, their plan is set in motion. Kim Sang-gi heads out alone, stepping into the cold, pouring rain. It doesn't take long for him to spot a tail, a cloaked figure watching from a distance. Feigning panic, he quickly ducks into a narrow alley, seemingly trying to lose his pursuer. But his followers are relentless, two dark shapes disappearing into the shadows right after him. At the end of the alley, Sang-gi is waiting, welcoming the men who walked right into his trap. The pursuers drop their hoods, revealing the grim faces of men who are clearly not here to talk. One of them steps forward, cutting to the chase and demanding he hand over the memory chip right now. Kim Sang-gi plays dumb, pretending he has no clue what memory they're on about. But his pursuer is done talking, drawing a knife that hums with a dark, menacing energy. The robed man sneers, telling the reporter to drop the act because today is his death anniversary. He lunges forward, cackling that the pouring rain makes it a perfect day to die. But his blade is stopped cold, not by fear, but by a fist glowing with immense blue power. In a flash, Sang-gi twists his body, channeling that energy into a devastating counterpunch. He smirks, throwing the man's words right back at him. It's a perfect day to get beaten. The attacker's confidence shatters into pure rage as the punch closes in. With a thunderous crack, Sang-gi's fist connects, the sheer force warping the air itself. The robed figure is sent flying, tumbling helplessly through the rain-soaked alley. Lying in the rain, the attacker's mind reels, this is no ordinary reporter. Before he can process it, Sang-gi grabs him by the hood and slams him into the ground. Towering over him with a chilling blue aura, Sang-gi warns him to stop whining, or this could get fatal. He points to the other unconscious thug, ordering the man to wake his partner and follow. A wicked grin spreads across Sang-gi's face as he explains that sinners must be punished. The robed man's blood runs cold as he finally puts it all together. This is that reporter. Sang-gi plants a foot firmly on his chest, adding that the severity of his punishment depends entirely on the article he writes. With a sharp press, he demands to know who gave the orders, a pained scream echoing through the alley. A moment later, Sang-gi looks on with disdain, muttering about what a hassle these thugs are. His work here is done, and he walks off as the two defeated men obediently follow behind him. With a confident smirk, Sang-gi gestures for them to follow, informing them of their little trip to the police station. The thug warns his partner not to even think about running. His hyung is fast enough to catch and kill one of them. Still confused, The man asks if this reporter is actually a detective, but Sanghi just barks at him to shut up and walk. He then casually asks if they also sent people after the prosecutor, and the thug reluctantly confirms it. Hearing this, Sanghi nonchalantly suggests they stop by a PC cafe on the way. The thug is utterly baffled, wondering why the reporter isn't worried about that skinny prosecutor at all. A wide, knowing grin spreads across Sanghi's face as he points out their critical misunderstanding. They've mistaken the power type for the intelligence type, and we see exactly what he means. Because over in another rainy alley, that skinny prosecutor Lee Jungwon stands over a thug whose face has been rearranged into modern art. Now, leading Jungwon through the downpour, the beaten man confirms that this Japanese restaurant is the place they're looking for. Having served his purpose, the battered thug timidly asks if he can finally leave. But Jungwon's cold reply cuts through the rain, warning him that fleeing now would be a very bad idea. Leaning in with an icy glare, he makes it clear the thug will wait quietly, and the man can only agree in terror. With his guide pacified, Jungwon enters the pristine Japanese restaurant. He slides open the door to a private room, finding his true target relaxing inside. The man, a powerful figure named Chairman Choi Suman, looks up, annoyed by the intrusion. But Jungwon cuts right to the chase, identifying him as Choi Gyuseon's father. Their eyes meet, the air crackling with tension as Jungwon calmly announces that the police are coming. He stands there in his socks, a sign of respect that feels more like a predator's quiet confidence. Placing a phone on the table, he starts the clock. The chairman has exactly 3 minutes. He offers a generous 3 minutes for the chairman to prepare his defense. The chairman scoffs, finally placing him. Ah, so this is that prosecutor bastard. He wonders aloud if Jungwon is here for an apology. But Jungwon isn't interested in apologies. He wants names, ranks, and positions everyone involved in the Jungjin High cover-up. Give him that, and he'll make sure the chairman avoids the absolute maximum sentence. The chairman's response is a booming, unrestrained laugh that fills the entire room. He mocks Jungwon's poor negotiation skills, even calling him a complete fraud. See, he pulled some strings and made some calls. No one in the prosecutor's office has ever heard of a Lee Jungwon. Unfazed, Jungwon simply lets the clock tick down. 2 minutes left. The chairman's smug grin finally wavers. Enraged, he threatens Jungwon, but our hero's eyes begin to glow as he lists the chairman's own crimes, including impersonating a prosecutor. With the evidence he has, Jungwon declares it's over, and that son the chairman tried to save, Hess going down too. Having his crimes laid bare, the chairman finally snaps, screaming as he swings a heavy teapot. But before it can even reach its target, his entire body is stopped cold by a sharp impact. Jungwon, with impossible speed, has pinned the man's suit to his body with a simple wooden pencil. 40 seconds left. He taps it lightly, a quiet reminder of just how outmatched the old man truly is. If that had been a knife, Jungwon calmly explains, this conversation would be over. The terrified chairman can only stammer, asking what he is, to which Jungwon simply replies, a prosecutor. And just like that, the final seconds tick away. Time's up. With a smirk, he informs the chairman that he just blew the last chance he was ever going to get. The old man sputters, trying to threaten him with police connections. But Jungwon's smile doesn't waver. He simply tells the chairman to try searching his own name online if he's so curious about who has the upper hand now. Skeptical but with no other choice, Chairman Choi quickly searches his own name. The headline hits him like a truck. Prosecutor Lee Jungwon unveils truth. He wasn't lying. Panic sets in as he realizes this man won't just investigate him, but his son, his entire empire. Jungwon is a force of nature, a typhoon about to obliterate his fragile sandcastle of power. All pride evaporates as the chairman scrambles forward, desperately offering up everything he has. He forces himself to declare he'll cooperate, inwardly cursing the struggle it took to reach this point. But just as he's about to completely fold, the door slides open and the police announce their presence. The lead officer steps in, taking in the scene before his eyes land on the prosecutor. He introduces himself as team leader Seo, mentioning he's a close acquaintance of Kim Song-gi. With a firm handshake, he adds that Song-gi praised Jungwon, promising a great partnership. Jungwon watches the chairman's pathetic surrender, noting how different this feels from dealing with corrupt detectives. Team leader Seo, however, is wary. Hez heard the wild rumors about this prosecutor's rise to power and finds them suspicious. As the chairman is cuffed and led away, Jungwon bids him a chilling farewell while one of his thugs yells about loyalty. The team leader formally introduces himself, trying to maintain a professional air. But Jungwon pivots, his gaze locking onto Seo, and asks if he isn't going to be investigated as well. The sudden question throws the officer completely off balance. What is this prosecutor trying to say? A tense silence hangs in the air as the two men size each other up. Seo, feeling the pressure, finally stammers out that of course, they will investigate. Jungwon doesn't even blink, his deadpan expression holding the officer in place. The team leader immediately breaks, forcing a loud, awkward laugh and insisting he was only joking. Jungwon leans in with a predatory smile, offering to come in for a witness interview himself. The team leader is completely flustered, trying to figure out what kind of game this prosecutor is playing. He quickly tries to dismiss the idea, insisting the evidence is perfect and they'll call if they need anything. Jungwon stands back, his cold gaze unwavering, and flatly calls the man trustworthy. Just then, a perfectly timed phone call interrupts the tense standoff. The team leader practically jumps at the chance to escape, excusing himself to answer. Stepping outside, he gets straight to the point, asking his subordinate what they found on their mysterious prosecutor. The report is already strange. A man who passed the bar but has almost no legal experience. Seo heard he was abroad. But the voice on the other end drops a bombshell. He wasn't just abroad, he went missing. A missing person report. Seo's mind reels. He knew the guy was no ordinary prosecutor, but this changes everything. The man on the phone lays out the grim statistics, demanding Seo understand just how serious this is. The person who filed that missing person report? None other than director Jang Seong-woo of the Daesung Group. The story gets darker. Jungwon was rumored to be the chairman's illegitimate son, and soon after, his mother was killed in a hit and run a crime he witnessed firsthand. Seo listens in the pouring rain, his mind reeling. How could a case like that just vanish from the media? His subordinate explains that, with no CCTV, the investigation conveniently stalled, and Jungwon's trip abroad was the perfect excuse to bury it. The team leader absolutely loses it, roaring into the phone about who could possibly be so incompetent as to just finish an investigation like that. But he's quickly silenced by a chilling warning. The detective who buried that case is now the chief of police. Seo grits his teeth in pure fury, the sheer scale of the corruption finally hitting him. This case stinks to high heaven, his subordinate warns, telling him that getting involved will only drag them both through the mud. But Seo doesn't care about the risk. He orders the man to send him every single document they have on it, right now. The man on the other end of the line pleads with him, but Seo remains silent, his resolve unshaken. He admits that getting a request from Seo was once his life goal, but this is far too dangerous. He begs him to be careful as he sends the email. With a click, the call ends, and Seo sets his phone down, the wheels already turning. The investigator glances in his rearview mirror, the name echoing in his mind. Prosecutor Lee Jungwon. As he drives through the rain-slick streets, he wonders how on earth his senior, Kim Sang-gi, got tangled up with someone like that. And elsewhere, we see the man himself, Lee Jungwon, standing tall and confident. He's mobbed by a swarm of reporters, cameras flashing, all demanding answers. They pepper him with questions about the case he solved that the authorities couldn't touch, hinting at a cover-up. Jungwon calmly dismisses the idea, claiming he just got caught up in it, a cunning smirk betraying his words. But the press isn't letting up, pointing out a crucial fact. He's not even an official member of the prosecution yet. Jungwon coolly explains that he was overseas for a while, but the prosecution thankfully held his position for him. But one reporter, Kim Sang-gi, isn't buying it, stepping forward with an aura of pure challenge. He scoffs at the idea, saying that after so long as a civilian, Jungwon couldn't possibly be on the level of an active prosecutor. The reporter presses harder, asking if he actually intends to return, to which Jungwon confirms he'd like to try. He humbly adds that it's not his choice to make, promising to follow whatever the Ministry of Justice decides. Sang-ji's eyes narrow, he understands the game. He pivots, bringing up the recent Jongjin High School case. He recaps the situation. The prime suspect has surrendered, and rumors of even more heinous crimes are swirling. With a vicious, predatory grin, he asks Jungwon what punishment the students would receive under the current law. It's a test, a trap. He doubts a man who's been gone for years would know the specifics of a recently established charge. But Jungwon doesn't even blink, beginning to recite Article 297 of the Criminal Act, word for perfect word. And he doesn't stop there, adding that under the new habitual offender clause, the bullies could face the maximum penalty. The reporter is completely floored. He can't believe this man knows not just the basic law, but the recent amendments too. Jungwon takes a deliberate step forward, a smirk playing on his lips as he sarcastically compliments the reporter's own legal knowledge. Then he drops the bomb, addressing him by his full name, Park Jong-pil, leaving the reporter stunned and wondering how he knew. Leaning in close, Jungwon flips the script entirely, asking if Park knows about Article 308 of the Criminal Act. The reporter's bravado evaporates, replaced by cold dread as he realizes Jungwon is talking about the law against defaming the dead. The other journalists whisper among themselves, sensing the atmosphere has shifted from an interview to a personal vendetta. Jungwon's voice turns to ice as he reminds Park of the malicious articles he wrote about him and his mother, even after she passed. He promises, with a chilling smile, that the man will slowly be made to feel the exact same despair they did. Placing a firm hand on the reporter's shoulder, he declares his simple creed: criminals will be punished, and the innocent will find peace. With that, Jungwon coolly walks away, leaving the stunned crowd to ponder his final word. Justice. The moment has gone. Park Jong-pil's phone rings, a call he desperately makes. He answers, voice trembling, addressing the man on the other end as Chief. But the chief is not pleased, reminding Park he was explicitly told not to make contact first. Park frantically tries to explain that Jungwon knows who he is, but his handler is completely unfazed. The voice on the phone turns to ice, questioning if the simple task he paid so much for was too difficult. Before Park can even apologize, the chief cuts him off, ordering him to shut his mouth. The threat is clear and absolute. The moment he speaks, his life and his family's are over. His handler reveals they have evidence of all his dirty dealings, including embezzled funds. The line goes dead, and Park collapses to his knees, the weight of his own doom crushing him completely. With a surge of fury, Park Jong-pil's hand clenches, nearly crushing his phone. He did all of this just to survive, and this is his reward? His face contorts with rage and desperation. He absolutely refuses to let his story end like this. Elsewhere, high above the city, other powerful figures are taking notice. Inside a lavish office, two men watch the evening news with keen interest. A broadcast announces that Lee Jungwon has officially been appointed a probationary prosecutor by the Ministry of Justice. The man in the vest calmly asks his subordinate for an update on the task he was assigned. His aide begins his report, revealing that years ago, Jungwon joined the French Foreign Legion before vanishing completely. So he really passed, the man thinks, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. The aide confirms it's the only logical conclusion, especially after witnessing Jungwon's escape from the Jongjin High incident. But his boss simply scoffs. Why would a top-tier Special Forces soldier ever want to become a prosecutor? It's ridiculous. The man in the vest calmly dismisses his aide, demanding regular updates on their target. Once alone, he stares out at the city lights, convinced Jungwon's public attention will be his ultimate downfall. He decides this problem needs to be dealt with swiftly, before it can grow any larger. A grimace twists his features. It's time to tighten the leash on the prosecutor's office. Far below the towering skyscrapers, a subway train cuts through the darkness. And on board, Jungwon tries to blend in, just another face in the nearly empty car. But his fame has already spread, and a nearby couple whispers in shock, recognizing him from the news. He can feel the eyes on him, from starstruck students to curious onlookers. This was the plan, he thinks, looking at his phone. But the reality of being a public figure is irritating. And as if on cue, a familiar name flashes on his screen, Kim Sang-gi, the relentless reporter. Jungwon answers the call with a smirk, already knowing it's the reporter, Kim Sang-gi. Sang-gi laughs heartily on the other end, admitting Jungwon's praise is making him blush. But Jungwon has a bone to pick. Why did he send so many reporters his way? He already knows the answer, though. Sang-gi explains that in this industry, even the smallest bait attracts piranhas. And it seems a particularly nasty one got mixed in. Reporter Park Jong-pil. Jungwon's reflection stares back from the window as he considers this new player, asking if he should investigate him. But Sang-gi has his own way of doing things, reintroducing himself by his old nickname, Rhino. The name brings a moment of reflection. Jungwon quietly asks how their old team is doing. Sang-gi erupts in laughter, telling him they're all doing just fine. And they all curse Jungwon as a traitor. The news doesn't faze him one bit. He tells Sang-gi he'll see this case through and to call with any new info. Sang-gi hangs up the phone, accepting the task with a simple confirmation. Meanwhile, Jungwon walks along a subway platform, an air of cool confidence about him. But he's not alone. A shadowy figure watches him from just around the corner. The tail, a large man in all black, keeps a clumsy distance as Jungwon leads him on. Suddenly, Jungwon ducks into a narrow alleyway, seemingly unaware. His follower panics for a second, then rushes forward to keep up. But when he rounds the corner, his target is nowhere to be seen. Jungwon leans casually against a doorway, calling him out for being laughably obvious. He notes that he spotted the guy before he even got on the train and demands to know his identity. Before the man can answer, Jungwon decides they'll start by taking off that mask, his hand blurring forward. But the follower reacts with a punch, which Jungwon catches with contemptuous ease. He smirks, mockingly asking if the man is embarrassed now that he's been caught red-handed. The follower tries to play it off, claiming it's a simple misunderstanding and they should go their separate ways. Jungwon just scoffs, his hand crackling with energy, warning him that he should have been more careful if he wanted to play pretend. Underestimating his opponent, the man scoffs back, calling him a pale-faced scholar who knows nothing of the real world. He throws a powerful kick, but Jungwon dodges it with impossible speed, leaving the follower stunned. Before he can even process what happened, Jungwon counters with a kick of his own, sending the man flying. The follower crashes hard onto the rooftop but manages to break his fall. Looking up, he can't believe it. This guy isn't some bookworm. He's a professional. The follower's mind races. He was told to follow an ordinary prosecutor. But this man is completely different from the intel. Jungwon smirks, casually asking if he's starting to feel a little panicked. The follower, realizing he's completely outmatched, makes a desperate dash for it. He thinks he can just get away. But Jungwon is already above him, descending like a hawk. A brutal stomp connects, driving all the air from his lungs. The man is left gasping on the concrete, completely neutralized. And then Jungwon drops the bombshell, identifying him as an agent for Daesung Group. He leans in with a predatory smile, musing that the intel must have been wrong. Jungwon lays out the cold truth. Going back now means he's finished, and probably dead. With a confident grin, Jungwon makes him an offer he can't refuse: become a double agent. The terms are simple. Just keep monitoring him, but report the truth of what he sees. The defeated agent tries to appeal to professional ethics, but Jungwon isn't buying it. He cuts right through the excuses, asking if the man is simply afraid of Daesung Group. Trying to save face, the follower claims his intuition is telling him to walk away from this mess. But Jungwon knows his true weakness, dangling an offer of 50 million won a month. And if he refuses, Jungwon calmly reminds him that arresting criminals is his day job anyway. The agent freezes, realizing he's been perfectly cornered with no way out. Completely resigned, he straightens up and asks what he should report for the day. Jungwon smirks, telling him his first order is to report that absolutely nothing happened. With his new double agent secured, the scene shifts to the following day. We see Jungwon heading to his new job, briefcase in hand, feeling awkward in his new role. But as he walks, he can't help but notice he's being tailed again, and frankly, they're not very good at it. He hears the clumsy scuffle of sneakers trying to keep pace with his dress shoes. Looking around, he sees them everywhere, not even bothering to hide their presence. Amateurs. He decides to test them, turning sharply down a narrow alleyway as a lone shadow follows. The silhouette hesitates for just a moment before cautiously stepping into the alley after him. In a blur of motion, Jungwon spins around and seizes the follower's wrist with an iron grip. He slams the person against the wall, getting right in their face, demanding to know what they are. But his aggressive posture shatters when he gets a clear look. It's a school uniform. Stunned, he immediately lets go as the girl stammers an apology, saying she was just curious why he was following her. She gathers her courage, looking up at him and introducing herself as Jeon Hyemin. With a deep bow, the girl explains she only followed him because she desperately needed to say thank you. The words barely escape before tears of profound relief begin to fall. She tells him she had lost all hope, abandoned by friends and teachers who refused to believe her story. Overwhelmed, she can only sob and repeat her thanks for clearing her name of the injustice. Jungwon turns, advising her to live more confidently and happily than anyone else from now on. He looks her in the eye, telling her that living well is the truest form of revenge. As they walk out of the alley, he feels a renewed sense of purpose, telling her she's inspired him to work even harder. His path leads him to the imposing facade of the district prosecutor's office. But as Jungwon steps inside his new workplace, the welcome is anything but warm. He can feel the judgment, overhearing whispers about the disgusting new guy who used the media to force his way in. He can hear them loud and clear, their voices dripping with contempt for the new guy. Ignoring the peanut gallery, he makes his way down the hall to room 910, the office of Prosecutor Lee Soo-yen. With a slight knock, he pushes the door open and steps inside. The woman inside doesn't even turn, curtly asking what he wants. He simply introduces himself as Lee Jungwon. Her entire demeanor shifts in an instant, a sly smile spreading across her face as she recognizes the new prosecutor. And this is Lee Soo-hyun, a prodigy who flew through the bar exam and graduated top of her class. She lays the compliments on thick, saying it's like meeting a celebrity, but Jungwon just wants to get to work. Dropping the act, she slides a file across the desk, telling him to forget the small talk and look at the Jeonjin High case. She casually mentions it was obvious entrapment, a conclusion she reached just by reading the bully's statements. Jungwon raises an eyebrow, questioning her faith in their words before stating coolly that he trusts his own judgment more. He lays out the facts, explaining that the victim wasn't kidnapped. He allowed himself to be taken to that secluded place. Jungwon continues, piecing it all together how the police chief was called, how reporters just happened to be there. He tells Soo-hyun that, like it or not, they're partners now, but he refuses to accept her results at all costs methods, and with a firm hand, he takes the case file, declaring that he's the one in charge of this investigation. Soo-hyun is stunned, asking if he's admitting it was entrapment and if he's considered the consequences for the victims. But Jungwon fires back, telling her to first consider the failure of the police and prosecution to do their jobs right. Defeated, she changes the subject, stating the Jeonjin High case needs to be wrapped up this week. Then, with a smirk, she slides a new folder his way, saying Prosecutor Lee Jungwon has been assigned a new case. He takes the file, his expression unreadable as he opens it. It's the Club Coca case file, a notoriously controversial incident she's sure he's heard of. He immediately sees through the ploy, a high-profile case reeking of collusion, handed to a probationary prosecutor. Someone is clearly pulling strings, but to Soo-hyun's utter shock, he calmly accepts the file, agreeing to take on the impossible case. He claims it's his responsibility as her partner, even as she tries to warn him that they were set up to fail. He playfully asks if she's actually worried about him, causing her to fluster and quickly backpedal. But his expression turns cold as he tells her to step out if she wants. He doesn't trust her yet either. His insubordination leaves her speechless, Hes her junior, but Hes acting with far more authority. She tries to regain her footing, reminding him that the section chief will be arriving soon for a meeting. Soo-hyun instructs him to review the case file, and with a confident look, he simply agrees. And with a quiet click of the door, he leaves her to process what just happened. Soo-hyun notes their arrival with a confident smile, while Jungwon quietly sizes them up. The door opens to reveal Section Chief Kang and his partner, Investigator Kang Yuna. Introductions are made as the section chief warmly greets the new prosecutor. Meanwhile, the office gossip has already started, rehashing the doomed Club Coca case. Investigator Kang explains to a colleague that this case is a political death sentence, meant to get rid of someone. But Soo-hyun's piercing gaze cuts the chatter short, ordering them to prepare for the meeting. Startled by her intensity, Investigator Kang quickly apologizes and snaps to attention. With everyone seated, Jungwon takes the lead, beginning his summary of the entire incident. It all started when a young woman was brutally assaulted by the guards of a place called Club Coca. Section Chief Kang explains that the initial cases were all dropped, but a month later, another victim came forward. Jungwon takes over, explaining that with media attention now on the case, the core of the problem becomes clear. It's all about the money. He critiques the previous prosecutor, who naively focused only on the club itself, the most heavily protected asset. The team is stunned, with the section chief questioning how they could possibly exclude the very place the incident happened. Soo-hyun cuts through the noise, coolly asking what his actual point is, since they can't even get a warrant without the club. In response, Jungwon simply presents a list of witnesses, the VIPs who were at the club on the day of the incident. He slides the paper onto the table, asking the section chief to start pulling strings with his contacts at the police department. The chief is still confused, seeing them as unrelated people, but Jungwon calmly states, that's for them to determine now. He gives his first order. Run a deep background check on everyone on the list for any recent lawsuits or complaints. Soo-hyun turns to Investigator Kang Yuna, asking a pointed question she already knows the answer to. They can do this without a warrant, right? She holds a confident gaze, testing the room's understanding of the law. The investigator simply confirms. Yes. That's all the section chief needs to hear, barking out an order for everyone to get moving immediately. But as the others leave, Soo-hyun stays behind, wanting to ask a question now that they're alone. She presses Jungwon on why he's focusing on the VIPs, and he calmly explains that you must strike an enemy where they least expect it. He turns with an impressed smirk, acknowledging that as a top student, she's likely already pieced it together. Soo-hyun deduces his theory that a VIP causing trouble outside would do the same inside, but he adds a chilling counterpoint. The club might empower them to do it elsewhere. Just as she processes this, he suddenly announces it's time to go, leaving her completely baffled by his abruptness. He leads her right to the front of a flashy building. Club Coca. Soo-hyun is confused, but Jungwon coolly confirms this is their destination, calling it a crime scene. She immediately questions the logic of an undercover op when his face is so well known. But he's not worried, confident the dark interior will provide all the cover they need. And with that, they step inside, descending into the heart of the investigation. The club is a chaotic mess of dancing bodies, yet the two of them stand perfectly still, observing. Almost immediately, a man in a sharp suit approaches, introducing himself as Director Joe. His eyes drift over to Soo-hyun, a slimy smile spreading across his face. He compliments her beauty, but Jungwon cuts him off, demanding to be shown to their room. A little taken aback by Jungwon's curtness, Director Jo quickly recovers, promising to escort them to the best VIP room. Inside the plush room, Jungwon makes himself at home while Soo-hyun crosses her arms, clearly on edge. He smirks at the director and orders the Columbia set, a name that makes the man's eyes widen in surprise. Soo-hyun immediately starts panicking about the cost, but Jungwon casually dismisses her concerns, saying he has plenty of money. She thought this was a simple shakedown, but he scoffs at the idea, explaining that a prosecutor's badge won't get them near the real kingpin. His cold, calculated logic leaves her completely silent. The real plan? Act like a rich fool spending 50 million won on liquor, the perfect bait to lure out the big fish. And sure enough, in a hidden control room, Director Jo is already reporting to a scarred, dangerous-looking executive. The man's eyes narrow as he watches the monitor. He tells his subordinate to bring him the man, but to leave the woman behind. Director Jo practically scurries back into the room, trying to get the attention of his supposed high roller. He starts fawning over Jungwon, talking up a connection to a big-shot businessman, but our guy just waves him off. With a lazy smirk, Jungwon questions why he'd be interested, telling the director that if his boss is so desperate, he can come himself. The director practically trips over himself to make the call, nervously relaying the arrogant demand. A moment later, the door to the room swings open with a decisive thud. The real boss steps inside, coolly observing that he would have been suspicious if Jungwon had accepted the offer so easily. He takes a seat opposite them, an absolute unit of a man in a white suit, and introduces himself as the owner, Baek Sung-tae. The business card he offers says it all. CEO of Gold Moon Capital. Bingo, Jungwon thinks. This is the big catch. With a confident grin, he accepts the card, ready to play his own hand in this high-stakes game. Baek Sung-tae scoffs at the sight of him, sneering about another prosecutor putting on a show for the media. His subordinate recognizes Jungwon, connecting him to that incident that was all over the news. The CEO towers over him, demanding they send the chief prosecutor if they want to negotiate, not some insolent rookie. He then pulls out his phone with a smug grin, showing off a photo he's had taken as a little piece of insurance. But in a flash, a hand moves faster than the eye can possibly track. The phone is suddenly in Jungwon's possession, a chilling smile spreading across his face as he admires the shot. Baek Sung-tae's bravado evaporates into pure rage, and he bellows for his phone back. But Jungwon is already moving, reminding him that even a prosecutor is still a customer. And with a brutal grip, he grabs the CEO by the face, commenting on his absolutely terrible service. Baek Sung-tae clutches his gut, finally realizing this is going to be a problem. Jungwon calmly asks what the issue is, wondering who told him it was smart to swing at a prosecutor. The CEO tries to bluster, claiming his media fame has made him arrogant and that he knows powerful people. But Jungwon is bored of that old song and dance, casually pouring a drink into an ice bucket. Suddenly, the cold sweat breaks out on Baek's face. He got this completely, utterly wrong. He tries to make a quiet exit, apologizing for the trouble, but a hand on his shoulder stops him cold. Jungwon leans in with a terrifyingly friendly smile, suggesting they have a little chat somewhere without cameras. The scene shifts to a private, isolated room, far from any prying eyes. Now, seated across from each other, the power dynamic has been completely reset. Jungwon formally introduces himself as the prosecutor reinvestigating the Club Coca case and demands answers. Baek Sung-tae scoffs, trying to regain his footing, demanding to know who this prosecutor really is. He sneers, thinking he's figured it out. Jungwon just closed the Jongjingo case, so he must be coming for them next. But Jungwon simply flashes his ID, offering a friendly tip, talk now, while he's still considered a citizen. The thug laughs in his face, recalling another prosecutor who tried to be a hero and ended up buried in the countryside. He gets right up to Jungwon, warning him that he'll regret this, telling him to come back with a warrant. Baek straightens his suit, dismissing him entirely, suggesting he go after the powerful people who clean up the messes. Thinking he's won, he walks away, grumbling about his bad luck and this waste of an evening. Back at the table, Soo-hyun calmly asks if they really came away with nothing. Jungwon turns, a faint smile on his lips, revealing he already had his next move planned, thanks to a call from investigator Kang. The real target, a 3-month-old missing persons case that smells a lot like murder, with Baek Sung-tae at the heart of it. He explains he's already met with the president of Gold Moon Capital, the very source of their funding. Soo-hyun remains skeptical, pointing out that everything they have is circumstantial at best. But Jungwon pivots, a new angle already in mind, asking her about a place called Shining Plastic Surgery. She recognizes the name instantly, a very famous clinic in Gangnam. She even knows a few people who went there. He continues, revealing the clinic is plagued by media reports of medical malpractice. Yet somehow, the director is never investigated, and any doctors who might talk are quietly dealt with. Soo-hyun points out the lack of official lawsuits, but Jung-won has an answer. They're filed elsewhere and then mysteriously cancelled. His eyes glint with cold certainty as he puts the pieces together. This isn't just a financial crime. He tells her it's highly likely to expand into a full-blown murder case. She's stunned, but recovers, arguing that without a witness or hard evidence, they can't prove a thing. But Jung-won simply states he has a plan, his eyes cold with conviction. It's a murder case involving ghost surgeries. And elsewhere, someone is already feeling the heat, a seed of doubt planted in their mind. Surely, he couldn't know, right? Inside an office, Chairman Choi Soo-man scolds his aide, telling the fool that attitude is exactly what gets people caught. The aide, ever the sycophant, completely misses the point, cheerfully suggesting they open even more businesses. The chairman explodes, ordering him to shut down all the clubs while the prosecutor is sniffing around. The very name Lee Jung-won sends a tremor of rage through him. He knows he has to keep that man at a distance. As night falls, the city's towers stand silent, unaware of the schemes unfolding within. Back at his home, Jung-won finds the key. A recurring cause of death in the malpractice cases, malignant hyperthermia. It's the perfect alibi. Any deaths from illegal proxy surgeries could be written off as a rare side effect of anesthesia. Just then, an email confirms it. A bug has been planted at the clinic, just as the prosecutor ordered. His trap is set. With the perfect excuse for murder now identified, Jung-won's eyes glint with cold focus. He just needs one more thing. Hard evidence that the clinic is performing an impossible number of surgeries. So he sets his plan in motion, posting a job for acting majors to pose as clients. It's time for the next step. 1 week later, at the prosecutor's office, the bait has been taken. His agents have flooded Shining Plastic Surgery with 127 new reservations, and the clinic greedily accepted every single one. Jung-won explains the logic to his team. A normal doctor can only do so many operations in a day, but the doctors at this hospital, as Soo-hyun realizes with a jolt, were scheduled for a minimum of 6. And the final nail in the coffin? Today at 2 p.m., 2 different patients are booked with the very same doctor. Soo-hyun can't believe it. How could he possibly know that? Jung-won smirks. It's simple, really. He hired all 127 of them. Section Chief Kang leans back, a grin spreading across his face. Now that's just amazing. Investigator Kang lays it out. If 2 patients are booked at once, one must be a proxy surgery. That's their legal opening. But Soo-hyun remains skeptical. It's all just circumstantial evidence. Without a warrant, they're stuck. Jung-won slides a paper forward, a silent promise that he's already thought of that. With a confident smirk, he tells everyone to just wait nearby and watch the show. And so, the scene shifts to Shining Plastic Surgery, right as all hell is about to break loose. Jung-won bursts through the doors, putting on an Oscar-worthy performance as a frantic husband screaming for his wife. The staff immediately move to restrain him, completely unprepared for the chaos he's manufacturing. He gets in their face, demanding to know why they'd operate on his Soyeon when her husband said no. Tearing himself free, he makes a mad dash further into the clinic, his shouts echoing through the halls. Hes finally caught and restrained, but it's too late. The disturbance has been made. And just as planned, the clinic's muscle shows up, telling him to knock it off. The leader steps forward, trying to de-escalate the situation and lure him into a consultation room. But Jung-won isn't having it. Doubling down on his act, he won't go anywhere until he sees his wife. To his surprise, the man simply agrees without a fight. Seeing the deep love between them, he offers to guide Jung-won personally. He's led down the hall, right to a door marked operating room. Without a moment's hesitation, Jung-won barges straight in, disrupting the entire procedure. The surgeon is furious, demanding to know how an outsider just walked into his sterile environment. But the leader calmly explains that the patient's husband is here and refuses to allow the surgery. With a cold, unreadable glance, he gives the final order, send the patient back. The surgeon reluctantly agrees, his eyes betraying his frustration. As Jung-won is escorted out, the thug leader seems to have second thoughts. He reaches out to stop him, a smug look on his face, thinking he's still in control. But in a flash of brilliant blue light, Jung-won snatches the man's wrist mid-air. His eyes lock onto the fake doctor, a cold realization dawning this man isn't on the hospital's official website. With a sickening crunch, Jung-won crushes the surgeon's hand, the man letting out a strangled cry of pain. The act is over. A chilling smile spreads across Jung-won's face as he gives his real orders. The thugs, seeing this, are furious, demanding to know just who the hell he thinks he is. Jung-won calmly holds up his badge prosecution service. He asks them what they're going to do about it. The leader and his goons can only stare in disbelief they've been played by the prosecution. With his hand still crushing the surgeons, Jungwon calmly explains their crime is no different from assault or murder. He declares everyone in the room under arrest as flagrant offenders, reading them their rights as the thugs stand defeated. Then he's on the phone, coolly ordering his chief to drag every last one of them to the prosecutor's office. Back at headquarters, however, the fallout from his unauthorized raid is already beginning. Prosecutor Lee Soo-yeon confronts him, demanding to know why he went after a hospital when she assigned him a club case. Before he can answer, the chief prosecutor storms in, his face a mask of fury as he asks what they were doing. Soo-yeon calmly explains they caught them in the act, and, suspecting police collusion, she planned an independent operation. But this excuse only makes the chief prosecutor angrier, his fist slamming down onto the desk. He's practically vibrating with rage, questioning if this is how Lee Jungwon always operates. The man is absolutely losing it, roaring about Jungwon's complete lack of regard for hierarchy and procedure. But Soo-yeon calmly explains that it was necessary, because this was already a tainted case. She argues that if they had followed procedure strictly, the connection between the hospital and the club would have remained hidden. The chief prosecutor isn't moved, accusing her of getting too comfortable just because he had a relationship with her father. She stands her ground, confidently stating that a sloppy job would get them all fired, but they have all the witnesses and evidence they need. He finally relents, ordering her to keep reporting her progress but to keep this whole mess quiet for now. With a respectful bow, Soo-yeon thanks him and takes her leave. As she walks out, the chief prosecutor watches her, a grudging thought crossing his mind like master, like student's daughter. She walks with unshakable confidence, the spitting image of her father's resolve. She arrives back at her own office, room 910, which she shares with Jungwon. But another storm is brewing inside, as Section Chief Kang is waiting with a face like thunder. The entire office is buzzing, the air thick with tension over the mess Jungwon has just started. Investigator Kang Yuna whispers to her chief that she's never seen anything quite like this before. But Section Chief Kang is absolutely fuming, silencing her before the entire hallway hears them gossiping. All eyes are on Jungwon, who sits calmly across from the man at the heart of the scandal, the hospital's director. The director scoffs, questioning the chaos caused by arresting his doctors and disrupting scheduled surgeries. Jungwon, completely unfazed, cuts him off. This isn't about schedules. It's about the criminals caught performing substitute surgeries. With a smug grin, the director feigns ignorance, demanding to see a shred of evidence for such an outrageous claim. Jungwon simply states they caught an unregistered doctor red-handed, so what more evidence could they possibly need? Flustered, the director pivots, accusing them of illegal entry, but Jungwon counters that a warrant is being issued as they speak. The director laughs, confident that warrant will never arrive, just as investigator Kang Yuna gets a very important phone call. But that call will have to wait, because back at the office, an investigator signals that the interrogation room is finally ready. Perfect. Jungwon rises, a cold confidence in his eyes, telling his team he'll see them when he gets back. The time for games is over. Inside the sterile room, the unregistered doctor sits across from him, already looking like a cornered animal. Without a word, Jungwon slides a phone across the desk, a silent challenge. He presses play on the single piece of evidence he needs, a recording of the doctor's own voice. The man's face contorts in pure shock. He can't deny the damning sound of his own words. Jungwon twists the knife, reminding him their raid was so sudden, there was no time to delete the operating room CCTV. He leans in, his voice low, offering one chance at leniency if the man tells them everything. Right now, defeated and exposed, the fake surgeon can only sit there, gritting his teeth in silence. The doctor stammers out a pathetic excuse, claiming he was just a part-time assistant in the operating room. But Jungwon immediately picks that apart. If the staff kept changing, it means this wasn't the first time. He leans back, explaining that they can already arrest him, but what he really wants is information beyond the obvious. Cornered, the man's resolve shatters, and he blurts out the name of a place. Club Coca. Jungwon calmly reveals a business card, confirming he knows the club is the one referring these substitute surgeons. He lays out their whole scheme, luring him in with promises of experience and backing from a major player like Cold Moon Capital. Then he leans in close, whispering details of the man's miserable life, making him wonder how anyone could know so much. Jungwon places his hand on the table, giving him a simple choice: confess as a first-timer or lie and face the consequences. With the seed planted, he dismisses the doctor, telling him to go get a meal before the arrest warrant drops. As he walks away, the broken man admits to himself it was his first time, all for a measly 20% of the surgery fee. And with that, the unregistered doctor finally breaks, promising to tell him everything. Jungwon steps out of the interrogation room, mission accomplished, only to find his path blocked. It's Woo Byamjin, the deputy chief prosecutor of the Seoul Central District, and he does not look pleased. He cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know if Jungwon's excessive methods have yielded any results. The deputy chief has heard about the hospital director being brought in without any charges, a serious overstep. He snarls that if this investigation fails, both Jungwon and his supervisor will be held responsible for this mockery. But even as the old man fumes, Jungwon just stares back, completely unbothered by the threats. A subtle, almost mocking smile plays on his lips as he wonders aloud if this is really important enough for the deputy chief to handle personally. Offended by his subordinate's nerve, the prosecutor lectures him that the law is about procedure, not just passion. He orders the director sent back immediately, and Jungwon, playing the part, calmly agrees to comply. Because while his boss was fuming, Jungwon already knew he had all the evidence he needed. Meanwhile, across the city, in another high-rise office, someone else's night is about to get much worse. A man frets by the window, his mind fixated on a rapidly approaching deadline for Chairman Wang's money. And thanks to the prosecution raiding the hospital, his entire operation is frozen, with no way to pay his debt. Just then, the sound of his office door swinging open snaps him out of his thoughts. Standing there is the very man he was just worrying about, the infamous Chairman Wang, flanked by his two monstrous bodyguards. The executive immediately snaps into a deep bow, his voice trembling as he asks what could possibly bring the chairman here personally. Without a word, the old man glides past him, moving to take a seat as if he owns the place. He settles onto the couch, fixing the man with a cold stare, and asks why he's still standing. The executive can only sweat, knowing that if he had the money, he would have been the one making the visit. Chairman Wang cuts right to the chase, mentioning he heard about the hospital being closed for an investigation. The executive panics internally. How could this old man know already? And stammers that it's nothing serious. He desperately tries to reassure him, promising to handle the hospital and his other businesses soon. But the chairman doesn't care about his other ventures. He only cares that this small blemish is interfering with his business. So, he asks who's in charge, and the executive reveals it's Lee Jungwon, a prosecutor who's been making waves in the media. Wang narrows his eyes. A rookie is still a problem, and he muses that it's best to cut the tail off before things get messy. The executive freezes, a cold sweat breaking out as he tries to process the horrifying implication of that phrase. But Wang waves it off as an old man's concern, deciding to trust him for now as he gets up to leave. Overflowing with relief, the executive bows deeply, promising to take the chairman's advice to heart and resolve the issue. At the door, Wang pauses, his back turned. Since they're talking about advice, he says he has one more piece to give. A sinister grin spreads across Chairman Wang's face. His final piece of advice is that the executive simply talks too much. Before the man can even react, he's gagged from behind. Wang has concluded there's no excuse to keep a failure alive. One of his colossal bodyguards cracks his knuckles, the sound echoing the executive's breaking hope. Hez effortlessly lifted and dragged away, his muffled struggles completely useless against the giant's grip. The other bodyguard retrieves the tool for the job, a sharp, heavy-looking axe. The executive's eyes widen in sheer terror, finally understanding the true meaning of cutting the tail off. With cold indifference, the bodyguard raises the weapon high above his head. A final, silent scream is trapped in the executive's gaze as the blade begins its descent, and with a sickening splatter, the loose end is tied up permanently. Elsewhere, a car pulls up to a building as someone is directed to the scene on the 5th floor. The 5th floor is a disaster zone, with forensics meticulously combing over a gruesome scene. At the center of it all stands the imposing Sergeant Seo Ki-cheol, already assessing the situation. He's soon joined by another team leader, Jung, who asks just how bad the scene really is. Seo admits that in his 20 years on the force, he's never seen anything this horrific. Team leader Jung can barely hide his excitement. A case this big means the homicide unit is involved. But Seo's mind is already piecing things together. Judging by the body, this was no lone offender. He follows the dark trail left behind, a silent testament to the brutal struggle that took place. Suddenly, a man in a sharp suit walks in, flashing a prosecutor's badge. Lee Jungwon has arrived. SEO is stunned. The investigation's barely started, but Jungwon explains the victim is tied to his case. With a grim warning from the sergeant, he reaches for the sheet, wondering if he was too late for Baek Sang-tae. But as the detective remarks on his strong stomach, Jungwon kneels, stating he sees things differently. Team leader Jung looks on, baffled, as the prosecutor calmly requests a pair of gloves. Pulling them on with practiced ease, he begins his lecture. This was not a murder born from a grudge. He gestures to the wound, explaining the skull was shattered by pure strength alone, the work of a professional. Jung has to concede the point. A crime of passion would have left the body in pieces. The detectives listen, stunned, as Jung-won explains that splitting a skull this cleanly is nearly impossible. He paints them a picture of the perpetrator. A massive man, a monster of pure strength. Team leader Jung crosses his arms, impressed. So, a planned crime, a specific physique, what else? Jung-won drops the bomb. The killer is most likely already trying to flee the country. He explains the killer was so bold because he planned a quick escape, and they can't let him get away. Jung-won agrees, immediately issuing his first command to Sergeant Seo Kicheol. Deploy all manpower to the Incheon ports, and stop every large man over 100 kilograms for questioning. Team leader Jung can only grumble about jurisdiction as the prosecution and homicide units take complete control. But with no time to argue, Seo Kicheol is already on the phone, barking orders to get every available officer moving. Jung-won knows they have to hurry. This is a race against the clock. He needs to unravel this entire conspiracy before Beck's gang gets wind of the investigation and vanishes without a trace. Elsewhere, in the quiet of a nearly empty parking lot, another piece of the puzzle is about to move. The hospital director dismisses a subordinate, praising him for a job well done. He settles into his driver's seat, smugly thinking about how smoothly the day went with no surgeries to attend to. But his relief is cut short as a powerful hand clamps over his mouth from the shadows behind him. A cold voice from the back seat gives him an ultimatum. If you want to live, you'll come quietly. The director's terrified question of where they're going is met with a simple, chilling answer. Club Coca's VIP room. He suddenly recognizes the voice of Prosecutor Lee Jung-won, but Jung-won cuts him off, stating that right now, he's off the clock. With the invitation delivered, the car speeds off into the night. Arriving at the club, Jung-won calmly informs someone on the phone that he's brought along the club's newest member. The interior is a chaotic mess of lights and sound, a perfect facade for what's happening behind closed doors. The hospital director, trying to claw back some control, smirks and calls this place an antlion's pit. He warns Jung-won that once they go in, neither of them gets to leave easily, a pathetic attempt at a threat. Jung-won isn't impressed, simply telling him to cut the nonsense and get moving. He shoves the door open, revealing the grotesque reality of the VIP room, bodies sprawled out, completely unconscious. And sitting there, a sinister smile on his face, is Chairman Wang, who says he's been waiting. The hospital director immediately panics, trying to assure the chairman he hasn't said a word. But with a simple gesture, Chairman Wang silences him. The director freezes, a choked gasp escaping his lips as he realizes how deep he's in. Jung-won cuts straight to the point, accusing Wang of ordering the murder of President Baek Sang-tae. The old man just scoffs, dismissing the question as if it doesn't matter who did it. Instead, he turns the tables with a business proposition, offering Jung-won a job. He tells him to let go of his petty justice and offers a salary 10 times what he makes as a prosecutor. But Jung-won simply smirks back, suggesting the chairman should turn himself in to make his life easier. At this, Chairman Wang erupts into laughter, absolutely delighted by the prosecutor's audacity. Jung-won knew it was pointless. Men like this don't respond to the law. Suddenly, the door to the room bursts open behind them. Chairman Wang's two monstrous bodyguards step through, blocking the exit. One of them raises a massive axe, not for the prosecutor, but for the terrified hospital director. Meanwhile, the old chairman calmly remarks on how much blood has been spilt lately. But just as the axe is about to fall, Jung-won's phone buzzes with a message. He glances down, unfazed by the weapon at his back, and reads that they've found the culprit. With a roar, the bodyguard swings the axe down in a devastating arc. It smashes into the stone floor with a deafening crack, but its target is gone. The giant looks around in utter confusion, sweating. Where did he go? Before the giant can even process what happened, Jung-won is on him, delivering a crushing blow to the side of his head. Both Chairman Wang and the hospital director watch in stunned silence. The sheer speed is incomprehensible. And just like that, one of the monolithic bodyguards is down, collapsing in a heap on the floor. Jung-won's cold gaze immediately shifts to the remaining twin. It's his turn. The second bodyguard lunges with a furious red energy slash, but Jung-won dodges with absolute ease. He can't believe it. This slippery rat is making a mockery of his power. Jung-won answers that frustration with a furious barrage of his own, a whirlwind of crimson attacks that overwhelm the giant. He pauses for a split second, completely unfazed, as if this is just a light warm-up. Gathering all his strength, the bodyguard lets out a roar, unleashing a massive, desperate swing of his own. But his attack hits nothing but an afterimage, as Jungwon has already vanished, leaving the giant utterly baffled. Before the bodyguard can even turn, Jungwon is there, slamming a brutal, energy-infused strike into his spine. The second twin goes flying, crashing into the floor beside his already defeated brother. With both of his prized guards now neutralized, Chairman Wang is left completely defenseless. Or so it seems. The old man's eyes narrow in calculation. This prosecutor is far more dangerous than he anticipated. Jungwon takes a casual step forward, asking if he's finally had a change of heart. He warns the chairman to watch his mouth, or his next stop won't be an interrogation room, but an ICU. With a confident smirk, Jungwon declares it's over. The evidence is overwhelming, and he's finished. But in that moment of arrogance, the chairman lunges, his cane revealing a hidden blade that flashes with crimson energy. The attack is too sudden, too unexpected, and it tears a bloody gash right across Jungwon's chest. A wicked grin spreads across Wang's face, mocking the boy's naivety. Did he truly think he'd survived this long without any fangs of his own? Chairman Wang lectures the stumbling prosecutor, mocking him that with enough money, the law is meaningless. Jungwon clutches his chest as dizziness sets in, his strength fading. He realizes with horror the blade was poisoned. The old man's grin is pure evil as he boasts about the potent toxin, capable of killing a normal man in under a minute. But instead of despair, a chilling smile spreads across Jungwon's face. He admits he made a crucial mistake in his calculations. He shouldn't have expected common sense from someone who would use any means necessary. He reaches for a nearby wine bottle. With a sharp crack, he shatters the bottle against his own head, startling the chairman. He agrees with the old man evidence is irrelevant, especially when no witnesses are left alive. In a flash, he slams the jagged remains of the bottle right into Wang's face. All the chairman can do is stare in wide-eyed, utter disbelief at the sudden turn of events. The alcohol clears Jungwon's mind just enough. His senses are still dull, but it's more than enough to end this. A dark, predatory smile spreads across Jungwon's face. Someone needs to be taught a lesson. The enraged chairman pulls out a sword, vowing to cut him down 50 times. But his threat is cut short by a brutal fist slamming into his ribs. He swings his blade wildly, screaming bloody murder. But Jungwon just mocks his empty words before landing another hit. The old man can't believe it. How is he still moving? The poison should have crippled him by now. Jungwon grabs him, explaining that falling to a pathetic old man like him was never an option. He effortlessly hoists the chairman into the air, preparing to end this little game. And with a devastating throw, he drives him headfirst into the hard floor. Wang's world turns upside down, his vision blurring from the sheer impact. He collapses in a broken heap, utterly defeated and neutralized. Chairman Wang lies twisted on the ground, a silent testament to his utter defeat. Jungwon takes a moment to compose himself, the poison and his wound clearly taking their toll. He then turns to another man cowering in the corner, asking if he's finally ready to talk. The terrified informant starts spilling everything, identifying the old man and his giants as the main drug smugglers from China. He then points out another unconscious man, Andy Rogers, an infamous American money launderer. Jungwon smirks, telling the informant he'd better be just as cooperative when the prosecution gets a hold of him. Suddenly, the doors to the room burst wide open. A team from the Seoul Metropolitan Police storms in, lead detective flashing his badge and announcing their arrival. They immediately get to work, arresting everyone lying unconscious and securing all the drugs and weapons. The detective rushes to Jungwon's side, concerned about his wound, but our hero simply asks if Chief Seo sent them. The detective confirms Chief Seo sent them, and Jungwon immediately starts giving his orders. Arrest everyone caught in the act, and don't forget to pick up the corrupt hospital director. With the police left to clean up his mess, Jungwon slips away and hails a lone taxi. He collapses into the back seat, his voice weak, as he gives the driver his destination, Soon University Hospital. But when the driver glances in the rearview mirror, his eyes go wide with sheer panic. He's just realized his passenger is bleeding out from a massive, gruesome wound across his chest. Jungwon presses a hand to his torso, the adrenaline finally wearing off as the pain sets in. Through a strained smile, he admits he doesn't have much time and urges the driver to hurry. The taxi speeds through the night, racing towards the brightly lit university hospital. At that very moment, a doctor inside leans against a wall, wondering why she can't stop thinking about a certain handsome man. He looked dangerous, she thinks, but quickly tells herself to snap out of it. She doesn't even know the man. Her daydream is shattered when she turns around, alerted by a sudden presence. It's him, the prosecutor, stumbling down the hall and clutching a grievous wound on his chest. She rushes over in disbelief, asking how he could have possibly gotten hurt like this. But Jungwon grabs her, his voice a strained growl as he demands to be taken to a treatment room immediately. They burst into the nearest available room. He rips his shirt open, revealing the mangled flesh, and calmly asks her to prepare some supplies. She demands an explanation, but he nonchalantly claims he was just scratched by a broken bottle. "Are you kidding me?" She scoffs, pointing out that she's a doctor and knows a weapon wound when she sees one. But he cuts her off, revealing he knows her name, her position, and her supervisor, and that's exactly why he came. He drops a name that stops her cold. Director Lee Do-soo is a friend of his. She's immediately skeptical. The age gap is massive, just who is this man, really? While patching him up, she asks why he didn't just handle this himself. Because, he reveals, his face turning pale and slick with sweat, he's been poisoned. He leans in close, his voice a low command, "Get the director, and tell no one else." She hesitates, her mind racing. The director is in the middle of a major surgery, but then she spots him. Throwing caution to the wind, she sprints down the hall, calling out to the surgeon as he leaves the OR. She nervously explains that a patient is asking for him, one who claims to be a friend. The director barely blinks, removing his mask and simply telling her to lead the way. Meanwhile, back in the room, Jung-won lies stitched up, having succumbed to unconsciousness. Director Lee Do-soo arrives, his eyes immediately recognizing the man on the bed as Lee Jung-won. The young doctor quickly briefs him. A stab wound, self-treated. But the real issue is the poison he mentioned just before passing out. The director tests her, asking if she knows the patient. She quickly lies, claiming he's just the son of a friend of her father's. He sees right through it, but plays along, telling her that he'll take it from here and she can go. As she turns to leave, he gives her a cover story. If anyone asks, just say the patient is his friend. With a quiet nod, she bows and exits, leaving the director alone in the treatment room with the unconscious agent. He stares down at Jung-won, thinking to himself that he never imagined he'd see the infamous Khaled in such a vulnerable state. Without wasting a moment, he pulls out his phone and makes a call to a certain reporter, Kim. He gets straight to the point. Jung-won is in front of him, stabbed and poisoned. He needs to know what the hell is going on. The director calmly tells the frantic reporter to keep a lid on it, confirming this is an off-the-books situation. Sometime later, reporter Kim Song-gi sits vigil by Jung-won's hospital bed. Though Jung-won pretends to be asleep, the reporter knows better, dryly noting that the great Khaled has been brought low. He delivers an update. Professor Lee is fine, and Jung-won himself is stable enough to walk with an escort. Kim also shares the satisfying results of Jung-won's handiwork. Chairman Wang will be in a wheelchair for life, and his bodyguards are permanently crippled. But enough chit-chat. He leans in close, a hungry look in his eyes, demanding to know what leverage Jung-won has now that the hospital director is singing. Jung-won gestures to his phone, revealing he has video footage of the entire club incident, filmed from a covert angle. He hands it over, admitting it's not solid evidence for a trial, which makes Kim realize the true plan is to leak it to the press. The reporter cackles as he grabs the phone, and Jung-won coolly advises him to just claim he's protecting his informant. Kim's excitement sobers into caution, realizing this move will enrage the higher-ups and put Jung-won in their direct line of fire. He can't help but wonder aloud, why does Jung-won always feel the need to take such insane risks for his investigations? A knock on the door has Jung-won's guard asking who's there, only to hear there from the prosecutor's office. A man with cold, calculating eyes flashes an ID, and the guard mistakenly assumes he's looking for Prosecutor Lee Jung-won. But the visitor corrects him, he's Prosecutor Hyo Jin-sung, and head like a word, completely surprising the guard. Without waiting for an invitation, Hyo Jin-sung and his imposing partner step right into the hospital room. They find Jung-won in bed, and the prosecutor gets straight to business, asking how he is. Jung-won insists he's fine. Hyo Jin-sung explains he's here on orders from the top brass to bring him in, especially since the nurse already cleared him for discharge. His tone is final, as he tells Jung-won to pack his things and come with them. This isn't a request, and just like that, Jung-won is pulled from his recovery and brought directly before his superiors, where Woo Byung-jin feels a brief pang of regret, wondering if they should have let him rest. His colleague, the prodigy prosecutor Lee Soo-hyun, can only stare, completely shocked by the state he's in. But Jung-won stands before them, bleeding through his suit, his expression dead serious. Hyo Jin-sung scoffs, asking if he even bothered to get treated, wondering what on earth he's been doing. He cuts to the chase, demanding to know why Jung-won was at a club with the hospital director. Jung-won explains calmly that he needed to confirm something regarding the substitute surgeries. He had secured testimony linking the director to the club, so the man had no choice but to follow. Hyo absolutely explodes, shouting that his story makes no sense whatsoever. But Jung-won coolly states the director will turn himself in, which only infuriates Hyo more. He then reveals his logic. He suspected police corruption after reviewing his predecessor's failed cases. Hyo slams his hand on the desk, reminding him that those rules and procedures give them their authority. He roars, accusing Jungwon of ignoring protocol and threatening to make the entire prosecution look like a joke. Unfazed by the shouting, Jungwon lays out his core belief: prosecutors exist to catch criminals and keep people safe. He states it with absolute certainty. For him, it's just that simple. Director Jo leans in, intrigued, posing a philosophical test. Can a law that harms the innocent be considered evil? Jungwon's answer is swift and unwavering. No. He explains to the room that there's no such thing as an evil law to begin with. The prodigy prosecutor, Lee Soo-hyun, seems to agree, musing that a law only becomes evil when wielded by evil people. Director Jo's expression hardens, echoing the sentiment that their job is to prevent that from ever happening. A flicker of understanding passes over Jungwon's face, a shared ideal to punish sinners and protect the innocent. But Heo Jin-seong breaks the moment, scoffing that Jungwon has clearly been abroad for too long. Annoyed, he waves him off, tired of the pretense and telling him he understands his thinking, so he can leave. As they walk away from the meeting, Lee Soo-hyun thanks Jungwon for drawing all the fire. She gives him a slight smirk, admitting his methods were intense but ultimately correct. He apologizes for getting her scolded, but clarifies he wasn't trying to make a scene just for show. She assures him that as his supervising prosecutor, she'd have stopped him if she truly disagreed. In fact, this whole incident has only made her trust him more, especially with such undeniable results. Head thought she might be fragile, but he's realizing now just how solid she really is. Then, something dawns on her, and she asks if he remembers the American they arrested at the club. Jungwon recalls him immediately, Andy Rogers, the money man, and asks if there's a problem detaining him. She explains the charges are unclear, but Jungwon is confused the guy was passed out from drugs. But Soo-hyun delivers the bad news. Rogers is claiming he just drank too much, and his drug test came back negative. Jungwon immediately suspects a cover-up, realizing someone powerful must have manipulated the drug test. Soo-hyun is one step ahead, revealing she already looked into it and found a suspicious connection. Chief Prosecutor Yoon, a man she deeply respects, apparently spoke with Andy Rogers before the results came out. Jungwon's eyes narrow for such a high-level link to be exposed so easily feels less like a lead and more like a trap. Still, it's a thread they have to pull. Just then, Soo-hyun's phone buzzes with a message from Detective Seo Gicheol, who has something for them downstairs. They head outside to meet the man from the Metropolitan Investigation Unit. Gicheol greets them with a booming voice, cheekily introducing Soo-hyun as the prosecutor in charge of his valuable colleague. He then presents an item they confiscated during an arrest at the port, a small bag containing an ornate key. A jolt of recognition hits Jungwon as he stares at it. He's definitely seen something like this before. Gicheol stares in disbelief, demanding to know how Jungwon could possibly recognize it. But Jungwon simply asks to borrow the key, which the detective gladly hands over. The man grins, admitting that while most prosecutors make him uneasy, Jungwon's methods get results. With their new lead secured, the two walk off into the night, Jungwon's phone suddenly buzzing. Soo-hyun peeks at the screen, her eyes widening. The caller is none other than Chief Prosecutor Yoon Myung-woo. Jungwon answers, and the voice on the other end gives him a strange and urgent command. Has been summoned to the Chief Prosecutor's personal apartment for dinner, and he has 1 hour to get there. Soo-hyun is completely baffled. A private dinner invitation out of the blue? Something feels off. They arrive at the high-end apartment building, Soo-hyun remarking that it's a good thing he changed his clothes. Inside, a cup of coffee sits on the table as the chief prosecutor's voice finally asks the million-dollar question. Jungwon cuts right through the pleasantries, asking if this is a disciplinary transfer or a forced resignation. He already knows the chief prosecutor doesn't have the authority to fire him, so it must be a transfer. The chief just smirks, finding Jungwon's movie-like directness amusing, though he admits reality is far more outrageous these days. But Jungwon's mind is racing. He knows the chief never thought he fit in with the prosecution. So what's the real game here? Yoon Myung-woo admits it's true, but clarifies, Jungwon never fit the current state of the prosecution. He then reveals that he already knows exactly who Prosecutor Lee Jungwon is, and this meeting is no coincidence. The chief takes him back in time, reminding him he was valedictorian, and asks if he remembers the director of the training institute. Jungwon recalls him as Soo-hyun's father, and Yoon Myung-woo adds that the man was also his own mentor. He reminisces about how that mentor, a man who never praised his students, once spoke endlessly about a certain prodigy 10 years ago. And that prodigy, he reveals with a knowing look, was none other than Lee Jungwon. Jungwon quietly processes the chief's words, He remembers that answer from a decade ago. The chief explains that for years, he's asked junior prosecutors the same thing, but only Jungwon's answer has remained unchanged. He's never seen a prosecutor investigate like this, questioning why Jungwon chose this path at all. He tells him to be honest to get what he wants, then flips the script, asking if Jungwon knows what he is after. With a piercing look, he lays his own ambition bare: independent investigation authority. Jungwon's mind races. How does he know? Did Soohyun tell him? Or was it team leader Seo? But the chief cuts straight to the heart of it, stating with cold certainty that this is all for revenge for his mother. He watches Jungwon's composure shatter, questioning if using the law for a personal vendetta is truly a noble cause. Clenching his fists, Jungwon retorts that this isn't mere vengeance. It's about revealing the truth to clear his mother's injustice. The chief leans back, twisting his words with a smirk, saying he wants to strip them of everything under the guise of justice, and his mother would be so pleased. Having been thoroughly dissected, Jungwon decides it's his turn to ask a question, and the chief smugly agrees. He cuts right to it, asking about a man named Andy Rogers, a key figure in the Club Coca case. The chief calmly admits he knows him, prompting Jungwon to demand why a man like that was simply let go. His answer is infuriatingly simple. Andy wasn't on drugs, so he was released. Jungwon pushes back, reminding him there was a victim at the scene who had clearly been drugged and assaulted. He argues that even if Andy wasn't using, he was still in that VIP room, watching the crimes unfold. Worse, he was the club's financial backer, which in Jungwon's book is the same as being a participant. The chief just sips his coffee, asking if all Jungwon knows is that Andy is the club's owner. With a condescending smirk, he tells the young prosecutor that he doesn't even know half the story. He then begins to explain that Andy Rogers bought the club just 6 months ago, fully aware of its secret VIP group and drug operations. The chief explains the old guard. The ringleader was President Oh Juzok, working with the Chinese broker, Chairman Wang. He smugly notes that thanks to Jungwon's efforts, one is under investigation and the other is paralyzed. Impatient with Jungwon's assumptions, the chief tells him to listen, revealing there was a problem after Andy acquired the club. The VIP section was so exclusive that even as the new owner, Andy couldn't just waltz in whenever he wanted. He had to forge a partnership with the Shining Hospital director just to get access to that inner circle. Jungwon scoffs, guessing it was a simple money-making scheme to avoid legal trouble, a conclusion the chief admits is obvious. But then he drops a hint. Another prosecutor got buried for touching this case, yet Andy's real identity never surfaced, sparking a sudden suspicion in Jungwon. Was he an informant? The chief just grins slyly, dismissing the idea and stating Andy's purpose was something else entirely. His true mission, he finally reveals, was to root out industrial spies who were stealing corporate secrets for foreign powers. These spies had wormed their way into Korean companies and the black market, so Andy decided to start with the easy targets first. The chief explains that men like Andy are relentless, willing to wait years and even appear complicit in crime to reach their goal. The final piece clicks into place for Jungwon as the chief drops the bomb. Andy Rogers is with the CIA. He elaborates that while black agents weren't needed before, foreign spies are now flooding the Korean market for intel. So the prosecution is working with the CIA? Jungwon asks, but the chief corrects him. He personally joined hands with Andy. Jungwon scoffs that this would have been solved without him, but the chief reveals Andy would have let victims pile up to get his man. But thanks to Jungwon, the CIA's independent operation is now under his control, a development he found quite thrilling. The CIA had been acting with impunity, and with so many powerful players involved, he couldn't move without exposing himself. And that's when Jungwon appeared. A perfect, chaotic wildcard, right in front of both him and Andy Rogers. Cutting to the chase, Jungwon asks what they want, and the chief simply states they need his cooperation. A thought crosses Jungwon's mind since he has investigative authority over Club Coca. It's only natural he'd be involved. The chief sets his coffee down, deciding to be perfectly honest about his intentions. He needs a new kind of prosecutor, one with the guts to fight the system itself. He can't stand depending on foreign agencies, and asks Jungwon if he's the man to change things. Jungwon counters with his own price. Give him the power to choose his cases, and he'll elevate the chief higher than ever. A knowing smirk crosses the chief's face. He sees the real goal. This is about his mother's case, isn't it? Jungwon's gaze is unwavering. That's exactly right. The chief's eyes narrow, intrigued by the bold promise of being elevated higher. He leans back, a grin spreading across his face. Jungwon certainly has confidence. He's an interesting guy. With the terms laid out, the chief finally agrees to consider the proposition. Later, Jungwon stands alone in the night, the weight of his dangerous new alliance settling in. But his solitude is broken by a voice calling his full name, Prosecutor Lee Jung-won. He turns to face a hooded man, a name coming to mind, Andy Rogers. The man grins, confirming he did some digging and found that Jung-won's past is suspiciously empty. He gets right in Jung-won's face, explaining there are only two possibilities for a man with no records. Either he's a master criminal who's never been caught, or he's a professional soldier, a mercenary. Without warning, he throws a punch, demanding to know which one it is. But Jung-won dodges with impossible ease, the fist sailing right over his head. His eyes are completely unfazed, his composure utterly perfect. Andy stops dead in his tracks, impressed. He realizes Jung-won could have ended this instantly but chose not to. Pulling back his hood, Andy presses a gun to Jung-won's head, revealing he knew all along that Jung-won's own weapon was just a fake. Andy lowers his gun with a cocky grin, claiming he was just playing around, even though he ended up at the police station because of this whole mess. But Jung-won is already walking away, telling Andy that he has nothing to discuss. Andy rushes forward and grabs his shoulder, demanding to know his affiliation, insisting his skills are no joke. Jung-won glances back, coldly stating that he's heard they need his help but he refuses. Furious, Andy grabs his wrist, yelling that Jung-won interfered with a year-long investigation. Jung-won effortlessly frees himself, pointing out that Chairman Wang was caught in the act. So what's the issue? Andy threatens to go to the media, but Jung-won just gives him a dark, knowing smile and tells him to go right ahead. Then, the tables completely turn as Jung-won presents a card, an official invitation to the prosecutor's office. He mocks the supposed CIA agent, advising him to cooperate quietly unless he wants this to get messy. Andy is left completely stunned, holding the card as Jung-won turns his back, the power dynamic utterly reversed. With a smug wave, Jung-won asks if Andy really plans to catch him again now that he knows who he is. Andy can only watch him go, fuming at the crazy bastard and dreading the report he'll have to file. But then, Jung-won stops in his tracks, deciding it's time to lay all the cards on the table. He turns and listens as Andy explains his top-secret mission, chasing industrial spies who stole core tech. Andy admits he hated watching people get hurt, but for him, the operation always came first. Jung-won counters that for the prosecution, protecting citizens is the priority, though he accepts their roles differ. He presses the point, stating that this is a matter of national security for Korea. They need to find who's backing the gang. A deal is struck. The investigation will be led by the prosecutor's office, but they will share intel with the CIA. Just as Andy thinks they're done, Jung-won says there's one more thing, much to the agent's irritation. He brings up his past, questioning the 7 missing years in his file and just how far Andy's authority truly extends. Andy explains that it wasn't a lack of authority, but that Jung-won's files were intentionally hidden deep within CIA archives. Jung-won coolly suggests they simply share information within the scope of what Andy can access, an idea the agent finds insane. He calls it an act of betrayal, flatly refusing, but Jung-won calmly lays out the consequences of non-cooperation. With his mission on the line, Andy caves, sighing in defeat and asking for at least some clue about the man he's now partnered with. Jung-won offers a single, cryptic clue to his past. PMC, Private Military Company. The agent's mind reels a prosecutor with a PMC background. He knows about those circles, and this is completely unexpected. With an unexpected ally secured, Jung-won feels a surge of confidence, knowing he now has an intelligence source outside the corrupt police. A smirk crosses Andy's face. This prosecutor is far more interesting than he thought, and he vows to dig up every last secret. As night falls over the city, the deal is sealed, and Jung-won, putting on his gloves, prepares for the next phase of his plan. His focus sharpens as he recalls a key piece of evidence, a single, ornate key, confiscated by Chief Seo from a suspect at the port. As he visualizes it, the intricate pattern sparks a flicker of recognition. He holds the key in his hand now, the cold metal feeling strangely familiar. And then, the connection is made a sudden, dawning realization. His next stop isn't a crime scene, but a solemn memorial hall. He stands before a wall of glass cases, each one holding the memory of a life lost. Looking at the plaque, he quietly apologizes to his mother for not visiting sooner. A surge of cold fury builds within him as he clenches his fist, promising to atone for everything. His raw, uncontrolled emotion erupts, shattering the glass in front of him. Ignoring the broken glass, he reaches into the display and retrieves his mother's urn. His suspicion grows. If his theory is right, this box holds more than just ashes. The ornate key he found earlier glides toward the lock, a perfect match. With a soft click, the mechanism turns, confirming his deepest fears. Just as he thought this key was his mother's keepsake all along, he sinks to his knees, overwhelmed by the memory of fleeing instead of attending her funeral. But then, a cold, sharp thought cuts through the grief. If this is true, what about Chief Seo's suspect? No, it's impossible. He knows the description, and that man could never have been the one. His mind flashes back to that day, the screech of tires and the brutal impact of a truck. He remembers holding his mother, her life fading away in his arms right after the crash. During the accident, in the chaos and the blood, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the perpetrator's back as they fled. And the man in his memory was definitely not the large figure he'd been told to look for. Back in the present, something else inside the keepsake box catches his eye. He pulls out a folded paper, something he never knew his mother had. It's a stock deposit certificate, old but perfectly preserved. The paper details an ownership of 50,000 shares in a company called Putao Group. He pulls out his phone, quickly learning that Putao is now a massive IT corporation. And after years of stock splits, that initial amount has ballooned into a fortune, enough to make him a major shareholder. A cold thought hits him. Was this what they were after? It's a powerful motive, yet something still feels wrong. He places the documents back, his mind already connecting the dots. The man with the key was Chairman Wang's subordinate. With a final, determined glance at his mother's memorial, he makes a silent vow to return once this is all over. His next stop is the prosecutor's office, the building looming against the night sky. Inside, Prosecutor Lee Soo-hyun is still at her desk, surprised to see him working so late. She voices her concern, telling him he's in no state to be running around and should rest for at least a day. But Young-won just gives a wry smile, saying he can't stand the thought of a criminal resting comfortably while he's taking it easy. She lets out a soft sigh, a small smile on her face. It's just like him, never stopping for a moment. Her curiosity piqued. She asks why the chief prosecutor suddenly called for him, noting it's highly unusual. Jung-won coolly reveals that he requested full authority to lead the investigation, and the chief is actually considering it. Her eyes widen in sudden alarm. Could it be that the chief already suspects them of something? Jung-won flashes a confident smile, assuring her they can set aside their suspicions for now. Soo-yeon agrees to wait, offering to prepare backup and bring in the suspect they caught fleeing the country. And just like that, we're outside the interrogation room. Inside, their man, a brute with wild, two-toned hair, is casually enjoying a meal. The door slides open, and Jung-won enters with an almost friendly greeting. He takes a seat, telling the man to eat up, casually calling his escape attempt a pointless effort. Then, with a knowing look, he gets right to the point. Where did you get that key? The man freezes mid-bite, the question clearly striking a nerve, as Jung-won silently vows to make him talk. Sliding a small white object across the table, Jung-won asks if this is what he was looking for. But the suspect just stares at it, his aggressive posture replaced by pure confusion. It's not just any object, it's a stock deposit certificate, and the suspect demands to know how he has it. With a smug shrug, Jung-won reveals the certificate was his all along, prompting the thug to ask who he is. He leans in with a sharp grin, introducing himself as Prosecutor Lee Jung-won. But the name draws a blank, and Jung-won realizes this guy is just a nobody, a complete small fry. He begins to lay out the whole story, explaining that the man's boss clearly didn't know the certificate's true owner was still alive. So he sent this thug, alongside Chairman Wang, to find the certificate and cover up a murder in the process. The suspect's face contorts in pure shock. How could this man possibly know every single detail of the plan? Jung-won's friendly facade drops as he looms over him. Has had his meal, and now it's time to talk. He leans in close, his voice low and threatening, warning that if he stays silent, Chairman Wang is in danger. The thug scoffs, asking if Jung-won took care of the chairman too, only for our prosecutor to calmly confirm he did. With a predatory grin, Jung-won finally asks the big question. Who gave the Putao Group their orders? The thug tries to play tough, claiming he knows nothing, but Jung-won pulls out the certificate and a lighter. He flicks the lighter open, mockingly praising the man's loyalty, but wonders if his bosses would feel the same. The suspect's eyes go wide in disbelief. He can't fathom anyone burning a document worth a lifetime of wealth. Jung-won simply holds the flame to the edge of the paper, daring the man to keep calling his bluff. All bravado evaporates, replaced by pure panic as the thug realizes this isn't a threat. Our prosecutor calmly explains that the certificate was his to begin with, and he has no use for it now. The man completely loses it, screaming at this madman to stop, ranting about the fortune about to go up in smoke. But Jung-won just gives him a cold, placid smile, telling him he has no intention of stopping. And with a faint crackle, the corner of the paper catches fire, sealing the man's fate. The flame catches, the sound of burning millions filling the silent room. Finally, the suspect breaks, screaming out a name in desperation. Shin Taeyang! Jung-won pauses, his goal achieved. The man confirms that Shin Taeyang is the Putao group's liaison. With the leverage he needs, Jungwon lays out his one condition: turn over Chairman Wang. But the thug just sneers, explaining that they don't fear the law, they fear the power that exists above it. Jungwon turns to leave, a cold promise in his voice that they'll see who the law truly protects. He exits the interrogation room, his mind already piecing together the next move. Back in the office, he hands the precious certificate to Lee Soo-hyun, explaining this is what the man was after. He reveals its shocking location, hidden away at the columbarium where his own mother rests. Soo-hyun's eyes widen with a chilling realization: if this is true, then his late mother is deeply connected to this case. Soo-hyun finds it unbelievable, questioning the astronomical odds of this case landing on his desk. But Jungwon's mind is already working. This can't be a coincidence. Anyone who knew should have blocked his involvement. He asks who assigned it, and she confirms it was the chief, who claimed the order came from the top. Jungwon, however, sees a different game being played. He believes it's the exact opposite. He posits that the chief didn't receive the order, but actively proposed it to his superiors. His reasoning is simple. The chief must know this case is connected to his future plans, so this is a test of his resolve and ability. And elsewhere, the enemy is already regrouping. Shin Taeyang, the liaison, sits quietly at a bar, nursing a martini after his tense encounter. A massive, blonde-haired executive slides in beside him, immediately asking how the meeting went. The thug leader reports back, still shaken, admitting the prosecutor was insane. He didn't even blink at gunpoint. The executive smirks, remarking how the prosecutor not only rejected the CIA, but now threatens to arrest him. Shin Taeyang admits that, while they're supposed to be cooperating, this new prosecutor is making things complicated. He remarks that dealing with this guy requires some serious nerve, especially given the speed he's working at. The blonde man is shocked to hear the Club Coca case was wrapped up in a mere 10 days, assuming it was a shoddy investigation. But Taeyang clarifies, Jungwon didn't just close it, he solved everything. All because one of Chairman Wang's men agreed to testify. His boss scoffs at how easily Wang's subordinates folded, but Taeyang adds that Jungwon has likely already pieced together his own connection to the case. The executive narrows his eyes, questioning why this crucial intel is only being shared now. Taeyang explains he's always had to handle things himself, but now that someone more capable has appeared, his role is to support them. His boss is still skeptical, pressing on whether this prosecutor is truly someone they can trust. Taeyang is certain. Jungwon is ruthlessly logical, and what's more, he's just uncovered some new, vital information. The vital new information? The real puppet master behind this whole affair is the Putao group. The blonde executive's eyes narrow. Putao, that name raises the stakes considerably. Taeyang explains they were backing Chairman Wang, and that their liaison is a man named Shin Taeyang. With that bomb dropped, he casually asks his boss for the intel he'd requested, getting a frustrated sigh in return. The executive reveals what little he found. During his missing years, Jungwon was in the French Foreign Legion, a perfect place to disappear, but his trail vanishes after that, though his skills prove he's been active far more recently. Taeyang presses, asking if he has any connections in the PMC world that could fill in the blanks. His boss admits there were rumors among mercenaries about a legendary Asian operative named Khalud. The name means immortal in Arabic, a moniker Taeyang can't help but find a little embarrassing. But his boss isn't joking, warning him that if he knew what Khalud had done, he wouldn't be smiling. The executive continues, explaining that in the mercenary world, Khalud was a true legend, but the rumors say he's already dead. He supposedly died rescuing Navy SEALs, but the boss finds that hard to believe. You don't get a name like Immortal for nothing. Meanwhile, at the Daesung Group headquarters, another team is hard at work trying to unravel Jungwon's past. Their leader clenches his fists in frustration, furious that their only lead is that Jungwon took the French Foreign Legion entrance test. His aide reports their failure. They received a firm refusal, stating that personal information is absolutely classified. Worse, the rejection came with a thinly veiled, unofficial warning to back off. They were told to immediately stop investigating trainee, number 84, who they now know as Prosecutor Lee Jungwon. The leader can't believe it. Why all this fuss over a trainee? His aide reasons it must be because Jungwon actually passed the test, but that just raises more questions. Protecting a discharged member so fiercely is unheard of, hinting at something much deeper. So the conclusion is, they know he got special training, but not why. The leader then asks if their informant has dug up anything else. The aide informs his boss that Deputy Chief Wu is handling a significant case that will take time. It's a case so difficult, he explains, that even the Central District's ace prosecutor failed to solve it. But their conversation is cut short when an assistant bursts in, shouting that Lee Jungwon is live on TV. The man in the vest snatches the remote, his eyes fixed on the screen. And there he is, Prosecutor Lee Jung-won, formally announcing the reopening of the Club Coca case. A snarl forms on the executive's face, his eyes burning with fury at the mention of that name. On screen, Jung-won calmly lists the arrests made, including Chairman Wang Wei for drugs and assault. He continues, naming Director Zhou of Shining Plastic Surgery and 15 staff members as accomplices. Then comes the final blow. He declares an internal investigation into the original police and prosecutors who buried the case. The press gallery erupts, stunned into a frenzy by the declaration of war. The executive stares at the screen, seething with disbelief at Jung-won's audacity. Jung-won then names the special investigation team, led by none other than Chief Prosecutor Yoon Myung-woo. With a final thank you, he ends the press conference, promising details only after the case is closed. Elsewhere, a powerful fist slams down onto a desk, the wood groaning under the pressure. The rage belongs to Woo Byung-jin, who can't believe his own subordinate is leading this investigation without his say-so. His hand grips the armrest, veins bulging with unrestrained fury. He finally snaps, hurling the remote control across his office in a fit of rage. And right on cue, Chief Prosecutor Yoon Myung-woo walks in, only to be met by his superior's burning glare. Woo Byung-jin explodes, accusing him of getting arrogant, but Yoon calmly replies that he simply reported to the district prosecutor. That was the wrong answer. Woo Byung-jin lunges forward, grabbing him by the collar, roaring about being skipped over. But Yoon Myung-woo remains utterly unfazed, questioning his superior's rage. He calmly pries Woo's hand off his collar, asking why he's so upset when they just took out the trash. Woo Byung-jin, however, is consumed by politics, admitting that while the punk Jung-won has guts, one troublemaker is all it takes to bring their entire house of cards crashing down. He points to Jung-won on the screen, ordering Yoon to get rid of him, a direct order from the Supreme Office. But Yoon pushes back, asking if they should just push all the heat upstairs. No, he says, they must do their duty. He reminds his boss that this rookie prosecutor is willing to risk his life to see the case through. With a deep bow, he pleads with Woo Byung-jin to come to his senses. That's the last straw. Woo explodes, furious that Yoon would shield some punk when his own promotion is on the line. But Yoon's mind is made up. He got this far with clean hands, but for his junior, he's ready to stain them red. Woo Byung-jin can't believe it, demanding to know why Yoon would go this far for a mere rookie. But Yoon's resolve is unshakable. He has no hidden agenda, has simply backing a man walking the true path of a prosecutor. With that, he turns and leaves a fuming Woo Byung-jin to stew in his own office. But the political snake isn't done yet, pulling out his phone to make a call. He reports to a higher-up, sarcastically complimenting the impressive subordinate that Yoon has raised. The voice on the other end warns him, asking if he's really fine with this, knowing full well that Woo is far too on edge to sleep easy. Meanwhile, back in his own office, Deputy Chief Prosecutor Yoon waits. A firm knock comes at his door, and he calmly invites the person in. In walks the man of the hour himself, Lee Jung-won, the so-called hero of this entire mess. He immediately gets to the point, questioning why Yoon made him make the announcement when it should have been the deputy chief's burden to bear. Yoon leans back with a smug grin, claiming at his age, being on TV just bothers his family, so he'll happily stay hidden while Jung-won leads. Jung-won is not impressed, sarcastically thanking him for being so good at saying things he doesn't mean. Shifting gears, the deputy chief explains this is just the start. He's sending prosecutor Soo-hyun to handle the case, but the real problem is the Jeongwon. The Jeongwon, the shadowy system of favoritism for former high-ranking officials who become defense lawyers. Yoon lays out the problem. The defense will undoubtedly hire one of these former chiefs, and dealing with their old seniors is a nightmare. Jung-won knows exactly what that means, even with perfect evidence. The verdict is a whole other story. So he'll just make sure no Jung-won lawyer takes the case at all. Amused, his boss asks how he plans to do that, only for Jung-won to reveal with a confident smirk that his plan is already in motion. The deputy chief admits he only asks because he knows Jung-won isn't one to bluff. Now he wants to hear the details of this audacious plan. Jung-won explains there's one thing those lawyers value even more than money: a flawless record. The very source of their power and prestige. He lays it out. For these prestigious lawyers, a record is just about winning, no matter how dirty the case. The deputy chief listens, impressed, as Jung-won declares his goal, to create a hollow victory for them. Because even if they win this trial, he's got Chairman Wang's aide ready to testify, ensuring this case is far from over. He paints the perfect picture of deterrence. A company spends a fortune on a lawyer, only to get re-indicted on similar charges days later. And to make that threat credible, he's going to leak some of Chairman Wang's other filth directly to the media. With a click of the remote, the plan is already in motion, as a news anchor questions the true extent of the scandal. His boss erupts in a fit of booming laughter, absolutely delighted by the sheer cunning of the idea. He calls Jungwon a sly fox, and our man simply confirms that yes, it was all his doing. With a confident thumbs up, the deputy chief greenlights the operation, turning their focus to the Putao group's main contact. Jungwon explains their target's cover, a used car lot in Incheon, but the deputy chief knows it's more than just a small-time scam. He's right, of course. Jungwon confirms the dealership is just a front for his real operations. With Putao's money, the man is building his own little kingdom, likely setting up another criminal enterprise from within it. The deputy chief asks if Andy gave him all this, but Jungwon clarifies Andy only gave him the lead. The rest is his own analysis of Chairman Wang's methods. Satisfied, the deputy chief gives the order to dig deep, adding that he'll contact the Incheon investigation unit for cooperation. But he quickly reconsiders if their target's been operating that long, the local cops are probably corrupt. They'll need to bring in team leader Seo Ki-cheol from Seoul. Jungwon agrees, and with their next move decided, he leaves the prosecutor's office as night falls. He walks through the quiet park outside, contemplating the complex web they're about to unravel. Suddenly, his phone buzzes, pulling him from his thoughts as a call comes in. The voice on the other end is immediately hostile, wondering how anyone could have this number. He threatens to trace the call in under 3 minutes, demanding to know who dares to contact him. But a name silences the threats. It's Khaled. Jungwon smirks, greeting his old comrade, Charles. He playfully asks if Charles can see his face, knowing the hacker is already working his magic. And across the world, in a room bathed in the glow of countless monitors, fingers fly across a keyboard. A manic grin spreads across Charles' face. It really is him. He can't believe Khaled just vanished without a word. Hez so excited he nearly jumps out of his seat, declaring Hez flying to Korea immediately. Jungwon tries to downplay it, but Charles scoffs their brothers, and there are no secrets between family. Still, he wonders what could be so important that the captain himself would call for a job that isn't even supposed to be hard. Jungwon tries to end the call, but Charles frantically cuts him off, begging for a mission from his captain. To test him, Jungwon asks if he remembers Tamaulipas, Mexico, and Charles's eyes light up. Christoph Dias, the butcher. He was a ruthless mid-level boss for the Los Zetas cartel, a truly nasty piece of work. The group was infamous for kidnappings and assassinations, but Team Zero came in and wiped them off the map. And Charles proudly recalls being there for the takedown, leaning back in his chair before asking why bring him up now. Jungwon reminds him that Dias was being hunted by 2 governments, and it was Charles who managed to track him. Charles confirms it was a hell of a job, and Jungwon's voice turns serious. He needs those skills again. Snapping into focus, Charles is all business, asking if they're diving into the dark web and who the target is. The name is Shin Tae-young, a man tied to the Putao group who's running a massive drug operation in Korea. Charles explains the obvious. Finding someone on the dark web with just a name is nearly impossible, but he immediately backtracks, a little offended that Jungwon would doubt him. Leaning back with a smirk, he clarifies that rule only applies to other people, not to the great Charles. He confidently tells his captain to send over all the data. He'll find this Shin Tae-yang, guaranteed. Jungwon agrees, adding that hell keep digging on his end because, after all, he's a prosecutor now. The news sends Charles falling out of his chair, shocked that his captain has become an intellectual. Jungwon dryly clarifies he was talking about the target, the poor guy who's about to be caught. Recovering his cool, Charles slyly offers to fly to Korea and give his captain a hand in person. Knowing the answer is no, he sighs in defeat but promises to get to work and call the moment he has a lead. Jungwon hangs up with a knowing smirk, thinking that Charles always grumbles but ultimately listens. Later that night, Jungwon meets with the Incheon investigation unit, greeting their team leader. He confirms they have 10 officers ready, more than enough for what he has planned. But the initial raid on the Incheon port pier comes up empty. Their target is long gone. Team leader Seo Ki-cheol curses Shin Tae-young's name, his men losing hope as they chase a ghost. One officer suggests a new angle, but the team leader insists they stick to the primary target. A chilling thought surfaces: what if their plan was leaked from the start? Just then, dozens of armed thugs swarm out of the shadows, surrounding the small police squad. It was a setup, and the thugs grin menacingly, happy to welcome the police into their trap. An officer panics, realizing these must be Shin Tae-yang's men, shocked they were ambushed. Seo Ki-cheol barks at his team to hold the line and ready their tasers for the fight. The officers stand their ground, tasers clicking, a thin line of defiance against a sea of thugs. But one of them is already cracking, hissing that tasers are useless against these numbers, they need their real guns. The thugs just laugh. Their leader, a brute in a green shirt, points out there are no cameras to save them out here. Another goon with wild hair chimes in, mocking them for walking right into a prepared ambush. One of the cops roars back, trying to intimidate them with the full weight of the law, asking if they're really ready to die for this. But the lead thug just tells him to shut it, waving his bat before making a surprising offer. He tells the cops that the first 3 to raise their hands and cooperate will be spared, a proposition that leaves the officers stunned. He even sweetens the deal, promising them a full year's salary every single month for their betrayal. Then, with a casual shrug, he drops the act, admitting that's just what he was told to say before deciding it's easier if everyone just dies. At the point of no return, team leader Seo Kichiol screams one last warning. If they attack now, there is no turning back. The lead thug in the green shirt just scoffs, wondering what kind of nonsense this cop is spouting. But team leader Seo Kichiol roars back, trying to make them understand that their masks won't save them. He holds up his taser, warning them that if one of them gets caught, the rest will fall like a chain. This only enrages the thug, who screams that the cop has clearly watched way too many movies. With a final order to take them all out, the entire mob surges forward, weapons raised for the kill. But as the first bat comes whistling down, a powerful hand clamps onto the attacker's head, stopping him cold. It's Seo Kichiol who meets the charge head-on, driving a vicious knee straight into the goon's skull. The alley explodes into a full-blown brawl as the other officers fight back with everything they have. One of the cops finds an opening, unleashing a powerful jolt from his taser that sends a thug convulsing to the ground. Another officer barely manages to block a bat, but it's clear they're fighting a desperate battle against overwhelming odds. One officer finds himself completely swarmed, absorbing a brutal blow from a pipe. The horrifying realization hits him they're just too outnumbered to win this. Still, he fights like a cornered animal, spinning to take one thug down with him. But the others are on him in an instant, swinging their bats with murderous intent. He grits his teeth in pure agony and frustration, wondering if this is really the end. His strength finally gives out as 2 thugs grab his arms, pinning him in place. The masked leader grins, ordering his men to hold the cop steady for the final blow. All the officer can do is watch in terror as the bat comes swinging for his head. But from high above, a voice suddenly cuts through the chaos, mocking the thugs below. The attacker freezes mid-swing, his face twisting from confidence to utter confusion. Everyone looks down to see police vans pulling up, their lights flashing in the night. How did they get here? A man steps out, radiating raw power. This is team leader Seo Kichiol, and he does not look pleased. And he didn't come alone. An entire crew of hardened brawlers emerges from the vans, armed and ready. But another car door opens, and a different kind of presence makes itself known. A man in a sharp suit steps out, his movements fluid and his aura completely calm. The thugs are stunned. Who is this guy, and how did he know to show up now? A wave of realization hits them. They recognize the newcomers as the infamous Incheon kill guys. The thug leader lets out a nervous laugh, trying to play it cool by mocking the man in the suit. But Lee Jungwon just smiles, explaining he heard team leader Seo was on his way and decided to help. His eyes glint with cold confidence as he sizes them up, dismissing them all as nothing but petty thugs. He scans the sea of masked faces, utterly unimpressed. These aren't professionals, just common street thugs. They're hired guns, ex-convicts who jumped at the promise of a big payday to ambush a police team. But to pull this off, someone had to know their movements. Jungwon realizes Shin Taeyang is more interesting than he thought. A cold, predatory grin spreads across his face. He likes this. He calmly asks who wants to go first. With his hands buried in his pockets, he mockingly offers a chance to surrender, already knowing there will be no takers. Just then, more thugs pour in, led by a mountain of a man. Jungwon notes they've brought reinforcements. The leader of the Incheon crew laughs, boasting that they prepared this special welcome for their guests from Seoul. Jungwon just smirks back, remarking on how strange it is to see a scene like this in modern Korea. He suggests that with so many of them, it would be less embarrassing to just take their beating and leave now. Then his tone shifts, listing their crimes like a prosecutor. Armed assault on police, attempted murder, their numbers won't save them. The Incheon leader is completely bewildered by his confidence, while Jungwon just smirks, thinking this is exactly his kind of party. He scoffs, calling Jungwon a pretty boy who's all talk, completely oblivious to the danger he's in. Jungwon then formally introduces himself as a prosecutor from the Seoul District Office, offering one last chance to surrender. The entire gang erupts into laughter, utterly amused that a lone prosecutor thinks he can intimidate them. The original thug leader, however, is seething, absolutely livid at the sheer audacity on display. The Incheon boss gets right in Jungwon's face, mocking him for thinking a few cops could ever handle this small army. Even team leader Seo Kichil, now on his feet, advises him to call for backup, knowing talk is useless here. But Jungwon gives a chilling smirk. A prosecutor has to give a warning, he says, even if he plans to kill them right after. That's it. The leader snaps, swinging his bat with full force, only for Jungwon to stop it dead with one hand. A cold smile spreads across his face. He was holding back before because of bystanders, but now he can finally let loose. The first of the hired thugs rushes forward, screaming defiance as he brings a pipe down. But Jungwon's attention is already elsewhere, delivering a bone-shattering punch right to the leader's face. He's a phantom in a suit, a blur of motion that cuts through the stunned gangsters. One thug gets his ankle grabbed in an iron grip, twisted with terrifying force, and is promptly launched like a ragdoll into his stunned companion. The Incheon boss finally crashes into the pavement, the impact knocking the very soul out of his body. The remaining thugs can only stare in abject terror, realizing this isn't a man they're fighting. Even the original goons are frozen solid, the word prosecutor now echoing like a death sentence. Team leader Seo watches with a grim smirk. He knew the kid was special, but this is beyond anything he imagined. And on the ground, the once mighty leader can only laugh, his mind and body completely and utterly broken. A slow, predatory smirk spreads across Jungwon's face. He stands before the masked mob, wondering aloud why they're all just standing there. With a taunting grin, he asks if they've suddenly lost their nerve to rush him. A few of the thugs try to build up their courage, insisting that their numbers will guarantee victory. And with that little bit of self-delusion, the entire pack finally surges forward. One of them screams for everyone to charge him all at once, a desperate attempt to sound brave. But their charge immediately breaks as Jungwon slams a devastating kick into the first man's face. A bat swings for his head, but he catches it effortlessly with one hand, the impact doing nothing. Using the thug's own momentum, he spins the man around in a disorienting arc. He becomes a blur of motion, a whirlwind of precise strikes cutting through their ranks. Another thug goes flying from a spinning kick that cracks the air itself. Jungwon lands perfectly, not a single hair out of place, ready for the next fool. A masked goon steps up, swinging a bat with all his might, screaming for him to die. He brings the weapon down in a powerful, crushing arc, only to smash it into the empty ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. Where did he go? His buddies look on, completely baffled by the sudden disappearance. But he hasn't gone far. Jungwon reappears directly above, his heel aimed straight for the man's head. The thug can only look up in sheer terror, desperately raising his bat to block. But wood is no match for this monster, and the bat shatters into 1,000 splinters on impact. The force drives through, dropping the man cold with a bloodied mask and vacant eyes. Jungwon stands over his handiwork, hands casually tucked in his pockets. One down. But another thug, wild-eyed and desperate, lunges forward with a knife. A flash of blue light in Jungwon's eye is the only warning he gets. He moves in a blur, a single, powerful kick, intercepting the desperate attack. The thug is then launched into a brutal, high-speed combination of strikes. His body crashes near his allies, who can only stare in utter shock at the crumpled form. Even the rival crew watching from the sidelines is completely dumbfounded. They can't believe what they're seeing. Is there no way to even get close to him? The other thugs are paralyzed, whispering to each other, did he take out several men in an instant? And there he stands, surrounded by a faint blue aura, every bit the monster they feared. From a window high above, one of the operations leaders looks down, his mind failing to process the scene. He scrambles for his phone, his face a mask of pure terror as he calls his boss to report the disaster. The plan is off. He barks into the receiver, they have to withdraw immediately. He needs a boat. Now. He tries to explain it's not the cops, it's some kind of monster that just crashed their party. He screams for them to shut up and get the boat ready, frantically stuffing a bag full of cash. His hand trembles, his mind racing. How could their perfect plan have collapsed so spectacularly? He thought their combined numbers would be more than enough. But this freak ruined it all, and running means facing Shin Taeyang's wrath. But there's no other choice. He grabs a nearby hose, a desperate, last-ditch idea forming in his mind. First, he'll erase the traces, spraying down the entire lab to wash away any and all evidence. Then, has on a motorcycle, kicking the engine frantically, cursing the machine that's delaying his escape. But just as he's about to make his getaway, a figure emerges from the shadows, Lee Jungwon. The thug guns the engine, laughing maniacally, screaming for them all to enjoy fighting amongst themselves. He peels out, thinking he's home free, as Jungwon simply watches him disappear into the night. But Jungwon's attention is immediately drawn elsewhere, a new threat making itself known. One of the remaining thugs has grabbed his own ally, pressing a knife to his throat in a desperate last stand. Jungwon, however, looks completely unimpressed, raising his hands with a mocking smirk. Thinking they have the upper hand, the hostage-taker screams for his men to attack, and one charges forward with a bat. The attacker's eyes go wide with pure shock. In the split second it takes to swing, his target has completely vanished. A blur of motion, and Jungwon is already behind him, delivering a crushing blow to the back of his head. With the hostage-taker distracted, Jungwon drives a glowing fist straight into his gut. The thug is launched into the air before crashing down, completely out of the fight. Team leader Seo Kicheol screams at him, urging him to chase the fleeing motorcycle. That man, he reveals, is a direct link to Shin Taeyang, a name that makes Jungwon's eyes glint. Enraged that these thugs dared to assault the police, the team leader turns to his own men. With a furious roar, he orders them to arrest every last one of them, leading the charge himself. The police force descends like a wave, batons swinging as they begin to overwhelm the remaining gangsters. Amidst the chaos, Jungwon stands perfectly still, watching the brawl with a detached look. He smirks to himself, thinking a few police teams are more than enough to handle these low-level punks. And with that, he's gone, leaving the cleanup behind to pursue his real target. Speeding away from the scene, Jungwon gets on the line with his information broker, Charles. Charles confirms he's got a lock on the fleeing thug, who's frantically making calls as he runs. He's heading for Incheon Port, and with a quiet okay, Jungwon sets his destination. As the police van speeds through the night, Charles warns him that these guys, the Putao group, are a different breed of nasty. He's been digging into their front, a simple e-commerce site, and found a disturbing connection. The product numbers on their site are identical to listings on the dark web, but for millions of one more. His voice turns cold as he spells it out. They're using the site as a front to sell women and children. Their crimes run deep, from industrial espionage and drugs to human trafficking and organ trading. And after untangling their entire network, Charles has identified the man in charge of it all in Korea. The name hangs in the air as the van barrels toward its target, Shin Taeyang. The police van screeches to a halt at the desolate Incheon port. Lee Jungwon steps out, hands in his pockets, looking like he owns the place. He glances at his phone, absorbing the final coordinates from Charles. A cold, predatory smile spreads across his face. Showtime. The screen displays an image of the target boats, captioned with a simple, brutal message: "Death to our enemies." And just as the intel promised, the boats are docked right where they should be. On board, a group of thugs are hastily loading sacks of illicit goods, their leader yelling at them to move faster. But his frantic commands die in his throat as a lone figure casually strolls onto his dock. The thug leader can only stare in disbelief as Lee Jungwon approaches, his relaxed demeanor a stark contrast to the chaos. He stammers, asking how on earth they were found, only for Jungwon to remind him with a smirk they're the police, after all. Suddenly, one of the larger thugs turns on his boss, mocking him for how messy things get when you use amateurs. A wave of cold sweat washes over the leader. He knows this is bad, very bad, because all of them are frozen in place by the oppressive blue aura radiating from Jungwon. The leader's mind screams at him to run, to abandon the goods, and just get out alive. But the big thug with the mohawk scoffs at Jungwon, dismissing him as just some gym rat. He figures a cop's badge won't stop a knife, and lunges forward with a confident sneer. He swings the blade in a huge, clumsy arc, putting all his weight behind the blow. Jungwon watches the attack, a little disappointed for all that confidence. The move was just sloppy. A glint in his eye signals the briefest moment of calculation, and in the next instant, the thug is on the ground, staring up in disbelief as Jungwon stands over him. But the big thug isn't done yet, scrambling to his feet and lunging with a furious scream. He tries a low, sweeping attack this time, a surprise move designed to catch an opponent off guard. But it completely whiffs, leaving the mohawk thug staring in disbelief. How did he move that fast? Jungwon just smirks, complimenting the feint with a condescending tone that sets the man's blood on fire. Enraged by the mockery, the thug charges forward again, putting everything he has into this assault. But it's like trying to hit a ghost, as Jungwon weaves through a flurry of wild, desperate swings. The thug starts laughing, completely misreading the situation, thinking Jungwon is barely keeping up. He sees dodging as weakness, a sign that this suit-wearing pretty boy is on his last legs. He screams at Jungwon, demanding to know how long he can possibly keep running. The taunts get louder. Is he too scared to fight back? Is that all he can do? The mohawk thug roars, still convinced that he's cornered his prey. But Jungwon's expression has gone cold. He calmly picks up a piece of the shattered floor tile, and with a casual squeeze, he crushes the solid stone into dust. The thug freezes mid-swing, his brain short-circuiting as he stares at his own empty hand. Jungwon sighs, admitting he was trying to take it easy, but this guy's ignorance is just too much. A smirk plays on his lips. This brute is so clueless, he couldn't even tell he was being toyed with. The chilling words finally sink in, and the thug's face contorts in pure, unadulterated terror. With no time left to waste, Jungwon's foot slams into the side of the man's head. A single, decisive kick sends the massive goon flying across the room. He crashes to the floor, out cold, leaving Jungwon standing victorious without a scratch on him. With the trash taken care of, Jungwon calmly watches the getaway boat start to pull away. The vessel slowly chugs along, seemingly putting distance between them. But there's not a shred of concern on his face. This is all going according to plan. Meanwhile, on that boat, the thug leader is having a complete meltdown. He's panicking over the botched job, the lost goods, and his own failed leadership. The terrifying thought that his captured men will rat him out sends him into a cold sweat. Suddenly, a strange sound from the bridge cuts through his frantic thoughts. He looks up, and his heart stops. Jungwon is standing right there, looming over him. Our hero calmly points out that an old ship like this takes a while to get up to speed. The thug's face contorts in horror as he processes the insane implication this man swam to catch him. He even offers a bit of friendly advice. Next time you're in a rush, untie the rope. The leader can't believe it, this psycho actually held on and got dragged across the water. Pure terror grips him if he gets caught now. It's all over. He scrambles to make a run for it. But before he can take a single step, a hand clamps down on his collar. Jungwon slams him face first onto the deck, letting out a pained shriek from the thug. A phone clatters across the floor, tossed down beside the captured man. With the thug pinned, Jungwon calmly retrieves the device. He looms over the terrified leader, suggesting it's time for a little heart-to-heart. Jungwon gets right to the point, demanding to know if their destination is where he'll find Shin Taeyang. Broken and defeated, the thug can only stammer out a yes, giving Jungwon exactly what he wanted to hear. But Jungwon's not done. He demands to know who else is waiting on that island. He presses for the exact location, but the thug panics, explaining there are countless small, uninhabited islands off Incheon. Shin Taeyang apparently bought several, moving between them constantly, making his current location a mystery. Now getting somewhere, Jungwon changes tactics, asking him to describe what's on the island. The thug tries to play coy, mentioning the smuggled drugs, but Jungwon isn't buying his act. He drops the real question. What about the missing women and children? The thug's face freezes in shock. How could he possibly know? The horrifying truth spills out the island is a transit hub for drugs and a holding pen for kidnap victims before they're trafficked to China. Jungwon calls them monsters, and the thug desperately agrees, trying to save his own skin by painting Shin Taeyang as a madman with police connections. Sensing a chance, he warns Jungwon he's in over his head, offering a massive bribe to make this all go away. Jungwon's response is swift and silent, his hand clamping around the thug's throat, cutting off the pathetic offer. His hand tightens around the thug's neck, who sputters that a cop should know how things work. The man screams a warning. Shin Taeyang has powerful friends in the force. This is a death sentence. But then, Jungwon's grip simply loosens. The thug drops to the ground, gasping for air, thinking for a split second he might be safe. That hope is crushed as a hand grabs a fistful of his hair with bone-jarring force. Jungwon effortlessly hoists him back to his feet, a look of cold amusement on his face. A sinister smile spreads across his lips as he explains there's been a little misunderstanding. He leans in, his voice low and clear. I'm not a cop. The thug's blood runs cold. No, has a prosecutor, and has here to bring down Shin Taeyang and every corrupt official with him. The thug's mind shatters. A prosecutor who took on a whole gang and swam through the sea? Impossible. The thug can only stare, his mind reeling. What kind of prosecutor moves like a demon? He wishes it was a nightmare, anything but the reality of this man's grip in his hair. Jungwon's cold eyes bore into him as he gets straight to the point, asking about his direct involvement. The man breaks instantly, swearing he wasn't involved, that he was just a driver for the real dealers. With a flick of his wrist, Jungwon slams him into the deck, the interrogation clearly over. Now on his knees, the thug spills everything, admitting Shin Taeyang ordered the attack on the Ryu. Jungwon turns to leave, casually mentioning he'll just go check for himself. A wave of pure terror washes over the thug. He knows that going there is a death sentence for them both. He scrambles, sweat pouring down his face, begging the prosecutor to call for backup. But Jungwon simply scoffs. Shin Taeyang and his crew don't deserve a peaceful arrest. Just then, his phone vibrates, cutting through the tense silence. The thug flails, begging him not to answer, absolutely certain it's Shin Taeyang on the other end. But Jungwon answers coolly. It's his intel specialist, Charles, who has already scouted the island. A faint smirk plays on his lips. He knew Charles would trace that phone in a heartbeat. From a high-tech command center, Charles reports that he's located the kidnapped victims. He continues the briefing. About 20 captives, guarded by 10 of Shin Taiyang's men. Jungwon's gaze sharpens as he asks about their firepower. Charles confirms they have hunting rifles. He can't give an exact number though, cheekily reminding his captain he's using a civilian satellite. Jungwon requests the island layout, and Charles confirms he's sending the image over now. The thug stammers, asking who he was talking to, but Jungwon's mind has already changed. A peaceful arrest is now off the table. He calmly informs the terrified thug that the targets are armed with guns. With that, Jungwon rises, his posture shifting into something far more dangerous. This is now a counter-terror op. He heads for the docks, saying he knows how to pilot a boat, leaving the thug to scream that he's completely insane. The man is left pulling his hair out, convinced this prosecutor thinks he's the star of an action movie. Meanwhile, in a quiet office, a conversation is taking place about a recent trial that went well, thanks to Jungwon. Prosecutor Lee Soo-yeon asks the deputy chief how long he intends to keep such a talent under her. She argues it's inefficient. A prosecutor like Lee Jungwon is meant for much bigger things. But the deputy chief smirks, acknowledging Jungwon has supporters, but declaring that it's not time yet. He plans to save his best card for last, deploying Jungwon only when the moment is truly decisive. Just then, the door flies open as investigator Kang Yuna rushes in, screaming for the prosecutor with a panicked look. She stumbles into the room, catching both her superiors completely off guard with her sudden, frantic entrance. The reason for her panic becomes clear. She can't reach Prosecutor Lee Jungwon. With a terrified look, she blurts out that the unit he was with was attacked, and there are casualties. The calm atmosphere shatters as both Soo-yeon and the deputy chief demand to know what she's talking about. She explains that while the raid was mostly successful, the ringleader escaped, and Jungwon pursued him alone. The deputy chief is in disbelief. He went alone? Yuna confirms, adding that they've had no contact since he gave chase. All pretense of calm is gone as the deputy chief slams his hands down, demanding Jungwon's last tracked location. Yuna nervously reports his last signal was a pier in Incheon, and his phone is either off or underwater. Soo-yeon finally snaps, slamming the table in fury, realizing they've completely lost him. The deputy chief immediately takes command, ordering backup and all investigators on standby to find their man, no matter the cost. Soo-yeon grabs the deputy chief, demanding to know if he's going out there himself, but he's already seething. He declares with cold fury that if anyone harmed his prosecutor, he'll personally throw them in a cell forever. But while they plan their frantic search, Jungwon is far from lost, silently sailing on a small boat in the dead of night. On deck, two terrified thugs are bound and kneeling, one of them mustering the courage to speak to their captor. It's Jungwon, standing over them with unnerving calm as the thug complains he's already told him everything. The man begs to be untied, whining that they're almost at their destination anyway. Jungwon glances out at the dark water before coolly announcing that he's getting off here. Alone. He then casually asks if there are any useful weapons on the boat, getting a nervous list of tools from the other captive. I'll borrow the hand axe, Jungwon decides, turning his back on them as they begin to panic. The first thug screams after him, reminding him that he cooperated, pleading to be saved or at least taken along. The thug shrieks in pure terror, asking if Jungwon is really leaving him to be killed by Shin Taeyong's crew. But Jungwon, hand axe held casually at his side, just asks him if that's a problem. The man insists he'll be murdered without hesitation, having failed his mission and spilled all their secrets. Jungwon has no pity, reminding him that if he worked for a monster for money, he shouldn't complain about dying for it. He then dismisses the man's desperate appeal to his duty, coldly stating that a prosecutor is not a doctor. Turning his back, he gauges the thug's fear, asking if he's really that scared of his boss. Jungwon muses that finding evidence for old murders is hard, but if the thug dies now, that would create new evidence, wouldn't it? The horrifying realization finally dawns on the captive he was never meant to be saved. He's bait. Jungwon seems almost disappointed, mocking him for being so slow on the uptake as the thug can only stare back in horror. All defiance shatters, and the man breaks down completely, begging and promising to do anything to be saved. Without a shred of pity, Jungwon hurls the screaming thug from the side of the boat. The man hits the dark water with a heavy splash, his fate now sealed. Meanwhile, the thug's boss feels a knot of dread tightening in his stomach as he nears the island. The shadowy coastline of the rendezvous point finally comes into view through the gloom. His own vessel cuts through the water, approaching the seemingly quiet boat waiting for them. With boots on the ground, the boss and his heavily armed crew make their way to the target. He immediately barks out, wondering why the deck is completely empty. A grim feeling creeps over them. Something is definitely not right here. Annoyed, he assumes his men are slacking off and orders his crew to search the boat. But what they find isn't laziness, it's two of their own, bound and left like a message. One of the thugs scoffs, convinced his captured men are just pretending to be dead. And he's right. Both men are wide awake, deciding to play possum for as long as possible. One of them panics internally as the boss orders his crew to wake the bastards up. A subordinate grabs him by the hair, telling him to wake up while he's asking nicely. The boss gets a grim report. Besides these two, the boat is empty and the goods are gone. Annoyed, he orders them thrown into the sea. They'll either wake up or they'll drown. The captured thug can't help but wince, the pain and the threat becoming too real. That was the magic word. He finally lets out a groan, his ruse falling apart. His captor smirks, noting how quickly the man woke up at the mention of the sea. The boss wastes no time, shoving a rifle in his face and demanding he explain everything, now. Barely able to speak, the captured thug gets his hair yanked back, his captor screaming at him to be clear. The boss looms over him with a rifle, demanding to know what happened to the cargo and his men. He stammers that they were just loading it when a single intruder appeared, throwing everything into chaos. The story is met with mocking laughter, but the man insists, his voice trembling, the attacker was a monster. He desperately turns to his partner, who confirms that it was, in fact, just one man, and that man made his destination clear. He was heading for the island. The boss immediately barks orders to secure the remaining goods, while his underlings question his judgment. He glares down at his prisoners, a dark aura growing around him, promising they'll soon see if it's a lie. Then, in a shocking turn, he orders his men to untie both of them. The freedman can only stare in confusion, rubbing his wrists as a rifle clatters to the floor beside him. The boss sneers, declaring that if the story is true, then they can clean up the mess themselves. The captive stares at the rifle, his hand trembling. Fight that monster? He realizes he's dead either way. A sudden, desperate rage takes hold. Fine, he'll kill that prosecutor bastard with his own two hands. With a twisted grin, the boss rallies his men, announcing it's been a while since they had a good hunt. Now leading the armed crew, the former captive mutters that the intruder must be there for the women and kids. Deeper on the island, the forest is quiet and dark, holding its breath, until a brilliant flash of light slices through the trees with impossible speed. It's Lee Jungwon, carving a silent, lethal path through the undergrowth with an axe. He launches himself upward, a phantom soaring through the dense canopy. Blasts of pure energy erupt from his body, lighting up the darkness as he becomes a living weapon in the sky. He touches down without a sound, a ghost in the dark forest. From the ridge, he takes in the sight of the parked convoy below. So these are the vehicles for trafficking their drugs and their victims. He spots the guards' two sentries, completely distracted by their phones. An easy target. He decides to eliminate them before they can alert anyone. In a blur of motion, his axe flashes, silencing the first guard instantly. The other thug turns, confused by the sudden sound behind him. Before he can even register the threat, Jungwon is already closing in. A final, fleeting moment of sheer terror fills the man's eyes. And then his world dissolves into a silent, brutal splash of red. With the two guards down, Jungwon calmly walks through the grim, red-lit scene. But one of them isn't quite dead yet, gurgling in shock and disbelief. Jungwon tightens his grip on the axe, a flicker of annoyance crossing his mind. He's rusty. He meant to kill them both in one clean strike. A mistake. He kneels down, ending the man's suffering, and begins patting down the body. His fingers find the car keys, and he immediately wonders if the drugs are stashed in the trunk. With the keys secured, he rises, his expression cold and focused on the next step. Tapping his comms, he asks for a position update on their target. He gets his answer, 5 minutes out. He confirms he's ready. Now, all he has to do is wait, a predator lurking in the shadows. He clicks the fob, ready to check the trunk for the supposed drugs. With a soft thud, the trunk lid swings open, but what he finds inside sends a jolt of pure shock through him. It's not a stash of narcotics, it's a person, bound and gagged. His mission just took a dark turn. These thugs were kidnappers. He immediately reaches in to help. He carefully removes the gag, trying to rouse the dazed woman and check for injuries. She seems completely disoriented, her mind foggy after being trapped for who knows how long. Jungwon quickly moves to untie her hands, reassuring her that he's not with them. The second she's free, she collapses against him, her voice trembling as she begs for help. He gently steadies her, promising her safety, but needs to know one thing. Are there more victims? But her answer is a chilling echo in his mind, as a horrifying realization begins to dawn. He leaves the woman to recover, his focus now shifting to the entire parking lot. With grim purpose, he walks towards the next car in the long, silent line. He stands before the rows of vehicles, the sheer scale of the operation hitting him. It can't be. Surely they haven't stuffed a person into every single one of these trunks. With a heavy thud, he pops the latch on the nearest car, dreading what he'll find. And his worst fears are confirmed. Another victim, bound and gagged, squirms in the darkness. Jungwon immediately moves to help, asking the terrified man if he's okay. As he unties the man's hands, the victim gasps out his thanks, overwhelmed with relief. But the real horror comes when he confirms Jungwon's fears. Every car holds a person, mostly women and children. Jungwon directs the freed man to another victim, telling him to get her somewhere safe. But the man is terrified and confused if he's not a cop. Then who in the world is he? With a dead calm expression, Jungwon informs him he's from the prosecutor's office. At that moment, another vehicle barrels through the darkness, headlights blazing. Inside, one of the thugs is already losing his nerve, wondering if that man is even human. Their leader just scoffs. He's curious to see if this so-called monster can dodge bullets. With a sharp order to move out, the car surges forward into the night. Elsewhere, a tactical display pings as a friendly asset tracks the incoming threat. Charles, his eyes locked on the data, reports in. 30 seconds until they arrive. Jungwon, on the phone, gets the update and learns another car is close behind time to thin them out. The freed captives huddle together, the man confirming their fears. More enemies are on the way. Jungwon doesn't even flinch, simply telling everyone to get to safety and stay still. As if on cue, two black SUVs come roaring through the darkness, their headlights blazing. But before they can even get close, a pair of sharp projectiles slice through the air, aimed low. With a screech of tortured rubber, the cars lurch to a stop, their tires punctured. The doors fly open, and a new crew emerges, looking far more professional than the last bunch. One of them, drawing 2 combat knives, does a quick tactical scan 6 targets. Solid gear, these guys are trained. But he's confused by what he sees. A crossbow, but no firearms. What kind of operation is this? The entire squad now creeps through the parked cars, bewildered by the dead silence. Their leader grits his teeth in frustration, wondering how the hell their target even got here. He couldn't have swam, could he? The mercenary leader lands softly, scanning the dark lot and confirming if this is the location. One of his men relaxes with a smirk, convinced there's no one here and they've been lied to. Another mercenary sneers, figuring their target was probably swept away and fed to the fish long ago. But their archer remains tense, wondering why it's so quiet and where all the guards have gone. His teammate just scoffs, kicking a body on the ground and calling them useless slackers. He's still mid-sentence when a terrifying shadow with glowing blue eyes materializes behind him. A flash of motion and a vicious kick connects with his jaw, stunning the entire squad. The archer spins around in a panic, but not before 2 sharp projectiles pierce his legs. He fires his crossbow out of reflex, but the bolts simply shatter against the attacker's back. Lee Jungwon stands over his first victim, an unstoppable force that has just announced his arrival. Another mercenary barely registers the threat before a brutal elbow strike caves his face in. A sickening crunch echoes through the night as the man is violently thrown aside. The remaining mercenaries are in a full-blown panic now, wondering how their target could have possibly tracked them down. They dart between the cars, knives out, desperately searching for the ghost that's hunting them. Then a calm voice asks if they're looking for him, and one of them turns to see Jungwon standing right there. His blood runs cold. The tough mercenary facade completely melts away into pure terror. Before he can even react, a foot glowing with blue energy smashes into the side of his head. The impact sends him spinning away into the darkness, instantly knocked unconscious. With a roar of desperation, the final mercenary charges forward, his combat knife aimed to kill. But Jungwon meets the attack with a look of utter disinterest, effortlessly parrying the blade. With a grunt of effort, the mercenary blocks Jungwon's counter, the force of it rattling his bones. The others see an opening and surge forward, screaming bloody murder as they try to overwhelm him with numbers. They close in from all sides, a ring of steel meant to be his end, their blades hungry for a kill. Suddenly, he's slammed back against a car, and the mercenaries are stunned by a blinding flash of headlights. The vehicle roars to life, its engine screaming as it accelerates directly into the fray. There's a sickening crunch of metal and bone as the car plows through the mercenaries without slowing down. In the aftermath, all that's left are the mangled bodies of the hired guns, strewn across the pavement. A new crew of thugs arrives, their leader surveying the scene, wondering where their target went. From a nearby car, the kidnapped man trembles, thinking these psychos just ran over their own men to kill the prosecutor. But the report comes back to a baffled leader. They've searched everywhere, and only their own guys are left. Jungwon is gone. But he didn't disappear, he was on the roof, dropping down like a phantom with an axe raised high. The thug leader barely manages to twist away, the blade just grazing past his head. He whips out a pistol, his mind reeling. The prosecutor didn't just vanish. He dodged a speeding car, but before he can even aim, a knife flashes out, deflecting the barrel of the gun with a sharp clang. Jungwon's eyes glow with contempt, mocking the man for not even knowing how to properly handle a firearm. In a blur of motion, the gun is ripped from the leader's hand, who can only cry out in pain and shock. From the sidelines, one of the crew members sees his boss is in trouble and shouts his name. Now it's Jungwon holding the pistol, coolly aiming it down at the disarmed thug on the ground. A blinding flash erupts from the barrel as he pulls the trigger. But the shot isn't for the leader. It's a beam of pure energy that tears through the subordinate who dared to shout. The man he just shot is still falling as Jungwon launches himself at the next thug. He slams his foot down with brutal force, driving the man's head straight into the ground. Another goon screams in rage, leveling his rifle, but Jungwon just gives him a dead-eyed stare. The man swings his weapon like a club, but only hits empty air as Jungwon vanishes from sight. The remaining thugs can only stare in disbelief, wondering what kind of man they're dealing with. Finally, one of them barks out an order for everyone to rush him at once. Jungwon faces the charge without a hint of fear, his bloodied hatchet ready. The axe comes down in a vicious arc, smashing into the first attacker's skull. On the ground, the man's body spasms, a choked gasp escaping his lips. Hidden nearby, the captive's eyes widen in horror. He realizes this isn't a rescue, it's a monster at work. The leader tries to push himself up, spitting curses through gritted teeth. But Jungwon advises him not to bother, punctuating the point with a devastating kick. All around them, the rest of the crew lie broken and unconscious on the forest floor. With the trash taken care of, he calmly strides over to the nearby SUV. He turns to the captive, his voice cold as he orders the terrified man into the driver's seat. Once inside, he gives another strange command. Tie both of your hands to the steering wheel. The man's mind races. Is this to stop him from running? Does that mean he's going to live? Outside, Jungwon spots a dropped phone, evidence he can't leave behind. Without a second thought, he brings his heel down, crushing the device completely. He lights a cigarette, plants his foot on a defeated thug, and calls out to his new, unwilling driver. He leans in close, giving the driver a simple, chilling instruction. You never saw me here today. The captive can only stammer his agreement, his mind racing. Pretend I never saw him? What's going on? Jungwon then turns back to the downed thug, announcing he's about to break his spine, piece by piece. His eyes flare with a cold blue light as he raises the hatchet, ready to make good on his promise. A sickening crack echoes through the forest, followed by a raw, blood-curdling scream. Inside the car, the captive driver's face contorts in absolute horror at the scene unfolding before him. Jungwon presses down, grinding the man's bones as he writhes in unimaginable pain. The thug breaks instantly, sobbing and screaming out a name and location. Shin Taeyang, at Kangshin Industrial. Jungwon looks down, almost bored. He hadn't even started asking questions yet. And in that moment, it all clicks for the driver. The whispers he heard, "This is the monster prosecutor." With the information secured, Jungwon rises, telling the broken thug he doesn't need to know anything else. He then calmly walks back towards the car, the bloody hatchet still clutched in his hand. The driver watches him approach, his mind screaming in terror. Is he next on the chopping block? But instead of an attack, Jungwon simply offers him the handle of the weapon. His cold, unwavering gaze makes it clear this is not a request, but a command. Trembling, the driver is forced to wrap his hands around the blood-soaked hatchet. Jungwon gently presses his own hand over the man's, ensuring his fingerprints are all over it. He then lets go, leaving the driver holding the very weapon used in the slaughter. The driver's mind reels, trying to process why. Why would he make him hold it? And then the horrifying truth dawns on him: he's being framed for everything. Jungwon scoffs at the idea of framing him, clarifying he's just getting the man's fingerprints. He gives a predatory smirk, promising they'll be seeing each other at the prosecutor's office soon. With the slaughter over, he calls out into the darkness for the other captives to emerge. He calmly assures the terrified man that the island is now safe, but the man can hardly believe it. Jungwon's gaze is cold and steady, his part in this bloody stage play now complete. Suddenly, the silence is shattered by a wave of desperate cries. The two hostages break down, tears of relief streaming down their faces as it sinks in they're saved. More survivors appear from the shadows, sobbing with joy, screaming that they can finally go home. A lost child cries out for their mommy, the fear and horror of their ordeal finally pouring out. The very man Jungwon framed grabs his hand, thanking him as a hero, but Jungwon just brushes it off. Jungwon tells the man he has to leave, asking him to keep his presence here a secret. The man agrees with a knowing smirk, promising he'll never forget this act of kindness. Over the comms, Charles warns that the Coast Guard is only 10 minutes out, but Jungwon has a new target, Kangshin Industrial. He questions the wisdom of going in alone, but Jungwon simply tells him not to worry. With his bloody work here done, our dark hero presses forward, the end of his path now in sight. Meanwhile, the authorities have finally arrived, swarming the island and searching every inch of the shoreline. Team leader Seo Kichial fumes in frustration, wondering where his target could have possibly disappeared to. He bellows at his men to move faster, revealing they're on a desperate hunt for Prosecutor Lee Jungwon himself. As the sun rises, the scene shifts to an industrial complex, Jungwon's final destination. And inside, the leader of the Incheon crew smirks on the phone, asking if the goods have been checked, oblivious to the Reaper at his door. The voice on the other end of the line calmly informs him there's a problem. The goods never arrived, so according to the manual, the shipment is being abandoned. The leader can't believe what he's hearing, demanding the other man explain himself. He scoffs, thinking they just bailed because he was busy for a moment. So they've already left? Yes, the voice confirms. They're already en route to their next destination. Trying to regain control, he offers to cover fuel costs and sort everything out himself. But the response is cold and sharp. Their goods were delivered as planned. The Incheon crew broke the promise. He explodes in a rage, yelling about how this was supposed to be a trade for the kids and Assemblyman Kim. The voice on the other end simply tells him to get the money ready before hanging up. He slams his phone down, fuming that some untouchable executive is nothing more than a gangster. Meanwhile, a convoy of large trucks barrels down the highway under the cover of night. They pull into a nondescript industrial garage, the operation moving like clockwork. One of the crew's lieutenants gives the order to start unloading the vehicles they brought. And watching over it all is the leader of the Incheon crew, katana at his side, radiating menace. His men report that the cars have all been unloaded, filling the entire garage. With a single, cold command, he tells them to begin the real work. One of his subordinates kneels by a black sedan, getting to work on the tire. He reaches deep inside the wheel well, pulling out a hidden package. With a smug grin, he confirms to his boss that their precious goods have arrived safely. But their moment of triumph is shattered as a foot slams down, a voice declaring he's found their little hiding spot. Before anyone can react, the package of drugs is sent flying with a sharp kick. Lee Jungwon is already airborne, driving a powerful axe kick straight down onto the crew leader. The leader, Shin Tae-young, barely gets his katana up in time, the sheer force of the blow staggering him. Jungwon lands gracefully, a little surprised this guy's reflexes are far from ordinary. He casually tosses his prosecutor's badge, asking if he's found Shin Tae-yang. The gang leader grips his sword, his initial shock turning to rage as he demands to know who this intruder is. Jungwon introduces himself as a prosecutor, a title that leaves Tae-yang utterly bewildered. Without missing a beat, Jungwon declares him under arrest, but Tae-yang just scoffs, asking if he was foolish enough to come alone. A slight smirk plays on Jungwon's lips as he gives a witty, confident reply. Tae-yang sneers at the bravado, dismissing it as a cheap movie line before calling for his men to swarm in. His crew emerges from the shadows, surrounding Jungwon as the order is barked, "Lower the shutter." Tae-yang grins, telling his men to get ready to add one more body to the pile. With a heavy, grinding sound, the metal door begins its final descent. It slams shut with a deafening clang, sealing the only exit and plunging the room into darkness. But Jungwon stands completely unbothered, calmly sizing up his opponents. 6 of them? This should be quick. The thugs feel a sudden chill, as a dark, menacing pressure materializes right behind them. Tae-yang has had enough, lunging forward with his blade to end this puissant prosecutor. But in a flash of impossible speed, Jungwon sidesteps the attack, letting the blade slice through empty air. Tae-yang's eyes widen in disbelief as a dark, sharp projectile hurtles toward his sword hand. A searing pain erupts as the projectile cleanly severs his hand right at the wrist. But Jungwon isn't done, moving in a blur of red light before Tae-yang can even process the pain. The gang leader, clutching his stump, can only sneer, questioning if this desk jockey is truly okay. Jungwon simply replies that he should worry about himself, pulling a combat knife from a hidden leg holster. In a blink, the knife is thrown, embedding itself deep into Tae-yang's other shoulder with perfect accuracy. He follows through instantly, slamming the crime boss to the ground with overwhelming force. Tae-yang crashes hard, his face planting into the cold, unforgiving floor. His prized katana clatters away, a final, metallic ring announcing his utter defeat. Gasping for air, he realizes that knife throw wasn't random. This man is professionally trained. The cold sweat of terror finally breaks through his bravado. He's completely at this man's mercy. Jungwon picks up the katana, points it at Taeyang's throat, and coldly asks who gave him permission to interrupt a prosecutor. Taeyang's remaining crew can only stare, their minds unable to process what just happened to their boss. But even pinned, Taeyang scoffs, refusing to believe he's a prosecutor, and demanding to know who sent him. Jungwon, however, isn't even paying attention. His eyes sweep over the thugs as a cold thought forms. Wait, one is missing. He subtly scans the warehouse, his mind already calculating, completely ignoring the man at his feet. There were definitely 6 of them when he arrived. So where did the one who ran off to go? Taeyang's pride shatters at being ignored, and he screams at Jungwon to answer his damn question. But Jungwon has made up his mind. He can't just kill this man, he needs to arrest him red-handed. So, he decides it's time for the crime boss to take a little nap, delivering a vicious kick to the head. Taeyang's eyes roll back into his skull as consciousness is brutally ripped away. With the leader neutralized, Jungwon stands over him, the problem of the escaped thug still lingering. Just then, backup arrives the Incheon crew, who stop dead in their tracks, utterly stunned. They're met with the sight of Jungwon, who calmly orders them to freeze right where they are. Hess already on the phone with Charles, asking if any of Taeyang's men managed to slip outside. Charles confirms it. One did escape, but he was a pro, ditching his phone and vanishing into the crowd. Jungwon listens, standing over the unconscious Shin Taeyang, absorbing the news. A cold realization dawns on him. The operative abandoned his boss without a second thought, meaning Taeyang was nothing but a pawn. To protect the organization, there's only one thing left for that professional to do now. And somewhere in the shadows, a true mastermind waits for that very report. Jungwon turns to the stunned crew, casually suggesting someone call the police for this mess. He glances at the fallen boss, asking if any of them want to be the next one, knocked out and dragged away. The crew immediately folds, one of them pathetically claiming they were just hired for transport. But Jungwon isn't buying it for a second, his skeptical gaze making them plead for him to believe their flimsy story. He leans in, deciding to play their game, and asks them all to answer one simple question. How did they meet Shin Taeyang? The excuses immediately start flying, their stories already contradicting each other as one points to his friend as the recruiter. Jungwon turns his cold attention to the next set of thugs, who visibly flinch under the weight of his stare. They nervously stammer about being high school juniors, lured in by good pay, completely ignorant of the dirty work involved. But Jungwon cuts right through their lies, stating the one truth that connects them all. They're ex-convicts. He's seen right through them, desperate men with criminal records, willing to do anything for the right price. And that, he realizes, was the entire point. Taeyang hired men who would never, ever call the police. He glances at a fallen body, a sneer of contempt on his face. This whole operation, it's just a cheap knockoff of a real cartel. With the cleanup done, Jungwon turns to a terrified survivor and asks if he's going to make the call. As the thug fumbles through a report to the police, Jungwon is already on another line. It's his operator, Charles, vowing to find their man. But Jungwon cuts him off, telling him it's enough. Charles freezes, completely baffled. He can't believe the captain is ordering him to back out. Jungwon calmly confirms it, stating he doesn't want to burden him any further. The word burden sends Charles into a rage, and he screams that he will absolutely not accept that order. A quiet thanks escapes Jungwon's lips, but he's resolved. He can't keep dragging his friend into danger. Fighting together on the battlefield as a team was one thing, but this personal crusade is his alone. Just then, the thug confirms the call is done, and Jungwon coolly suggests they wait for the police. But across the comms, Charles is seething, swearing he'll find his captain before any cops get near him. And as the police finally arrive, team leader Seo Kichiol's face contorts in pure shock. He stares out at the absolute carnage left behind, wondering what on earth could have happened here. Snapping back to his senses, he orders his men to secure any survivors and search the entire island. But before they can move, a sudden shout echoes through the area. The police are here! A group of civilians stumbles out from the woods, weeping with overwhelming relief and begging for help. The team leader is stunned. He had no idea there were hostages. He rushes to ask if they're all right. One of the men steps forward, thanking him for the rescue and confirming they are all safe. But then the man's expression hardens as he grabs the team leader, insisting there's something he needs to know about their captors. With dead seriousness, he reveals that the thugs weren't just after anyone, they were after him. The woman next to him turns in disbelief, demanding to know what he means by that. The man introduces himself with grim authority. He is Kim Tae-kyun, an Incheon city councilman. Meanwhile, miles away, police cars scream through the darkened city streets. They converge on an industrial area, lights flashing, but someone is already waiting. A man with long purple hair watches the chaos approach, cursing his luck. His phone rings, and he confirms his identity to the person on the other end. He reports that their entire Incheon line has been shattered, prompting the caller to ask if the cops got Shin Ta-young. But it wasn't the police, he clarifies. It was just one guy, a prosecutor. The caller can't believe it, but Ryu insists this man's skills in tracking, infiltration, and combat were inhuman. The masked superior on the other end deduces Chairman Wang must have talked, and issues a new order. Ryu is to eliminate that prosecutor. Succeed, and hell be given the city of Tianjin. Raya's smirk is cold as he accepts, promising his target will vanish without a trace. With his orders clear and a fortune on the line, Ryu speeds through the darkened city streets. He sets his destination, Suwon University Hospital, where his target awaits. The prosecutor's name, Lee Jungwon, echoes in his mind, feeling strangely familiar from his old mercenary days. But for now, he has a simpler plan. Take out Chairman Wang, and this whole mess should die down. He slips into the hospital undetected, pulling his cap low as he silently ascends the staircase. Outside the target's room, 2 guards stand watch, completely oblivious to the predator approaching. One of them tenses, hearing footsteps where there should be none. He moves to intercept Ryu, calmly telling him he can't pass a fatal mistake. With blinding speed, Ryu seizes the guard's outstretched arm, his face a mask of cold intent. A single, brutal knee strike crumples the man, clearing the path in an instant. A choked scream is the only sound as the guard's face contorts in blinding pain. The sickening crunch of bone and cartilage echoes through the sterile hallway. His partner turns, eyes wide with disbelief at the sudden, brutal assault. But Ryu is already a blur, giving the second man no time to even raise his hands. He seizes the guard by the vest, lifting him effortlessly off his feet. The man can only grunt in shock as his back slams hard against the wall. With cold, practiced efficiency, Ryu winds up for the final blow. A vicious elbow connects squarely with the guard's temple. He collapses in a heap, unconscious before he even hits the cold floor. Silence returns to the hallway. As Ryu approaches his target's door, the path now clear. He steps into the hospital room, casually tossing his cap aside. In the bed lies his target, an old bandaged man, seemingly unconscious. But as Ryu fully enters, he realizes the room isn't empty. A man in a doctor's coat is waiting, and Raya's first question is about the police outside. He's surprised to see them, asking if they somehow knew he was coming. Ryu scoffs, telling the 2 doctors they should be more worried about themselves right now. The female doctor flinches in fear, but her colleague remains stoic, asking if they're next on his list. A flicker of amusement crosses Raya's face. This doctor isn't scared of him at all. The doctor admits he's seen battlefields before, but his young colleague has not. He explains she's just a terrified intern, pleading with Ryu to let her go and deal with him instead. But Ryu simply scoffs at the plea, informing the doctor that letting anyone go is not an option tonight. He orders the man to step aside so he can handle his business, leaving the intern paralyzed with fear. He looms over the bed, confirming the rumors were true. The chairman is now a helpless invalid. With a cold farewell, he summons a blade of dark energy and plunges it straight into the old man's chest. Just as the deed is done, a new figure calmly strolls into the now panicked hospital. He pauses for a moment, slightly cocky but admittedly lost, wondering where to find the room. A sudden, piercing scream from down the hall immediately points him in the right direction. Back in the VIP room, the doctor is already at the chairman's side, desperately trying to stop the bleeding. Ryu just stares, utterly bewildered, demanding to know what on earth the doctor thinks he is doing. The doctor boldly calls the assassin insane, but Ryu just smirks, telling him to worry about the knife at his own throat. Suddenly, a calm voice from the doorway orders him to stop, and Ryu flinches, startled by the new arrival. How? He didn't sense a single thing, no footsteps, no presence, absolutely nothing. The female doctor watches on, her own terror momentarily forgotten as this imposing new figure enters the scene. Ryu recovers, whipping around with his blade ready, demanding to know who dares to interrupt him. But as the man steps out from the shadows, the assassin's aggressive posture just melts away. He sees the casual yellow shirt, and the man wearing it. It's Lee Jungwon, standing there with an almost bored expression, as pure terror dawns on Raya's face. In that one moment, the hunter realizes he has just become the prey. His mind flashes back to a battlefield legend, a shadowy figure spoken of in whispers. We're thrown years into the past, to a mission in Europe where a younger Ryu was a captain on the run. Bullets whizzed past his head as he sprinted through the cobblestone streets. He was a force to be reckoned with, taking down an enemy with a brutal, spinning kick. He landed perfectly, weapon at the ready, a picture of deadly competence. But what he saw next shattered his composure completely. His entire team lay dead, cut down in an instant by a single, terrifyingly efficient killer. A smirking member of Team Zero casually asked who dared give the order to hunt them. Blinded by fury, the young captain lunged forward to avenge his fallen comrades. But his rage-fueled charge was met with nothing but hot lead, riddling his body with bullets. The memory fades, and in the present, a horrified Ryu breathes the name of the man before him, Owl. The blonde-haired man, Charles, smirks, clearly pleased to be recognized. He casually warns Ryu to lower his knife, calling him a special gift prepared for the captain. In another room, a doctor holds a severed head, musing that it would be a shame if the gift broke. Ryu's eyes widen in realization, asking if the captain he means is Khalid, and Charles happily confirms it. Shaken, Ryu drops into a defensive stance, insisting that Khalid is supposed to be dead. Charles just brings a finger to his lips with a playful grin, admitting that, officially, that's true. But since Ryu is about to die anyway, he says with a menacing smile, he can let him in on the secret. Realizing his mistake, Ryu scrambles to save himself, promising to leave Korea and never return. But Charles just scoffs, asking if running away is enough after taking lives. Ryu breaks into a cold sweat, stammering that it was an accident, no one even knows what Khalid looks like. With a chilling grin, Charles agrees, but says it doesn't matter. Anyone who crosses Khalid's people dies. He leans in, his smile widening as a shadowy hand reaches for the terrified man. But a calm, firm voice suddenly cuts through the air, speaking Charles's full name. Charles freezes, his smug expression wiped clean as he turns to see his captain standing right behind him. On the floor, Ryu stares in absolute shock, his mind refusing to process what he's seeing. Jungwon coolly asks why Charles is here, and the blonde agent grins, admitting he's been in Korea all along. Charles explains that when he heard the captain disappeared, he knew he'd be right here, back in his homeland. Jungwon dryly asks if he came all the way to Korea without a plan, and Charles admits he's now broke with nowhere to go. He gets right in Jungwon's face, playfully demanding he take responsibility for him. Meanwhile, Ryu stares up from the floor, a new wave of horror washing over him as he processes a single word: Prosecutor. Jungwon turns his attention back to the thug, thanking Charles for helping him catch someone he'd almost missed. The final pieces click into place in Ryu's shattered mind. This man is Khalid, and he was Korean all along. As Jungwon takes a deliberate step forward, Ryu's knife slips from his trembling hand and clatters to the floor. A menacing blue aura begins to flare around the captain, his gaze locking onto his prey. Desperate, Ryu scrambles to his feet and grabs a chair, holding it up like a shield as he begs Khalid to spare him. Investigator Kang Yuna watches the scene unfold, completely stunned. The man who was ready to kill a moment ago is now begging just because he's facing a prosecutor? Jungwon's expression is ice cold, offering only one word: surrender. But for Ryu, the name Khalid is a death sentence, and he makes a desperate choice. With a furious roar, he hurls the chair not at his enemy, but straight at the window. It shatters the glass, and he dives right through the opening, escaping into the open air. Charles rushes to the hole in the wall, cursing the man's absolute insanity. He turns to his captain, asking if they need to give chase. They're on the 3rd floor, after all. But Jungwon is completely unfazed, calmly stating that it's fine. Rhino is waiting outside, and down on the street, Ryu lands hard from his 3rd-story jump. He stumbles forward, clutching a shoulder that screams in protest. The fall was brutal, but he's on his feet and already trying to run. He glances back up, a mix of terror and disbelief on his face. Meanwhile, the scene cuts away to a sterile, quiet hospital room. A man with intense, dark hair watches a doctor working on a bloody patient. He asks the surgeon if there's any hope of saving Chairman Wang. The surgeon simply says he'll do his best, then barks an order to a female doctor to prep an OR immediately. As she turns to leave, the dark-haired man stops her. He looks her dead in the eye, his own fate hanging on her skills, telling her that he's counting on her. With his words hanging in the air, the female doctor sprints down the hospital corridor. Back in the waiting room, Jungwon gets to his feet, telling Charles they're leaving. Rhino can't handle this alone if the target isn't hurt. Elsewhere, Ryu is scrambling through a darkened parking garage, trying to get away. He knows he has to disappear fast before more of Team Zero arrives, but suddenly, he's slammed sideways by a crushing force. He can't even process what just happened, his body aching from the unexpected impact. A massive figure looms over his crumpled form, and a deep voice asks if he's the one who ran from Incheon. Rya's eyes snap open in horrified recognition of all people. It's Rhino. His mind flashes back to a past failure, a moment of utter despair. He remembers being on the ground, a voice demanding to know whose orders he was following. And in that desperate moment, he had pulled a gun, his last resort against an unseen enemy. But the man holding his fallen comrade just scoffs, wondering why he'd even bother asking who sent them. With a flick of his wrist, he tosses the body aside and tells Ryu to collect his dead teammates and get lost. Ryu's past self could only stare in horror, the realization dawning his entire squad, Team 3, was wiped out. And just when he thought it couldn't get any worse, another figure emerged from the shadows. Khalid. There they stood, two legends of Team 0, with Rhino identified as Target 2. His heart plummeted. Maybe he could handle one, but taking on two of them? Impossible. With his gun raised in a futile gesture, he knew this mission was a complete and utter failure. Snapping back to the present, Ryu confronts Rhino, demanding to know why the retired members of Team 0 are here. He tries to bluff, telling the mountain of a man to step aside or die, desperate to escape. But Rhino just cracks his knuckles, a smirk on his face, introducing himself as a heavy weapons expert and a master of unarmed combat. But all of Ryu's bluster is met with nothing but overwhelming force. He's thrown to the ground before he can even blink, the impact jarring him to his core. Rhino stands over him, not with the look of a victor, but with sheer annoyance. A heavy boot connects with Ryu's side, a brutal punctuation to his failed threat. As the pain flares, a different memory flashes in his mind, another fight, another blade. Rhino's voice cuts through the haze, mocking him, claiming he doesn't even remember their past. He leans in with a cruel smirk, asking if Ryu only survived because he tucked his tail and ran. The insult lands like a hammer blow, throwing Ryu back to that day, a knife plunging toward his face. Cold steel was just an inch from his eye when a hand shot out, stopping the blade dead in its tracks. His eyes widened in shock as he saw his savior, a much younger, blonde-haired Khalid. But that was a lifetime ago. Back in the present, Rhino lets out a sarcastic sigh of relief, wondering what took his backup so long. A man in a white shirt coolly sizes up the defeated Ryu, declaring him a flight risk and ordering his associate, Charles, to finish the job. With a gleeful salute, Charles launches forward in a blur of motion. A sharp crack, and the weapon is slapped from Ryu's hand, clattering uselessly on the pavement. Charles grins, a predator enjoying his work, as he slams a high-voltage weapon into Ryu's chest. The shock throws Ryu back, his body seizing as electricity courses through him. Defeated and cornered, he makes a last, desperate move, grabbing his knife and holding it to his own throat. But it's no use. Charles is already there, casually informing him that with the captain present, there is no escape. The words, the situation, the utter hopelessness, it all floods Ryu's mind, leaving only pure, unadulterated terror. He looks up into the shadows and sees him, the investigator, the captain, standing over him like an executioner. Defeated, Ryu can only let out a heavy sigh, slumping to the ground as the reality of his capture sets in. The scene is quickly flooded with the flashing red and blue lights of arriving police cars. The investigator calmly orders the officers to take Ryu into custody, expecting him at the prosecutor's office by morning. Without a word, the once feared gang leader is hauled away, his head hung in utter defeat. Suddenly, the tense atmosphere breaks as the massive Rhino appears, joyfully crushing Charles in a massive bear hug. Charles just grins, complimenting the big guy's skills, and Rhino laughs, clearly thrilled by the reunion. The investigator questions what they're even doing here, but Charles is more interested in teasing Rhino about his weight gain. Rhino brushes it all aside, insisting they all go for a drink to properly catch up, looking hopefully at his old captain. But the investigator is all business, reminding them they have a suspect to process and paperwork to file. A prosecutor's work is never done. Rhino and Charles just laugh, deciding to go have fun on their own. With the case closed, Jungwon finally returns to the prosecutor's office late at night, but stepping inside, he finds the entire place eerily deserted. He can't help but wonder, did something happen? A bad feeling starts to creep in as he scans the empty desks. He immediately grabs the phone to find out what's going on. He gets a hold of Prosecutor Lee Soo-hyun, asking where in the world everyone has gone. She scoffs, telling him they all went out to find their hotshot prosecutor who ran off alone to catch the bad guys. Jungwon calmly informs her that they can all turn back now since he's already arrested everyone involved. Her voice echoes over the phone in sheer disbelief, a furious shout of his name shaking the entire building. Just as he hangs up, his superior, Section Chief Kang, walks in with a grim expression. Jungwon can only offer a small smile, apologizing for once again acting on his own. But instead of a lecture, he's pulled into a sudden, tight hug by his boss, who's just thankful he's alive. Jungwon freezes, completely caught off guard by the unexpected display of emotion. Once they're seated, the mood shifts to a more serious debrief. Section Chief Kang regrets that the police officers got hurt, admitting they weren't as fast as Jungwon. Jungwon brushes it off, stating that with charges this severe, securing the death penalty won't be a problem. Kang, however, is focused on the mastermind, Shin Taeyang, asking how they'll make the charges stick. He lays out his plan. First, he'll get statements from every single one of the underlings. Then, he'll spread a nasty rumor that Shin Taeyang sold them all out to get a lighter sentence. As Jungwon listens, his boss explains the final, brilliant step of the plan. Both he and Jungwon will confess, pinning every last crime on Shin Taeyang, leaving him no way out. With the trap perfectly laid, Section Chief Kang declares he'll schedule a press conference for tomorrow. Jungwon flashes a subtle, predatory smile. He's more than ready to play his part. Elsewhere, at a luxurious hotel, another part of the team is celebrating their victory. A lavish spread of food and wine covers the table, a feast fit for corporate conquerors. Charles raises his glass, loudly taking credit for the entire operation, puffing out his chest. He tries to boast to Gerald, but the big guy couldn't care less, focused only on his delicious steak. Pouting, Charles mutters about how they just don't get along, clearly annoyed at the lack of attention. The next day, a sharply dressed Jungwon walks through the prosecutor's office, flanked by his trusted team. A clear voice cuts through the hallway, calling out his full title, Prosecutor Lee Jungwon. He turns to see the renowned prodigy prosecutor, Lee Soo-hyun, striding purposefully toward him. Her voice cuts through the lobby, a simple greeting that stops Jungwon in his tracks. She steps in close, her hand on his chest as she asks if he was hurt, her concern seeming genuine. But then she pulls back, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she scoffs at his superhero antics. She continues her verbal assault, remarking how he made things very safe by handling all the danger himself. He turns toward the elevator, trying to explain that the situation was urgent and he had no choice. She folds her arms, finally admitting that as a colleague, she was just a little worried when he went silent. Shifting back to business, she informs him that the interrogation room and press conference are ready. They arrive at interrogation room 1, where a mocking laugh echoes from behind the door. Inside, Ryu smirks from across the table, amused that the infamous mercenary Khaled is now a government dog. He leans forward, taunting Jungwon that if this were a real battlefield, he'd already be dead. But Jungwon just leans back, utterly unimpressed, asking why he'd even bother killing Ryu himself. He has a much simpler, more elegant solution, and all it takes is a single leak to the press. He paints a picture for the thug, a Putao executive cutting a deal by offering inside information. And then comes the real question. Does Ryu truly believe Putao will just let a traitor live? He reminds Ryu of the friends he saw yesterday, and two menacing silhouettes fill the thug's mind. A cold, predatory smile spreads across Jungwon's face. Those guys are experts at making people vanish. Ryu's composure finally shatters, realizing he's being set up to be eliminated by his own organization. He slams his fist down in a panic, screaming about whether a prosecutor can legally do this. In the shadows, Jungwon's eye glints. He confirms he won't do anything illegal at all. He'll just let Ryu go free, and let Putao handle the dirty work of executing their new traitor. Ryu finally cracks, screaming that Jungwon can't possibly win against an organization as vast as Putao. But Jungwon simply leans back, unfazed, and tells him he'd already figured that much out. On cue, two plainclothes officers enter the room to grab the now broken thug. With a wave of his hand, Jungwon declares the interrogation over. He has places to be. As he's dragged away, Ryu sputters one last threat. Putao will never let him go. A wicked grin spreads across Jungwon's face because that's exactly what he wants. Out in the hall, his team leader confirms the press conference is at 4. They need confessions by then. Jungwon gives a simple nod, his mind already on the next phase of his plan. He steps into the next interrogation room, where two very familiar faces are waiting. The thugs' faces twist in disbelief and fury, realizing the man who dismantled them was a prosecutor. Jungwon coolly remarks that things would have been much easier if they'd just surrendered. He lays out their options, making it clear that cooperation is the only path to a lighter sentence. The reality hits them hard. Charges like human trafficking mean they could die in prison. One of the thugs slams the table, demanding to know who the traitor is. Jungwon leans in, feigning curiosity, and asks why he's so certain they were sold out. The thug explains their warehouses were constantly moving. Someone had to have tipped off the authorities. He makes an offer. Reveal the rat's identity, and hell spill everything he knows. Even facing a life sentence, his mind is consumed with getting revenge on whoever betrayed him. Jungwon leans back, deciding that a broken promise to Shin Taeyang is a small price to pay for a quick confession. Then he drops the bomb, and the thug's world shatters as he names their own boss as the traitor. Of course, they refuse to believe him, but Jungwon just scoffs at their shock. With a predatory grin, he asks them to think about who else could have set them up. Finally taking the bait, one of the thugs demands to know what their boss got in return. Jungwon's smile widens as he lays out the obvious answer, a get-out of jail-free card. They're floored, asking if he means a reduced sentence, and Jungwon casually confirms it. He paints a grim picture. Shin Taeyang walks away an amateur while they take the fall for everything. The drugs were confiscated, sure, but all the money they earned mysteriously vanished. A wave of horrified realization washes over the two thugs as the pieces click into place. They explode in rage, cursing Shin Taeyang, but Jungwon isn't done twisting the knife just yet. With their spirits broken, he leans back, asking one more time what they've truly been doing. And so, with the thugs broken, the scene shifts to the prosecutor's office the next day. A press conference is called. The media gathered to hear the official story. Taking the podium himself, Lee Jungwon begins to detail the results of the recent operation. But this was no simple drug bust. He reveals the gang was also involved in kidnapping and human trafficking of minors. The reporters are stunned, murmuring amongst themselves as this prosecutor keeps dropping one bombshell after another. On the broadcast, Jungwon credits the hostage rescue to the cooperation of the police. But watching from his office, director Jang Seong-woo scoffs at the official story. He corrects his subordinate, saying it wasn't police cooperation, it was all prosecutor Lee Jungwon's heroic actions. Even he is in disbelief, musing that he can't believe Jungwon managed to arrest the infamous Ryu Panwei, the very same man, we learn, who had ordered the hit on Jungwon in the first place. Director Jang can't believe it, but Ryu nonchalantly confirms he's already contacted their Chinese partners. Watching the broadcast, Jang realizes Jungwon's move is pure genius. He's cornering them all on live TV. Jungwon then drops the real bombshell. The gang traded kidnapped Korean citizens to a Chinese company. The press room erupts in chaos. Kidnapping their own people? This is an international incident. A reporter jumps to his feet, wanting to confirm the insane accusation against a major foreign company. With ice in his veins, Jungwon simply says yes, and that they have proof of how it was done. He reveals the criminals operated through the shadowy corners of the internet, the deep web and the dark web. Another reporter, Park Jong-pil, rises with a smug look, trying to trap Jungwon by mentioning a past, unsolved dark web case. He whispers to his colleague, completely underestimating the man at the podium, expecting some bland, bureaucratic response. But Jungwon's answer is anything but bland. He declares they'll seek the death penalty for these heinous crimes. The room is stunned, silent. Death penalty, the words hang in the air, a promise and a threat. Elsewhere, office workers watch the broadcast, shocked, wondering if this prosecutor just committed career suicide. Their commentary is cut short by a sudden notification, a new development that makes one of them gasp. Back at the press conference, the silence shatters into a fresh wave of chaos. Park Jong-pil is on his feet, accusing Jungwon of leaking his own investigation to the press. And in a dark room, a powerful enemy simply scoffs and turns off the TV, bored by the prosecutor's short-lived bravado. The news travels fast. The notorious Baek Song-tae gets a message, a wicked grin spreading across his face. He shows his phone. A direct order from Putao Shipping to eliminate Lee Jungwon for a $10 million reward. His partner Ryu practically leaps out of his seat at the number, but there's a catch to this high-paying job. It's also a retrieval mission they need to get a specific document from Jungwon, and for that price, Baek is all in. His partner Christoph is having second thoughts, reminding Baek that even the snake Ryu Panwei got captured. But Baek just grins, a picture of pure avarice, reminding him that greed is a fool's game and only success pays the bills. He has a new plan. Since they were hired to leave no trace, he'll just issue a new order. He splits the bounty, putting 5 million on Jungwon and another 5 on the captured Ryu, laughing like a madman. Meanwhile, Jungwon is getting an earful from director Jang, who can't believe his subordinate's audacity. But just as the old man is about to blow a gasket, Jungwon's phone rings, and he calmly answers it mid-lecture. He turns and walks away, leaving his superior absolutely fuming at being so blatantly ignored. The call takes us to a high-end hotel room, where his contact is waiting. It's Charles, the hacker, and he gets right to business, asking if Jungwon remembers the owner of Black Swan. The name stops Jungwon in his tracks. Black Swan, a name he hasn't heard in years. Why bring up that old man now? Charles confirms it. An order went through to Black Swan, and Jungwon's name was on it. The bounty is a laughably low $5 million, but since it's just a name, his identity is safe. He traced the client, not to Putao Shipping, but to an ordinary guy with a meticulously faked, spotless record. Jungwon immediately understands if even Charles can't find a flaw, This person is a military-grade ghost. Something isn't right. He tells Charles to hold tight and find their current location. But the hacker has bad news. He got careless, tried to hack their cameras, and was instantly reverse-tracked. Before he could react, they found him and cut the signal. It seems the enemy has a world-class hacker too. Jungwon's blood runs cold as Charles delivers the final blow. They're already at the hotel door. He panics, yelling into the phone, begging him to just hold out for 10 minutes. On the other end, Charles is calm, his hand resting on his knife. 10 minutes. He'll give it a shot. A knock at the door, a flimsy room service excuse. Charles is already poised, wondering where these bastards crawled from. The door doesn't just open, it explodes inward as two masked killers charge through. Blades at the ready. Hez not just a hacker, Hez quick on his feet, instantly letting two throwing knives fly. The blades find their mark, striking both attackers square in the chest with a satisfying thud. But they barely even flinch. His heart sinks stab-proof vests, and more are already flooding the room. He's thrown into a desperate melee, his small blade barely holding back their massive knives. The odds are impossible. A blade slips past his guard, slicing a deep gash across his chest. Far away, the sound of thunder echoes through a hallway someone is running. It's Jungwon, a human bullet tearing through the building with absolute fury in his eyes. His mind is screaming a single desperate plea. "Hold on for 10 minutes, Charles." He gasps as the blade sinks deep, a searing pain exploding through his chest. Charles hits the ground, clutching the wound, realizing their strength is on a whole other level. The masked men surround him, their leader ordering them to keep him alive for questioning. But before they can move, one of them silently drops to the floor, dead. The leader whips around in shock, wondering when someone could have possibly gotten in. A new masked figure stands there, and the attacker scoffs, surprised to find a pretty boy instead of his real target. Hez so arrogant, he even boasts that if Prosecutor Lee Jungwon were actually here, they'd all be dead. The leader admits he already knew Jungwon wasn't here. He was just curious about this mysterious protector's identity. He demands the newcomer drop his weapon, claiming he doesn't want any unnecessary bloodshed. But the hero just glances at the fresh corpse on the floor, wondering if his dead colleague would agree. The leader tries to play it cool, claiming he never intended to kill him, but his subordinate frantically reminds him that number 3 is already dead. Another attacker loses his patience, screaming that they should just kill the hostage already as Charles looks on, unimpressed. But the leader sees the bigger picture. This kid is clearly skilled, a part of Jungwon's team, and it'd be a waste to kill him. So he offers Charles one last chance. Help them eliminate Lee Jungwon, and they'll let him walk away. The masked man smirks, explaining his simple philosophy in this business. There are no allies, only money. Charles returns the smirk, admitting that's not wrong, but it's a bit different from what he was taught. A brilliant blue aura flares to life around him as he declares that comrades are brothers, and for that, he can't let them go peacefully. The offer has been soundly rejected. The leader's face darkens, muttering what a shame it is. A menacing purple energy then erupts from his own body. If that's the choice, then Charles will have to die here. At his command, the other two men lunge forward with their blades, ready to end this as Charles braces for the attack. The first attacker lunges, but Charles deflects the heavy slash with a swift kick. He counters with a barrage of his own, his blue energy clashing against the blade. But his opponent is skilled, finding an opening and slicing deep into Charles's shoulder. The masked man grunts in satisfaction, seeing the deep wound he's inflicted. He screams for Charles to die, raising his blade for the final, killing strike. With incredible agility, Charles ducks under the swing, the attack missing him completely. The attacker seethes with frustration, enraged that this kid is still standing. Charles glares back, a smirk crossing his face as he examines his own bloodied hand. His opponent channels energy into his knife, preparing to lunge once more. But Charles is a step ahead, pivoting and driving a powerful kick straight into the man's gut. The blow sends the masked man stumbling back, the air knocked from his lungs. He can't believe it, his eyes wide with shock as Charles presses the attack. Not wasting a single motion, Charles plants his bloody hand on the floor to pivot. He follows through with a brutal, sweeping kick aimed right at the man's legs. The impact sends the attacker flying across the room, utterly outclassed. His partner, however, just watches the display, slowly pulling off his own mask. This one's a veteran, a chilling smirk on his face as he acknowledges Charles' skill. Charles calmly stands, remarking that he was taught the basics of knife fighting. The older man agrees, noting that only a fool tries to grab a blade. Charles has clearly learned well. He doesn't need to know his teacher's name, instead introducing himself as Lee Cheolsu, the man who will be taking his head. Charles calmly confirms he recognized the veteran, noting that unmasking means he's serious about killing him. Lee Chiolsu returns the compliment, admitting that a man with Charles's skill and spirit is a rare find, but he scoffs at him, calling it a fatal mistake to be cleaning up the mess of an incompetent prosecutor. With a bloody grin, Charles taunts him back, suggesting all this talk is just a sign that the old man is afraid. He then reveals the veteran's monologue was the real mistake, as it just bought him more time on the clock. Enraged at being played, Lee Chiolsu lunges forward to deliver a final blow, but Charles meets his attack head-on. He parries the blade, shouting that the veteran is too late, a claim that only confuses his attacker. With a chilling smirk, Charles clarifies who has arrived, that so-called incompetent prosecutor he mentioned. Footsteps echo from the doorway, and a calm voice asks if he only managed to take care of one opponent. It's the prosecutor himself, Lee Jung-won, stepping into the room with an aura of absolute command. Lee Chiolsu recognizes the man from television, smirking that the famous prosecutor just walked right into his own grave. He calculates his odds. A prosecutor should be easy, but a 2-on-1 fight is risky, so he decides to strike first. With a burst of speed, he lunges straight for Jung-won, who watches the attack come with unnerving calm. But before his blade can connect, a wounded Charles intercepts the blow, gritting his teeth through the pain. The veteran instantly redirects, bringing his knife down in a vicious arc toward a seemingly defenseless Jung-won. Yet Jung-won is far from helpless, stopping the attack cold with a brutal, precise punch to the man's arm. The sheer impact sends Lee Chiolsu stumbling backward, completely stunned by the prosecutor's impossible strength. Charles leans against the wall with a grin, complaining that Jung-won interrupted him just as he was starting to have fun. Jung-won simply tells him to rest, his eyes glowing faintly as he promises this won't take long at all. He then gestures to the downed man on the floor, his cold gaze locking onto the veteran as he asks if he's the one who hurt his guy. A cold sweat breaks on Lee Chiolsu's brow as he finally recognizes the man before him. It can't be this is the same prosecutor he just saw giving a press conference on TV. As he reels from the shock, the other masked assailants begin to close in on Jung-won from behind. Leaning against the wall, a wounded Charles notes that these guys are clearly professionals, not some sloppy amateurs. Jung-won just flashes a predatory grin, promising he'll just have to drag them in to get some answers. And in the next instant, he explodes into motion. Lee Chiolsu swings his knife wildly, but his blade only cuts through empty air as Jung-won easily dodges. Before the veteran can even blink, Jung-won is already on him, landing a devastating counterpunch. An ally tries to flank him, but is met with a swift, brutal strike to the side. The masked goon is sent flying, completely overpowered by the prosecutor's monstrous strength. Jung-won doesn't waste a second, pivoting to smash his fist into another attacker's face. The man is launched backwards, skidding across the floor from the sheer force of the blow. Lee Chiolsu slams into the wall, his mind reeling. He's just too fast. How can anyone move like that after taking a knife to the gut? He remembers the moment of impact Jung-won charged in, fully prepared to be stabbed just to land a hit. The man is either insane or impossibly bold, and Chiolsu stares up at him from the ground. But this old veteran isn't done yet. He scrambles back, realizing he can't afford to take this prosecutor lightly. He analyzes the situation. Jung-won is unarmed, and that stab wound should be crippling his movements. If he even tries to pull that knife out, he'll bleed to death right here on the floor. Lee Chiolsu decides he's overthinking it. One clean hit is all he needs as he lunges forward for the kill. But as the old veteran closes in, Jung-won does the unthinkable, gritting his teeth and yanking the blade from his own gut. He doesn't even flinch, immediately turning his enemy's weapon against him in a vicious, blood-slicked arc. Lee Chiolsu barely gets his own knife up in time, his face a mask of pure shock at the raw speed. The old man is reeling. Is this prosecutor seriously trying to fight after pulling out a blade that should have killed him? But then the realization dawns on him as a blue aura flares to life. This man isn't like the others. Has something else entirely. Their blades meet with a sharp clang, a desperate block from a man who's already lost. With his guard broken, Jung-won drives forward, smashing his forehead directly into the bridge of Chiolsu's nose. The veteran assassin crumples to the floor, completely overpowered and outclassed. But this battle isn't the only one raging, as elsewhere, a masked goon brings a knife down on Charles. The blonde hacker, known as Owl, just barely twists out of the way, dodging a strike meant to end him. The attacker's knife lies on the ground, a fatal mistake, and an opportunity. Charles doesn't hesitate, snatching the blade with a blood-soaked hand. Done playing defense, he lunges forward, a blur of yellow and steel. The blade finds its home, sinking deep into the chest of a masked goon. He stands over the body with a cold smirk, taunting them that their fate was sealed the moment his boss arrived. Their leader, a grizzled veteran, can only stare, his confident grin wiped from his face. He looks around in horror. His entire squad has been taken out. What is this kid? A moment later, Charles is dragging the man's dead weight across the room, grumbling about the effort. He props the defeated leader into a chair just as Jungwon enters, cool and collected despite his own wounds. Charles asks if he's all right, but Jungwon waves it off, more concerned about the identities of their attackers. He rips the mask from the leader's face, his hands stained with their blood. Charles reports that he doesn't recognize any of them. They seem like average Koreans, even giving a generic name. Jungwon acknowledges their skill. If even Charles is stumped, then these guys are ghosts. The blonde info broker wonders aloud, could they be from a government intelligence agency? But Jungwon already knows the truth. These aren't from the south, they're sleeper agents from the north. Charles is stunned. North Korean spies? Now their unfamiliar fighting style made perfect sense. With the truth revealed, Jungwon calmly takes over the interrogation of the captive, Lee Cheolsu. The room falls silent, the defeated leader refusing to speak a word. Jungwon starts with a simple, cutting question. Does he have a family? The man flinches. Then, leaning in with cold intensity, he asks the one thing that truly matters. Who hired you? And with one name, Putao Group, the captive's iron will shatters. Jungwon smirks, his voice dripping with condescension. The contract is a failure, the plan is toast. He paints a picture for the defeated spy, explaining the dead or alive clause common in mercenary work. The man's eyes light up with a desperate thought. Is Jungwon suggesting they fake his death for the bounty? But Jungwon's expression hardens. He reminds him he's not some thug, he's a prosecutor for the Republic of Korea. The attack was sloppy, caught on camera from every angle. There's no burying this, no quiet escape. He leans in, offering one final deal. Cooperate, and his family lives. Refuse, and it's over for everyone. That's all it takes. The man slumps, defeated, admitting the name is right, Putao. Jungwon presses him, why take this job? He had no connection to them. The answer is simple. He needed the money. He confesses everything. The agonizing fear of living under the North's watch, and his desperate dream to escape with his family. A younger, bloodied Jungwon flashes through his mind, a stark reminder that having a family makes you a target. The mercenary quickly offers to cancel the contract himself, but Jungwon calmly shuts him down. Completely baffled, the man asks what he means, and Jungwon tells him to listen very carefully. He lays out his insane plan. The mercenary will report the assassination as a success to get paid by Putao. The man is aghast. Is he seriously planning to take on Putao? Jungwon just says it's only fair they get punished too. Now on board, the mercenary grumbles to himself as Jungwon bluntly orders him to hand over the laptop. He sits down at the desk, his gloved fingers tapping out the message. The screen confirms it in stark text. Contract. Success. The trap has been set. Miles away, Deputy Chief Prosecutor Yoon grows frustrated, unable to get a hold of his rogue prosecutor. And Jungwon knows it, sighing as he looks out over the city, musing that he's really stirred the pot this time. With the trap set, Jungwon makes his next call, smoothly asking his superior for a favor. The request is so insane it practically shakes the building. He wants to be declared dead on paper. Deputy Chief Prosecutor Yoon explodes over the phone, demanding to know what kind of ridiculous nonsense this is. Jungwon, with his newly recruited muscle sitting behind him, simply asks for 3 months of trust. Yoon confirms the obvious. Jungwon is keeping this operation completely off the books, with him as the sole contact. The prosecutor reluctantly agrees, asking for the plan as the mercenary hoists the unconscious Charles onto his shoulder. Jungwon calmly announces he's going to Hangzhou, much to Yoon's exasperation. His boss argues back, questioning if they should just sit by, but also pointing out the futility of one man against a foreign power. But Jungwon has a strategy. He'll go in quietly and gather evidence of their crimes committed in Korea. With that leverage, he reasons, the foreign government won't be able to refuse a joint investigation. He already has a lead. Jungwon reveals his lead. The Putao Group hired a fixer to kill him, and he has that very fixer tied up right now. Yoon is stunned by the news as Jungwon requests a simple warrant to trace the man's account. He explains that the payment for the hit will create an undeniable money trail right back to them. The prosecutor finally gets it. Jungwon is going to operate while the world thinks he's dead, keeping the enemy completely in the dark. Convinced, Yoon agrees to arrange CIA protection, telling him to meet an agent named Andy once he's in China. Back in the safe house, the captured mercenary asks what's next for them, but Jungwon knows arresting them now would give the game away. Charles, clutching his bloody side, is eager for the mission, but Jungwon tells him to get treatment first before they take an afternoon flight. But then comes the twist. Jungwon reveals he's going to Hangzhou alone, leaving a shocked Charles with work to do back in Korea. And just like that, a lone plane cuts across the sky, carrying one man on an impossible mission. He's arrived. The Shaoshan International Airport in Hangzhou, China, the heart of enemy territory. He steps onto foreign soil looking less like a fugitive and more like a man who owns the place. But his confident stride is interrupted by a familiar voice buzzing in his ear. Leaning against a sleek black car is his CIA contact, the agent named Andy. Before meeting his ride, Jungwon quietly checks in with his man back home. And Charles, ever the prodigy, reports he's already finished his task, having traced the real owner through the Mercenary's account. Good work. Jungwon cuts the call, satisfied, turning his full attention to the mission at hand. Without a word, he slides into the passenger seat, ready to move. Andy tries to make some small talk, asking if this is his first time in China. But Jungwon's curt no catches him off guard clearly. This isn't his first rodeo. The two trade barbs as they speed down the highway, with Jungwon coolly shutting down his new partner's questions. Andy remarks that Jungwon has been quite the black hole, swallowing up plenty of targets on his own. With a slight smirk, Jungwon asks if Andy has a problem with his methods. He clarifies it's not resentment, just annoyance at having to help a known troublemaker. Their destination is a CIA safe house in Hangzhou, where Andy says his boss is anxiously waiting. After all, Jungwon handed over Shin Taeyang. It's only fair the CIA returns the favor. Just then, Jungwon's phone pings with the target's name, Zhang Weryong of Putao Capital. Andy seems surprised he knows the name already, but confirms they have a full database waiting. That's good news. Jungwon leans back, asking just how secure this safe house really is. Andy scoffs at the question, assuring him that even the car they're in is fully bulletproof. As the sun begins to set, their armored vehicle pulls up to a secluded, modern villa. Inside, Andy admits life has been mostly boring, his attempts to infiltrate Putao Capital stonewalled by their insane security. He slams his hand down, explaining that a company built on stealing secrets would naturally be paranoid about its own. But he's not alone, as Jungwon silently materializes behind him, making the CIA agent jump. On a nearby monitor, the face of their target flashes into view, a man with a nasty scar and even nastier eyes. Jungwon freezes for a split second, a flicker of recognition in his gaze. That guy. Andy catches the reaction, asking if he knows him, but Jungwon simply says the face feels familiar. With a slight smirk, Andy reveals that this is the man himself, Zhang Weryong. He questions how Jungwon is surprised, since he already knew the name, but Jungwon clarifies he had no photo to go with it. Andy explains that Putao Capital is new, its information scarce, but they can always follow the money. Wasting no time, Jungwon is already at a whiteboard, theorizing it's just a paper company for laundering criminal funds. Jungwon then drops the bomb, calmly telling a stunned Andy that this is the man who paid for the hit on him in Korea. He credits a certain skilled colleague of his, a master hacker, who was able to follow the money trail. His expression hardens as he remembers that his friend could trace the funds, but never managed to find the culprit's face. But for Jungwon, this face is unforgettable. The true owner of that shell account, the prime suspect. Suddenly, the memory hits him like a freight train. The back of the man who walked away after the hit and run. The same monstrous silhouette that has haunted his nightmares every single night. He remembers collapsing to the ground back then, a helpless child consumed by grief, watching that man just leave, right after his mother had passed away. This single moment of trauma became a recurring nightmare that tormented him endlessly. In that dream, he could never save her, forced to watch his mother die over and over again. In those nightmares, the man who killed his mother always took on a different form, but the terror was always the same, a constant, threatening presence looming over him. Sometimes, the nightmare would twist, and the killer would call him by name, a demonic voice whispering that in the end, it was Jungwon's fault his mother died. But now, the fog clears, and the true face emerges from the trauma. Zhang Weryong. After all this time, he's finally found him. All those years spent wandering the world as a mercenary, hunting for a ghost, and the whole time, his target was running a business right under his nose. Jungwon slides the photo onto the table, a cold smile on his face. Andy, sitting across from him, can only ask what he's looking forward to. Jungwon's eyes lock onto the image of the man with the scar. He's looking forward to the moment he finally gets to meet him face to face. Andy can't help but ask if this is some kind of personal grudge, but Jungwon's answer is a cold no. He turns to the investigation board, explaining that he's about to find out, leaving Andy to mutter that he's a lunatic. The problem, Jungwon says, is that the Chinese authorities won't cooperate, especially if the CIA gets involved. He leans in, making it clear he didn't come all this way to go home with nothing. He needs a plan. Andy figures if the target company is for laundering, then Putao Capital would likely be their source of funds. A dangerous idea sparks in Jungwon's mind. What if they borrow a huge sum and then just don't pay it back? Andy is stunned by the reckless scheme, but Jungwon ignores his warnings and points him to a computer. Grumbling about being treated like a secretary, Andy orders him to turn around while he cracks the password. With the system open, Jungwon immediately asks if an American could borrow, say, $10 million. Andy loses it at the insane number, but Jungwon is dead calm. They aren't paying it back anyway, and he knows just the friend to ask. Andy pulls up a site with a simple logo, Black Swan. Is this the dark web? A wicked grin spreads across Jungwon's face. He knows his friend will be thrilled to see this. The scene jumps across the world to the dark, lamplit streets of Vladivostok, Russia. And wouldn't you know it, there's a small establishment here called the Black Swan Pub. Inside, the hulking owner gets ready to close up shop for the night. He stretches, muttering to himself that ending a day this quietly just isn't his style. As if on cue, his daughter bursts through the door, yelling that her dad has to hear this, he's alive. She holds up a folder with a mischievous smile, playfully asking what he's talking about. Her father is completely lost as she grabs him, trying to clarify that it's not about death, but about life. Finally, he asks who she's so worked up about, and she leans in to whisper a single, explosive name, Khulud. Her father scoffs, telling his daughter Elena to finally let it go, that man is long dead. But she refuses, insisting he was the one who saved their lives. Her father's face twists. No, he was the one who tried to kill them. He holds up a hand, warning her that while he'd do anything for her, that man is simply too dangerous. He claims that's exactly why Khulud died so young, but Elena looks him dead in the eye, questioning if he really believes that. With a confident smirk, she slides a laptop across the bar, asking how a dead man could possibly place a contract. His eyes widen in shock as she points out the contract's unique code, one that only Khulud ever used. The pub owner stammers, completely floored. It can't be heard the man had retired for good. Elena leans in, catching his slip of the tongue. So he wasn't dead, just retired? Her father is caught speechless. He slams his fist on the bar, a storm of frustration and fear brewing within him. With a fiery resolve, Elena grabs his arm, declaring that she's going, and he can't stop her. Ignoring her father's desperate cries, Elena sprints off, dead set on finding Khulud. He's left behind, clutching his head in a wave of stress and disbelief. His fear boils over into pure rage. That damned Khulud. A man who only ever brought ruin to his doorstep. The memory surfaces, a flashback to the day he first met the agent from Team Zero. A younger Khulud had him at gunpoint, calmly introducing himself before meeting the infamous polar bear. The pub owner raised his hands in surrender, nervously playing along, knowing the rule for witnesses. But Khulud saw right through it, remarking that only idiots believe in a next time. His foot subtly moves, pressing a small red button hidden on the floor. The polar bear had given the signal, expecting his hidden men to emerge and riddle Khulud with bullets. But he was left standing there in stunned silence, a cold sweat breaking as he realized no one was coming for him. A cold smirk plays on Khulud's lips as he informs the gangster that his backup won't be coming, because his own elite squad has already cleared the entire perimeter, reporting that they're on their way. The polar bear's bravado shatters, and he desperately throws his hands up, admitting total defeat. But the gunshot never comes. Instead, Khulud presents him with an unexpected and humiliating request. The pub owner seethes, his mind reeling. How could this man dare make such a demand of him? Khulud wants him to act as a proxy and take out a massive loan from a company called Putao Capital. He slams his fist down, his pride as the owner of Black Swan roaring in defiance. But it's an empty gesture. He turns away, defeated, the name Khulud echoing in his thoughts. He glances around his empty bar. Business is dead anyway, so maybe this isn't the worst thing. At his laptop, he sees the name Putao again, a chilling realization dawning on him he's just a pawn in their game. A slow, wicked grin spreads across the polar bear's face. If Khulud himself is targeting Putao, they are in for a world of hurt. He cracks open a beer, settling in. There's no better show than a good old-fashioned fight, and this one promised to be legendary. Then, a crucial detail clicks into place as he stares at his screen. He remembers exactly who from Putao Khulud is after. It's Jang Weryong, the beast of East Asia, a man whose war stories were whispered in the same breath as Khulud's. The stage is set in his mind, the immortal Khulud, a fiery tiger, against the icy beast, Jang Weryong. The pub owner throws his head back and laughs, absolutely thrilled. He never dreamed he'd get to see a clash of titans like this. But he quickly sobers up, realizing it's a hell he has no business being a part of. Suddenly, his blood runs cold. He leaps from his seat with a desperate cry for his daughter, Lena. He screams for her to stop, to not go anywhere near Khulud while he's on the warpath. But it's too late. All he can do is sit in her empty room, a defeated father surrounded by memories. All he finds is a simple, heartbreaking note left on the table. His desperate shouts for Lena echo into the night, but she is already gone. Meanwhile, news travels fast. The polar bear has accepted the contract. Elsewhere, Jungwon is in the middle of a grueling workout, his body honed to perfection. His colleague, Andy, walks in, remarking that seeing Khulud's name again must have been a shock for the old man. As Jungwon lands, Andy's focus shifts from business to sheer disbelief at his friend's physical state. A faint blue aura flares around him, revealing a body far beyond normal human limits. This hidden gym has clearly been his sanctuary, a place to forge himself into a weapon. He moves from one exercise to the next with an intensity that borders on inhuman. Andy can only stare, completely stunned, wondering how Jungwon managed to hide this monstrous power. Jungwon casually remarks that the CIA still hasn't figured anything out about him. He presses Andy, mocking their investigation into his identity. But Andy deflects, saying the higher-ups know everything. With a dismissive laugh, Jungwon grabs his shaker, clearly unconvinced. He takes a sip, that smug smirk never leaving his face, stating that their intel on him is laughably incomplete. That's the last straw for Andy, who warns him to stop bad-mouthing the agency, but Jungwon just dares him to do something. A challenge is laid down as Jungwon beckons him forward, offering to give him a personal lesson. He settles into a fighting stance, musing that they should see if Andy still got it, because hell need his skills soon. Andy's expression hardens as a red aura flares to life. If this is what Jungwon wants, he won't be holding back. In a flash, both men erupt with power, their respective red and blue auras painting the room as they lunge. The spar begins with explosive force as Andy throws a vicious kick, which Jungwon effortlessly evades. Andy switches tactics, roaring as he drives his full weight into a powerful rugby tackle. But Jungwon doesn't even flinch, a condescending smirk spreading across his face. The blonde agent can't believe it. His best move was shrugged off like a gentle breeze. Jungwon casually acknowledges the attempt, mockingly praising his decent strength. But then his tone darkens, warning Andy that if brute force is all he has, he's in for a world of hurt. In a single fluid motion, Jungwon pivots on his heel. He uses Andy's own momentum to effortlessly flip him over his shoulder. The impact is brutal, a testament to the sheer difference in their power. Andy, however, is already reacting, his mind reeling at his opponent's blinding speed. Before he can even process the throw, Jungwon is already behind him, locking him down completely. And with a devastating thud, Andy is planted firmly into the floor. The air is forced from his lungs, his body screaming from the impact. Staring at the ceiling, he can barely comprehend the sheer speed of his defeat. He gets to his knees, admitting he understands the theory of the move, but is floored that it actually worked. Jungwon offers a hand, acknowledging that Andy is strong, with better balance than him. But he immediately points out the man's fatal flaw: he doesn't focus or play the mind games of a real fight. Andy reflects that for a field agent these days, hand-to-hand combat is a dying art in a world of guns. So he asks if there's any way to rapidly upgrade his skills for situations like this. Jungwon leans in with a smug grin, telling him there's a very simple method: just get beaten up. Elsewhere, at the imposing Putao building, a voice asks if preparations are complete. His aide confirms that all personnel placements are complete, just as planned. A wicked grin spreads across Jang Weryong's face. He notes their targets should be on the way now. As a black sedan cuts through the city streets, he idly wonders what kind of person is about to walk into his trap. Inside the car, he asks Andy how it feels to finally wear a CIA-grade silicone mask, to which Andy replies that it feels good. Or, at least, not bad. But Andy's mind is already on the risks. What happens if they get patted down? Jang Weryong scoffs at the idea, completely unconcerned. That won't happen, because they're going in as Black Swan. He explains that they're posing as executives from the world-renowned security company. Their cover is that they're taking out a massive loan, a pretense that should guarantee them respectful treatment. Andy knows the enemy will be armed, but Jang Weryong is certain they won't risk open conflict with a global giant like Black Swan. As they approach their destination, he gives a final warning: don't let your temper get the best of you. As the car stops, an entire platoon of suited men stands waiting in perfect formation. A man steps forward to greet them, politely confirming they're the representatives from Black Swan. He introduces himself as Deng Kai, a director here, and asks for their CEO. But Jang Weryong deflects, saying the boss is already inside. With Andy at his side, he's escorted through the building, the silent army of goons trailing them like shadows. Deng Kai leads them down a long, sterile hall to a pair of imposing wooden doors. he gives a firm knock, announcing their arrival into the lion's den. A voice from inside, calm and dripping with authority, grants them entry. Jang Weryong steps into the penthouse office, where their target stands with his back to them, looking out over the city. As Deng Kai introduces the guests, the CEO turns, his eyes immediately locking onto Jang Weryong with a spark of recognition. It seems the charade was pointless. This man knew exactly who was coming, and the air crackles with tension as the two finally meet. With an air of calm confidence, the CEO thanks them for coming all this way. But for Jang Weryong, this isn't business. He's been waiting for this day for a very long time. Because this man is the only suspect tied to his mother's death. A painful memory surfaces his mother's last words, begging him to survive. The image of her fading away is burned into his very soul. He stares at the man before him, his calm facade barely containing the rage as he wonders if this is truly his monster. The CEO, completely unbothered by the suffocating tension, simply gestures for them to have a seat. Once they're settled, he cuts right to the chase, asking if Black Swan is here to borrow money, and Jang Weryong confirms. The CEO smiles, feigning delight at the prospect of doing business with such a renowned global group. Then, his eyes narrow, dropping the act entirely as he asks Jang Weryong if he has any idea who he's really dealing with. Jang Weryong answers with a hint of arrogance, claiming he knows enough to get by. In a flash, the cold steel of a gun barrel is shoved right in his face. The CEO's friendly demeanor vanishes, replaced by a deadly serious question. How much do you really know about me? Before an answer can even form, a deafening shot rings out. A searing pain explodes in Jang Weryong's chest as the bullet hits home. The impact sends him flying backward, his mind completely blank with shock. He lays there, paralyzed with terror and disbelief, the world fading around him. Above him, the CEO's face contorts into a chilling, triumphant grin. But just as suddenly, the pain is gone. He's back in his chair, sweating, as the CEO calmly repeats his question. All of Jang Weryong's composure shatters as he stammers out a weak excuse, forcing a nervous, pathetic laugh. The CEO slides 4 briefcases onto the table, offering a cool $4 million in clean, laundered cash. He explains this is the first half of the payment. The contract is settled, and all that's left is to take the money. Andy pops one of the cases open, revealing neat stacks of hundreds, a gesture of both trust and power. But Jang Weryong's focus is on the CEO, a nagging familiarity making him ask if they've met before. The CEO's flat denial does nothing to ease his mind, as Jang Weryong insists his voice and aura feel familiar. For a moment, the CEO is genuinely surprised this man is sharp enough to sense something even through a changed voice. Instead of answering with words, he suddenly reaches out, a hand darting towards Jang Weryong's face. Instincts scream danger, and Jang Weryong flinches back, demanding to know what he's doing. In that instant, the entire room shifts as the CEO's men draw their weapons in perfect, deadly sync. Andy stares down the barrel of his gun, his expressionless face promising a swift end if commanded. The room is a powder keg, with Jang Weryong's men and the CEO's bodyguard locked in a tense standoff. Deng Kai can't help but notice the CEO's utter lack of concern, remarking on how at ease he seems. Andy's grip is steady, his focus absolute, ready to follow any command from his boss. But it's Jang Weryong who breaks the tension, calmly setting his own weapon down on the desk. He compliments the CEO, admitting he's impressed by his guests' complete refusal to be intimidated. The CEO's response is a silent surge of pressure, a dark aura reminding Jang Weryong he's not dealing with an ordinary man. Convinced, Jang Weryong gives the simple order for his men to lower their weapons. His goons comply instantly, and Andy reciprocates, the immediate threat finally dissolving. With the test over, the CEO and Andy casually take a seat, the hostility evaporating from the room. Jang Weryong chuckles, confessing he was just trying to get a measure of the man, and tells Deng Kai to see his guests out. Deng Kai steps forward, politely stating that he will escort them. As the CEO and Andy turn to leave, Jang Weryong mulls over the name of their organization, Black Swan. Outside, Deng Kai insists on providing an escort to their final destination, but the CEO calmly tells him they'll pass. He explains it's a direct order from the boss, and the CEO, knowing it's a pointless argument, simply tells him to do as he likes. Safely in their car, Andy immediately questions why he agreed, but the CEO points out they would have been followed anyway. Back on the street, Deng Kai watches them depart, wondering about the true nature of this so-called security firm. Andy presses for answers, saying partners shouldn't keep secrets, but the CEO just turns the tables on him. He tells Andy to use his own agency's intel to find out for himself, as their escort convoy follows closely behind. Their car pulls up to a large, well-lit building under the night sky. At the entrance, a woman with striking white hair and a suitcase, confirms she's arrived at the hotel listed in her orders. She can't help but feel a tremor of nervous excitement running through her. But a bright, confident smile breaks through as she announces her arrival for her oppa. Just as she waits near the entrance, a sleek black car pulls to a stop. The CEO coolly dismisses Deng Kai, informing him they'll be in touch in 2 months. As their escort pulls away, Andy questions the risky choice of a hotel over a proper safe house. The CEO, however, has his reasons. It's convenient for a fight, easy to escape from, and cheap. With their briefcases in hand, he and Andy stride into the hotel lobby. Andy looks around the place, completely unimpressed with the accommodations. Suddenly, a familiar, cheerful shout echoes through the hall, making him jump out of his skin. They both look up, stunned into silence by the woman who's been waiting for them. The woman, Elena, beams at them, cheerfully asking why he's wearing such a strange disguise. Andy whips his head around, demanding to know if the CEO was the one who called this woman here. But the CEO says nothing, simply staring at Elena as she introduces herself again. The name rings a bell, and his mind flashes back to 3 days earlier, receiving a report in the safe house. His contact had warned him about their target, Zhang Weiriang, known across East Asia as the Reaper. And just as the message ended, a postscript was added. The contact's daughter, Elena, was on her way to see him. Back in the present, he finally speaks, asking how on earth she found him. She just smiles, reminding him that as the polar bear's daughter, tracking him down was a piece of cake. Then she catches him off guard, questioning the strange dialect he's using, which he apparently learned from K-dramas. The CEO dismisses her, saying now that she's seen his face, she should just go home. He bluntly states that he's here to work and shall only get in the way. Watching from the side, Andy is completely stunned by his boss's ice-cold rejection. But Elena, unfazed, steps forward with a determined look. She rises onto the tips of her toes and plants a soft kiss right on his cheek, shocking him into stillness. Andy's jaw practically hits the floor as he stammers out the CEO's name, Lee Jungwon. He's fuming, thinking to himself that Jungwon could have easily dodged that. So why didn't he? Why did he just stand there and take it? The question hangs in the air as the unexpected moment of contact lingers. But Jungwon's face remains a mask of cold indifference, completely unfazed. Elena pulls back, annoyed by his lack of reaction, demanding to know what's wrong with him. He simply turns away, his voice flat as he tells her it's time to go home. She scoffs, insisting she can protect herself, and he calmly agrees that he's sure she can. And he's not wrong. She is the daughter of Polar Bear, the legendary boss of the Black Swan mercenaries, a man with a target on his back worldwide. Because of this, he trained his daughter in self-defense and survival from a young age, ensuring she was anything but an ordinary girl. To make that perfectly clear, she whips out a seemingly harmless pen, her frustration boiling over. In an instant, it ignites into a glowing red blade as she lunges, slashing at him with deadly intent. The attack is a blur of motion, a lethal arc of light aimed to prove she's not to be trifled with. But with almost lazy speed, his hand snaps out, catching her wrist and stopping the blade dead in its tracks. She cries out, completely thrown off balance by his simple, overpowering counter. Effortlessly, he dips her back, disarming her with a look that asks if she's done yet. Scrambling upright, she demands to know what his problem is, insisting she's here to work. Her eyes narrow with frustration. She's not here to play games, and he needs to take her seriously. He just stares back, his expression utterly blank, completely unmoved by her fiery attitude. Internally, he sighs. Just as he's about to fight Zhang Weiriang, the last thing he needs is a babysitting job. Andy steps in, informing the woman shall be in a separate room, an arrangement she clearly wasn't expecting. The blonde bodyguard can only stare at the two of them, wondering what kind of mess he's gotten into. But Jungwon is already past it, his attention now on his phone, focused on the mission ahead. He gets an update as they walk. Still no movement from Zhang Weiriang, but they'll know the second he makes a move. On the other end of the line, their operator cuts in, asking about the beautiful lady with them. The answer comes back, short and sharp. She's Polar Bear's daughter, a reveal that completely stuns him. His mind flashes back to the fierce girl with a blade. Her? He can't believe it. The operator immediately grasps the danger. If she gets so much as a scratch, her father will want them all dead. He remembers the stories Polar Bear once led a team that could dismantle entire organizations. Jungwon's voice confirms the risk the man is an unstable ally who could turn on them at any moment. So that's the plan, the operator realizes. She's a hostage to ensure her father's loyalty. But Jungwon adds that she's also a major asset, so skilled that she would have easily beaten Andy. A huge, impressed grin spreads across the operator's face. This changes everything. He throws his arms up theatrically, declaring that to be betrayed and killed by a woman like her would be an honor. But just as he's getting excited, the line suddenly cuts out, leaving the operator shouting into the static. Unaware of the disconnect, Jungwon calmly walks alongside his new assets, Polar Bear and his daughter. He knows that for this investigation to succeed, they absolutely need the skills of Black Swan. But Black Swan, or Elena, is already causing trouble, jealously asking who's getting the room next to her appa. Meanwhile, in a dark office somewhere else, a man with a scarred face sits at his desk. His eyes narrow as his computer monitor flickers to life with an incoming call. A menacing figure in a full black mask appears on screen, his boss, Jang Wiryong. The scarred executive immediately snaps to attention, addressing the man with deference. Jang Wiryong gets straight to the point, asking if he met their supposed Russian associates. But his subordinate delivers bad news. They weren't Russian. One was American and the other, a complete mystery. The scarred executive continues his report, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He thinks he knew one of them. He confirms it to the man sitting across from him. The American operative was none other than Lee Jungwon. On the monitor, Jang Wiryong's masked eye glares. Impossible. He was under the impression Jungwon was already dead. The executive quickly bows, apologizing for the failure and promising to personally handle the problem this time. But his boss cuts him off with a single, sharp command. Stand by. The executive looks up, completely bewildered. He can't help but ask why they're letting this opportunity slip away. Jang Wiryong explains the delicate situation. The person who hired Black Swan is the same one who sent Jungwon. His subordinate immediately sees the risk. Black Swan is a tricky opponent, and she might even try to protect him. But then, a new voice cuts through the call, a higher power warning even Jang Wiryong himself not to act rashly. The chain of command is absolute. The executive can only bow his head and accept the order without question. The call ends abruptly, leaving the executive staring at a dead screen. He roars in frustration, smashing his fist down with unrestrained fury. Hearing the commotion, two of his men burst into the room, asking what's going on. His top subordinate, Deng Kai, watches in disbelief as his boss nearly collapses from rage. The executive seethes, furious that he has to bow to some unknown power pulling the strings. His eyes burn with defiance as he screams Deng Kai's name. The order is simple and insane. Arm everyone. Deng Kai hesitates, questioning the command. But his boss cuts him a terrifying look, warning him not to test his patience. Understanding immediately, both men scramble out of the room to carry out the order. The executive's mind is made up. Hell, erase that little brat Jungwon without a trace. To the executive, Jungwon isn't just a nuisance, has the only blemish on a perfect record. The one target he, a legendary mercenary, somehow failed to eliminate. But now, a predatory grin spreads across his face. The long wait to correct that mistake is finally over. Deng Kai enters, reporting that the men have been told to gather in 5 minutes. But the executive changes the plan. They'll meet at a construction site to avoid the old man's attention and any interference from Black Swan. With the new orders understood, the operation is a go. Meanwhile, at a secluded location far from the city's eyes, a massive crew of hired guns has already assembled, their numbers filling the entire street. A confident, pale-haired man steps out of a van, greeting the assembled force with a smirk. It's clear money talks, because he's gathered killers from all over China, even from the Russian and Mongolian borders. His new crew is getting restless. The money is great, but they can't shake the feeling this job is more dangerous than it seems. The polar bear just scoffs, calling them a bunch of cowards before assuring them the job is simple. His one and only mission, bring his daughter back. The thugs are stunned. Who would be insane enough to cross him? One of the men asks if he's found the targets, wondering just who these lunatics could possibly be. With a confident smirk, the polar bear names their first mark as Jang Wiryong of Putao Capital, plus 1 rookie. That name sends a chill through the crew, but the promise of a huge payout and a clean getaway is too good to pass up. One of them asks the inevitable question. Once the girl is safe, what happens to Jang and his partner? But before he can answer, the polar bear's phone buzzes, his expression turning serious. He answers the call, telling the person on the line to hold on for just a moment. A vicious, bloodthirsty grin spreads across his face as he gives the final, chilling order, kill them all. The call connects to the opulent Forest Hotel, where the targets are holed up. On the other end, a man introduces himself as Deng Kai, a name that catches Jang Wiryong completely off guard. Deng Kai explains that Putao Capital has sent the remaining payment to ensure a good future relationship with Black Swan. From his own suite, Deng Kai, surrounded by his men, casually tells Jang to meet him in the lobby. He then adds that he's brought some backup, immediately sparking Jang's suspicion. Kai smoothly explains it's just a security detail, a necessary precaution for such a large sum of cash. After the call, Jang turns to his partner, a smirk on his face as he announces their guests have arrived. He explains that their driver is already on his way back to pick them up. The reason? He's bringing the rest of the money, a development that leaves his partner stunned by the speed of it all. The partner's mind races with suspicion. It's too fast, too easy, but if it was a trap, why let them go? He can't help but wonder what their true angle is. Jang smirks, seeing right through their plan. This isn't a game, it's a blatant trap, and his intel confirms 10 hostiles just entered the building. His partner, Andy, looks on grimly, asking what their next move is. Jang begins preparing, ordering Andy to get Elena to the safe house immediately. When asked what he'll do, Jang's plan is simple and dangerous. He's going to be the bait. Andy objects, knowing how risky it is on their turf, but Jang is confident they won't cause a major scene in a crowded hotel. Trusting his boss, Andy agrees to get the girl to safety, telling Jang to be careful as he heads for the door. The lock clicks shut, leaving Jang alone to face the coming storm. Elsewhere, their hacker, Joker, smiles smugly. Hacking the hotel's CCTV was a brilliant move. On his screen, a team of suited thugs marches through the lobby. The sudden hostility can only mean one thing. New orders came down. And those orders are chillingly clear. Capture them or kill them on sight. While the enemy mobilizes, Jang straps on his gear, his mind already set. There's only one way to handle this. He's going to hit them first. Joker's voice comes through his earpiece, feeding him live intel. 2 targets in elevator car 3. And the others? They're lagging behind, still huffing it up the emergency stairs. The elevator dings, its doors sliding open to reveal the first 2 goons. But Jang is already there, a shadow waiting for them in the hallway. He explodes forward before they can even process what's happening, taking them both by surprise. One of the thugs fumbles for his pistol. A critical, fatal mistake. Jang's hand smacks down, clamping onto the weapon with crushing force. In a single fluid motion, he disarms the man and slams him face first into the floor. His partner follows him to the floor, completely overwhelmed by Jang's brutal speed. Over the comms, Joker notes that these are just untrained thugs, easy enough to deal with. But he adds a crucial warning. They have guns, so there's no room to get careless. He's clearly enjoying the thrill, giving the order to clear everything down to the first floor. Jang is already positioned by the emergency stairwell, beginning a silent countdown. 3, 2. Just as he anticipates, another goon pokes his head out, trying to get the drop on him. 1. A fist connects with a sickening crack, sending the man's world into darkness. He crumples to the floor instantly. Jang is already looking for his next target. Joker's intel is perfect. 2 more men are just below, huffing their way up the stairs. Without a second's thought, Jang vaults over the railing, firing his weapon to end the fight before it even begins. Another one of the thugs, a massive brute in a suit, barrels up the stairs, sending his own man flying. The 2 men he was chasing are dispatched in a flash by Jang, who drops from above like a phantom. He lands silently on the first floor, demanding Deng Kai's location. Joker's voice crackles in his ear. One last straggler is in the bathroom. From his command post, Joker smirks, confidently recalling Deng Kai's last known position by the window. But his smug expression instantly evaporates into shock. His eyes widen. Wait, where did he go? Meanwhile, Jang moves toward the bathroom door, expecting a final confrontation. But inside, the hulking goon from the stairs is already face down on the tiles, completely knocked out. Jang stands over the body, trying to radio another operative who isn't answering, when Joker's urgent voice cuts in. Sensing the shift in tone, Jang's focus sharpens. He listens intently. A problem has clearly come up. The news is bad. Andy has failed his mission. He couldn't get the polar bear's daughter out. And what they don't know is that the target isn't some damsel in distress. She's a one-woman wrecking crew. She wonders just how many of these thugs they sent after her. One of the goons manages to grab her wrist, foolishly telling her not to move. But her eyes narrow with a cold light, seeing the opening he just gave her. In a flash, she twists out of his grip and slams a punishing elbow into his jaw. The man is sent crashing to the floor, completely taken out of the fight. Before she can even catch her breath, 3 more step out from a doorway, looking unimpressed. One of them grabs her by the jacket, screaming at her for daring to fight back. She just uses his own momentum to flip him effortlessly over her shoulder. His 2 remaining buddies can only stare in stunned silence, realizing they've seriously underestimated their opponent. The remaining goons are frozen for only a second before one charges forward, swinging wildly. But she's already a step ahead, dropping him with a brutal kick before he can even react. With fire in her eyes, she declares that they're all in this together, and they're going with their collude. The blonde thug stops dead in his tracks, the name echoing in his ears. Khulud? Why that name? Here. Realizing she's said too much, she quickly tries to play it off, changing the subject back to the mission. But it's too late. The name has already triggered a flood of memories about the legendary Mercenary, the ghost operative who led Team Zero, a squad so elite they were practically myths themselves. A horrifying realization begins to dawn on him, his eyes widening in pure shock. He connects the dots, the image of Prosecutor Lee Jungwon flashing in his mind. That guy is Khulud? Meanwhile, the fighter curses herself internally, realizing she just made a catastrophic mistake. She confirms the thug's worst fear with a grim nod. Yes, damn it, he really is Khulud. In a flash of panic, she grabs him, desperately pleading for him to just pretend he knows nothing. Her mind races as they flee. Khulud had his reasons for hiding, and she can't be the one to ruin it. The blonde thug, his world turned upside down, promises to keep quiet, his mind reeling he was working with a legend. But now that she knows, she refuses to just leave him to fight alone against unknown numbers. She explains as they sprint down the hall. Even a legend can catch a stray bullet, so they have to cut off the enemy reinforcements. Their destination is the first floor, but an angry voice already echoes through the empty lobby. A furious executive is on the phone, absolutely livid that his men failed so badly they had to open fire. He coldly orders someone named Charles to get the old man ready to start cleaning up the mess. But as the imposing figure of Deng Kai walks past, even the executive freezes, realizing what kind of monster he's just unleashed. The executive tries to play it cool, brushing off the failure of his men as a simple misunderstanding. But Deng Kai cuts straight to the point. He's here to settle the balance, and he wants to be taken to Zhongweryong now. Suddenly changing his tune, the executive decides he needs to go too, claiming there's something he must see for himself. Deng Kai is ushered into a waiting car, the operation moving at his pace, not the executive's. As they speed away, the executive's true thoughts surface. He absolutely cannot let Zhongweryong be taken by Polar Bear. Their car tears through the darkness, racing against this unseen rival. Elsewhere, another power player is on the move, as Executive Park is chauffeured by a very capable-looking crew. His aide smirks, teasing that a man of his stature and age deserves a more comfortable ride. Park just laughs, explaining that their boss owes him a debt, so they've been ordered to look after him properly. He fondly recalls teasing the man when they were younger, but shrugs it off. They were adults, and he'll live. His aide starts a little lecture, asking if Park knows a certain saying. He quotes a Chinese proverb about the new generation replacing the old. Park just smirks. For old-timers, it's not a pleasant thing to hear. The aide pushes, suggesting it's time to step down gracefully before meeting an ugly end. But Park just throws his head back and laughs, turning the threat right back around. The driver glances back, shocked. How can he be joking at a time like this? Then the humor vanishes. Park calls him out for taking a double contract from Zhongweryong. The aide scoffs. Ever since Team Zero hit Black Swan, fools have gotten the wrong idea. He pulls a pistol, asking if Park really thinks they can't handle one old man's bravado. Park doesn't even blink, coolly stating that even the entire Putao group can't touch him. He explains that even Putao attacks at a heavy price, referencing the monster Khulud who bent his will without a fight. The aide finally snaps, demanding to know why he keeps bringing up that name. A chilling grin spreads across Park's face as he drops the bombshell. Khulud is one of the rookies they're hunting. The aide refuses to believe it, accusing the old man of bluffing his way out of certain death. But Park remains utterly calm, posing a simple question. Why would he be using Putao Capital's money? Because once you're on Khulud's bad side, Putao might as well be finished. Park has bet everything on him. With his final card played, the old executive suddenly lunges forward, wrenching the steering wheel hard. He calmly tells the driver to hold on tight, who can only look back in utter confusion. A split second of bewilderment turns to sheer panic as the driver realizes what's happening. The car violently slams into another vehicle, turning the highway into a storm of screeching tires and shattering glass. The highway erupts into a multi-car pileup, a deliberate act of chaos. Amidst the wreckage, a car door creaks open, and a heavy boot hits the pavement. A large, white-haired man emerges, brushing off his subordinates' concern like it's nothing but dust. He can only hope Khulud is following the plan, even as he curses that troublesome girl, Elena. Elsewhere, Khulud is more than on schedule, ending one of the targets with a brutal, definitive stomp. The dying man's last thought is a flash of a monster, and the name of his killer, Lee Jungwon. But the next enemy is already on him, a blur of motion that's fast enough to draw blood. The two men square off, knives glinting in the dim light, a deadly duel about to begin. Jungwon instantly sizes up his foe. This is no mere soldier, but a master of close-quarters combat. His opponent grins, surprised and delighted, mocking him for being just as skilled as he is. His opponent is genuinely impressed. Even after nearly losing an arm, this man shows no openings. He knows if he lets his guard down for even a second, he'll be the one hitting the floor. The corridor becomes a blur of motion, a maelstrom of blades and lethal intent. The dual wielder presses his assault, a flurry of strikes meant to overwhelm any defense. A manic grin splits his face as he shouts out his opponent's name. Lee Jungwon! He mockingly confirms Jungwon truly lives up to his title as the strongest in Asia. A fighter of this caliber, he decides, deserves the very best treatment he can offer. He whips out a hidden hatchet and brings it down with all of his might. But the bone-shattering impact he expected never comes. What is this? Jungwon has caught the axe blade cold, stopping it with nothing but his gloved hand. With his attack stopped cold, the assassin is sent stumbling back by a powerful kick. But Jungwon doesn't let go, yanking on the axe-wielding arm to control the fight. The two clash again in a shower of sparks, a brutal test of strength and will. Even as they fight, Jungwon internally acknowledges his opponent's skill, a true technician. The attacker roars and lunges with his knife, but Jungwon expertly intercepts his wrist. They continue their deadly dance, a whirlwind of blocks, parries, and vicious counters. Then, Jungwon finds his moment, sinking a combat knife deep into the man's shoulder. The shock and pain are immense, forcing the attacker to drop one of his weapons. Jungwon grabs him by the head, a predator's smirk behind his mask as his foe gasps in disbelief. Screaming in pure rage, the wounded fighter raises his hatchet for one final, desperate swing. But that last desperate swing is met not with flesh, but with an almost bored, contemptuous block. With the opening clear, Jungwon delivers a vicious kick right to the man's jaw. He lands firmly, the fight already over. A cold, victorious smirk plays across his eyes. His defeated foe can only rage from the ground, asking why. He's laughing, spitting that it's an honor to die in battle. But Jungwon's done playing games. It's time to show him why they call him Khulud. The name echoes in the man's mind, a sudden chill running down his spine. Khulud? And in that moment, abject terror replaces his defiance as he realizes who he's truly been fighting. The story flashes back 3 years, to a time when the mere mention of Khulud's name was enough to make entire mercenary groups quit a job. Years ago, a furious commander learns his operation is failing, all because of one man. His mercenaries heard Khulud was involved and immediately chickened out, the pathetic cowards. His subordinate explains there's nothing to be done. Khulud is everywhere, a ghost in every conflict zone. But the commander spits back that he's just one man, not some immortal being he's bound to die a stupid death eventually. Back in the present, the defeated foe recalls those very same rumors that Khulud had finally died somewhere in the Middle East. He scoffs, finding it impossible that this young Korean kid could be that same legendary mercenary. But then he remembers the blur of motion, the impossible speed he just witnessed, and he starts to believe. A twisted grin spreads across his face as greed replaces fear. If he kills this man, all that fame becomes his. Jungwon just sighs, telling him he clearly didn't listen to a single word he said. In a flash of blue light, he lunges forward, his attack already striking true before the man can even react. He moves like a shadow, closing the distance in an instant. The axeman scoffs, swinging wildly at an opponent he thinks is completely unarmed. But Jungwon slips right past the attack, the blade hitting nothing but air. With a soft click, he draws a pistol from a holster on his thigh. The enemy's eyes widen in pure shock as he realizes what's happening. A sharp bang echoes, and he staggers back, a new hole punched through his vest. He seethes with rage, screaming that Jungwon is a cowardly bastard for using a gun. With fire reflected in his eyes, Jungwon calmly raises his pistol, asking if he's really the coward here. Another muzzle flash erupts, silencing the man's accusations for good. The brute is thrown backward by the impact, his brief moment of glory ending on the cold, hard floor. He scoffs, asking if the man really expected some old-fashioned talk about fighting fair in a battle to the death. With his target now motionless on the floor, Jungwon lowers his smoking pistol. His eyes are cold and resolute as he thinks, "Goodbye, mother's killer." Elsewhere, the thug leader roars Jungwon's name, his face contorted with absolute fury. The silent, abandoned building bears witness to the aftermath. Jungwon stands over the body, his long-awaited vengeance finally complete. He briefly considers if he should have interrogated him, but no. A man like that never would have talked. This is enough. For now, this is enough. He turns away from the scene. The isolated structure fades into the night, hiding what just transpired within its walls. With his mission accomplished, Jungwon calmly walks away from the carnage. Stepping out from the scene of his vengeance, Khulud finds his contact waiting in the darkness. The commander, a grizzled man of immense stature, notes that the job appears to be finished. Khalud gives a curt nod, acknowledging the man's assistance was crucial to the operation. But business quickly turns personal, as the commander asks urgently about his daughter's whereabouts. Hess reassured she's fine, but the old man presses further, suggesting Khalud would be too nervous to have her around. He puts a heavy hand on Khalud's shoulder, revealing his true intention: a favor. He wants Khalud to look after her. Khalud's expression hardens instantly. He asks if the old man has lost his mind. He's a killer, not a guardian. But the commander is desperate, grabbing his arm and pleading with him to reconsider. A long silence hangs between them, Khalud's piercing blue eye weighing the impossible request. The commander then plays his trump card, offering to take full credit for the execution inside, absolving Khalud of the crime. Khalud demands to know why the commander is going this far, but the old man scoffs, admitting he doesn't particularly like him either. This isn't about friendship, it's about survival. He explains that if word gets out that he used an outsider to take down a rival, his organization's reputation will be ruined, especially now that they've taken Putao Capital's money. He knows the syndicate will come after them both, but he has the law on his side. Khalud, on the other hand, operates in the shadows. A wry smile forms under Khalud's mask as he lets out a sigh, finally relenting. Hell do it, but just for a while. The commander then cheekily adds that it would be even better if Khalud just wiped out all their enemies in one shot. But Khalud ignores him, announcing his plan to return to Korea, much to the commander's surprise. He clarifies that he'll leave after he gets his injuries treated, his resolve firm. As they turn to part ways, the commander heading back to Russia, Khalud stops him with one last question. He asks why the old man isn't going to see his daughter, but the commander knows it's for the best. She'd either seek revenge or never leave his side. As the commander and his men prepare to depart, Khalud watches them from a distance. He suddenly stops in his tracks, turning back to offer a quiet, sincere apology. The old man is stunned, asking if he heard that correctly from across the lot. He then erupts in laughter, saying he must have lived a long time to hear an apology from the infamous Khalud. Getting into his car, he tells Khalud not to feel bad, since he made a fortune and had his men secure the hotel money. Khalud looks on, silently cursing the man for being such a slippery old fox. While driving, the commander orders his subordinate to spread rumors that Putao Capital got completely outplayed by them. With their business concluded, the commander's vehicle speeds off into the night. The scene transitions to a peaceful, modern house basking in the warm sunlight. Inside, Jungwon sits before a mysterious man in a suit, who introduces himself as Frank Tyler of the CIA. Frank Tyler gets straight to the point, requesting Jungwon's full cooperation on the Putao Capital case. Despite being wrapped in bandages, Jungwon calmly agrees, as if this is just another Tuesday for him. But outside the closed door, his cousin is panicking, wondering what on earth he could have done to be investigated. It turns out she's not alone. A large blonde man tells his female colleague it's nothing personal, just procedure. She shoves him away, furious that they're bothering a patient when one of them could be doing the questioning instead. He grabs her arm, scoffing at her concern as if a few knife wounds would ever be enough to take down Khalud. She fires back, grabbing his jaw and telling him to just shut up and wait quietly. Meanwhile, a completely different scene is unfolding over at the imposing prosecutor's office building. Inside, a press conference room is buzzing with reporters, their cameras flashing as they await a major announcement. A stern-faced prosecutor stands before the cameras, announcing that Putao Capital's illegal funds have been tracked. But the real bombshell is the revelation that they also contracted an assassination attempt on Prosecutor Lee Jungwon. He coolly declares that the Korean government will now formally request an investigation from China. The news goes global, with an official CIA announcement confirming the two lead investigators on the case, a single CIA agent and Prosecutor Jungwon, who watches the report from a private room, hearing it hailed as a major success. He's heard enough of the sanitized story, and with a click of the remote, the TV goes dark. Finally, a moment of silence, a moment of what should be peace for the recovering agent. But his mind replays the grim reality, the face of Jang Wiryong flashing in the darkness, as he questions if it was real. He stares down at his bandaged hands, the phantom sensation of pulling the trigger still haunting his very fingertips. His solitude is shattered by the trill of a phone call. He answers impatiently, wondering who's bothering him while he's recovering. Exasperated, Jungwon finally cuts to the chase and asks why they're calling. On the other end, Joker teases him, suggesting a man in his state should be out at an amusement park. Called out for being lazy himself, Joker suddenly explodes with indignation, claiming he's incredibly busy. In fact, he's been working non-stop, investigating the dark web just like his boss ordered. The words snap Jungwon back into focus right. His job is far from over. He asks for the report, and Joker, surrounded by a wall of monitors, gets down to business. After Youngwon dealt with Zhang Weiryong, every last one of his men at the resort simply vanished.